Cool. And now Rhea and I are going right at 9. Is that right?
Yes.
Cool. You got a video. Good, good. Do you want me to talk all the way? Where are you? Until my slides are. Okay. So then just build off me anything you want to. Just build off me at any point you want to until you get some up. Alright. Did you upload the slide deck? Are you uploading the slide deck? Matt, quick question. Will everybody have access to our slide deck afterwards then?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they will.
Cool.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Kentucky Go Digital Summer 2021. We are super happy to have you here. We are one state on one stage together. Welcome. It is so great to see you all. Thank you for being here with us. We have such an amazing day of professional development lined up for you. I cannot wait. I don't even know why I called it professional development. That's my old little been out of the classroom too long brain, because this is so much better than any PD you've ever been to, you've ever seen. You're gonna love it. So let's get started. I hope you're ready to rock. Please let us know who you are in the chat. We want to know what district you represent and what your role is. So please get in there, let us know name, school, district, what you do. We would love to see it. We want you to introduce yourself to everyone else because we have so many people here with us today. We will use this chat throughout the event to ask questions and to connect to each other. Because we know that alone we are smart, but together we are brilliant. And we love the brilliance of when we come together for Kentucky Go Digital. We have 1,600 all-stars rocking with us this summer. That is just an incredible number to have on like a July Wednesday. Like, just imagine that. It's so awesome. So thank you for being here. Traditionally, you know, the first couple of years of Kentucky Go Digital, we had these events in person across the state at different colleges or different educational places, but last year that changed, and now for the second year in a row, our summer event is going to be virtual, and I am super excited to be back as your DJ for this event. DJ Matty B, Matt Balka, formerly JCPS, coming to you live from Louisville again. I am so happy to be here. Thank you for having me. Man, it's just so awesome to be back. Really, we have our Kentucky Go Digital Prime deliverers out today. This is a really special occasion. They're actually going to be bringing you, it's really simple, it's just a block of wood, because this is our 5-year anniversary of Kentucky Go Digital. Year number 5 is the wood anniversary, by the way, for all of you people out there. It's awesome. Be looking for your block of wood today. We could not do it without smart technologies, without KEDC, without Creative Image Technologies, Western Kentucky, UK College of Education Next Gen, University of Pikeville, Bellarmine University, and Grex. So please, if you're at home, clap at your TV, give it up for our sponsors and our supporters, and for yourself, because all of this is for you, all of it's by you, and by these wonderful sponsors and partners around the state. So I would love for my good friend Kathleen Receiver to talk to you about some PD credit.
Yes, thank you, Matt. So glad to see you here today and everybody else. So if you are interested in getting PD or ELA hours, 6 hours of credit or PD hours today, we will be sharing with you a form to fill out. So you really want to make sure that you get that form, get it filled out. And the most important thing, Matt, is that we know how to spell our email address. We get so excited with this event that we get to typing away, and we don't put schools with an S because we have a special formula in the background running. And you want to make sure you get that email address spelled correctly, because at the end of the event, when you receive that link and you fill that out, in 24 to 48 hours, you will receive a certificate of participation for today's event. So be on the lookout for that link that you need to fill out. And I know we have summer brain and you're going to be so excited, but get your email address correctly, please. Thank you.
That's a good tip. I can't tell you how many times I've put mathwe.balka instead of Matthew, and it's embarrassing at this point. So speaking of awesome Matthews, let's check out our keynote presenters for today. This is going to be an awesome lineup of presenters, and our keynotes are especially so. So a huge shout out to David Lockhart, also known as Big Guy in a Bow Tie. And then we have Matt and Irene from Justice Now in Louisville, Kentucky, who are going to bring us in this morning. I don't know if you've ever seen them talk before, but oh my gosh, you're going to be so fired up. You're going to be putting down your computer to start punching things. It's just amazing listening to them talk. I don't know how anybody can get any work done around them. They are awesome. So you're in for such a treat. They're going to be our first keynote here this morning.
Good morning, Matt. Love your energy. Hello, everybody across Kentucky. I am Matt Kaufman.
I need a t-shirt that says, am I on mute? I'm not Reed Clayton Taylor.
And together we are Justice Now. So at this point we should be sharing our slides.
You look awesome. Yes.
Cool. So our mission is to empower students to be the change as we make Louisville our classroom and Justice our curriculum. We are a district-wide effort in JCPS. When we started this, we called it Justice Now because we embraced Dr. King's fierce urgency of now. That now is not a time for apathy, now is not a time for indifference, but now is a time for a multitude of positive actions. And in the case of Justice Now, it's the time for a multitude of deeper learning projects that address inequities and injustices in our community. When you get this slide deck, you will see hyperlinks throughout. It'll say like, check out our website here, click here, and you'll get some details on our website. When we began this effort, it was really important for us to define justice and for that to be our compass. So we took Dr. Cornel West's definition. Justice is what love looks like in public. And whenever we counter an injustice or inequity, that's how we frame it. So if we see somebody experiencing houselessness, if we see someone battling addiction, if we see someone who is a victim of any injustice, we ask, justice is what love looks like in public, and what would love look like here? So that's how we framed every single conversation. And when you're a teacher, you can connect any and all of this justice work to the standards. When we built this, it was really important for us to get a coalition of justice leaders all throughout the community. So you see our advisory council from last year, our launching year. We launched on January 21st, 2021. And we built this movement in about 6-7 months, and we're so excited for our next year. But we had council members like Ja'Cory Arthur up here and Keisha Dorsey. We had business leaders like Tawana Bain and Audwin Helton, nonprofit leaders like Karina Morales and Lamont Collins and Shamika Parrish-Wright and Wendy Serchio and Angela Masden. We had scientists like Dr. Monica Unseld. We had young leaders in college and major organizations like Andrew Brennan. And together we've created an interdisciplinary, intersectional, intergenerational, and inter-school movement. It was really important for us to build a movement that schools weren't competing with each other, but they collaborated with each other to tackle issues that are bigger than all of us. We are part of the department called DEP, Diversity, Equity, and Poverty in JCPS. So we work closely with Dr. Vanessa McPhail and under the leadership of Dr. John Marshall, our Chief Equity Officer. When we initially pitched Justice Now, we pitched it to our superintendent, Dr. Marty Polio. He got full behind it, plugged us in with Dr. Marshall, and here we are, year 2, ready to rock and roll. This is the coalition we built last year. So you see how intergenerational, interschool it is. With Iroquois High School, Moore High School, Southern High School, Wagner. We have 4 middle schools with Knight, Johnson, Kammerer, and Western. Elementary schools with Bick, Foster, Millkeek, Brown, and McFerrin. This was built in a pandemic. This was built digitally. So we had these justice talks every Monday where we saw these leaders from our advisory council. They were meeting with Ja'Cory Arthur. They were meeting with Charles Booker. They were meeting with Hannah Drake and learning about justice issues in their community that impact them and how they can be the change. And throughout the whole year, since this is a digital kind of thing, here's one thing we did. Like Marion Seymour, we're done a radio play. We'll tell you a little bit about that more later. But it wasn't just more students. It was students across the district working on it. And we just all came to the Google Meet together. We wrote a full-length radio play that is being picked up by Actors Theater and Broadway across America, and we are looking to publish that and get it on stage this winter. That's just one of our projects. We also have the district-wide Black Student Union. That's all middle and high school students. We also have two very, very special groups, the Young Prodigies. If you go ahead and Google them, you will find out the amazing things they're doing, and the Mighty Shades of Ebony. Now, you want to add anything to that?
I will later.
Sounds good. And so I just want to show you a little bit of our kickoff. So again, there's a hyperlink up here. So when you get this, just go ahead and click the hyperlink. But our students, if you just Google Justice Now kickoff, you'll see this. They interviewed on a live stream Charles Booker. And what they asked him about was, what is good trouble? They interviewed Lamont Collins, and what they talked about there is, what does it mean to plot and to hustle for justice, and how can we all become better ancestors? And Hannah Drake was interviewed by students and talked a little bit about how we can use our voice to impact change, and that it's young people who have always sparked and led these movements throughout our history. We have in mind somehow, when we think of ancestors in the civil rights movement and before, it's some older folks. Young people have been always the ones on the front lines, pushing the envelope forward and making our country live up to those values kids pledge to every morning: liberty and justice for all. We brought alumni back. So these are two of my past students, and mental health and mindfulness was a big part of all we have done. So these two students, Olivia Benford and Ariana Tule, partnered with students throughout the entire year, and they led meditations with their justice talks and just supported them and mentored them. We have a lot to learn from each other. One of our big philosophies is, that we're all teachers in this room, that everybody brings in so much funds of knowledge, and we're really growing our empathy skills and our intersectionalities. And we came together with these kind of mottos, like, don't ask, can we do it? Ask, how can we do it? And always looking for the yes. What is the yes and what we can accomplish? So we developed 4 major cohorts. And this is what all of our Justice Now projects are about. And we say Justice Now, it's how can we create justice now in the community? This is academic work, it's artistic work, it's activist work. We're talking about building today's entrepreneurs, today's nonprofit leaders, today's citizen lobbyists, and tomorrow's legislators. So every project we're about to tell you about is going to fit in one of these 4 categories, where we are working for acceptance and equal rights for all people. So that's physical and mental well-being. That's all races. That's the LGBTQ plus community. That's our immigrant and refugee community. That's everything with gender and sexual identity. It's just everyone, period. We all deserve acceptance and equal rights for all people. Number 2 was our environmental justice. So we're dealing with air, soil, and water. So we have projects that focused on environmental racism, challenging industries that pollute our communities, advocating for clean energy, and just raising awareness about these issues. Also, educational justice. We are addressing the civic empowerment gap. We are also addressing, so I'm in a room where the lights turn off occasionally. I'm gonna go run over there real quick and come back so these lights turn right back on. There we go. All right. But also, how can we leverage our privilege, our resources, and our skills to create educational justice? And then also suspension and expulsion rates. And what we have found is that a lot of our students realize they are not getting their accurate history. And so with that, we are creating those documents now. And I'll show you about a little bit of book down the road where students are going out and they're doing research, learning about figures and events that have shaped our community and our country. We're also looking about community investment and reform. So that's the civic empowerment gap. That's about police reform, mass incarceration, transportation, food access, housing, and gun violence. So looking at these big umbrellas, you can see how this can be interdisciplinary, It's intergenerational with all these schools working together in an inter-school capacity, and it's intersectional, that we are all fighting for each other. Here's one of our first projects. This is a book entitled Giants of the Bluegrass, The Dream Continues. So this project is going to be all across our district. And what students are doing is they're researching justice leaders all across Kentucky, past and present. So they are curating historical knowledge. They're getting all of these primary sources together. They're synthesizing them, and they write these stories from a first-person point of view. So it's like the speaker is talking to you, and then it ends with a challenging question. And so these are Giants of the Bluegrass. It's also about present-day leaders. So students are then interviewing all kinds of justice leaders across the state. And again, putting their stories in a first-person point of view. We already have a publisher for this book. We already have funds for this book. Expect this book to be coming out in the winter, spring of 2022. And these are just these pictures around this. These are all the leaders they are focusing on thus far. This project grows so much. And this quote right here, these slides I'm showing you when I'm going into projects, these are student created slides that were presented at Justice Fest. So these slides I'm showing you now, I did not create. These are student created slides that were presented at Justice Fest on May 22nd. We'll talk a little bit about Justice Fest down the road. Here's what they said. We've been getting a whitewashed curriculum, and thus the truth in our history is being hidden from us. And then here's what they also said. When people of color, women, and those with varying sexual and gender identities are represented in our history books, children will be more open and not feel guilty about who they are. So you can see all these hidden figures, all these major leaders that they are writing about. And Hannah Drake was one of the leaders our students interviewed, and she made a comment. We are living amongst people who are making history, and what Miss Nairi and I are going to argue is that all of our students are making history right now. Threads of our history. This is a play that examines Louisville through a justice lens, past and present. So we're at a summer camp right now. I'm in a classroom. We've been recording this play for the past couple of weeks, and then we're hoping to move this to stage with Actors Theater and Broadway across America, and also get this published with a QR code in there for our radio play. We're working on this project with the book, the radio play, and this next one, check out Trash Cans Initiative in our summer school right now. And this is one that's going to be focused on beautifying Louisville, that there's places in our community where you see an abundance of trash cans on neighborhood roads and at corners. And there's places in our community where you do not see that. So if there's no trash cans, where's the trash end up? Who gets blamed for that? What happens to property values? What happens to the overall mood and feel of that community? So this group came up with a project that is beautifying a whole area of our city. And on top of that, there are going to be justice messages on there. There'll be QR codes where they're giving more information. The last major project we're working on in our summer camp right now that was presented at Justice Fest is Louisville the Series. So this is an animated docu-series with different episodes that each highlight various forms of injustice across Louisville. They are mixing animation and interviews to educate. So our kids are learning how to animate right now using iPads. Some of the other big ones that our students are doing, Southern High School is working on a mobile social justice hub. So what they want to do is get a school bus and rework this school bus so it's like this innovation hub on wheels where they can go to different parts of the community and address different justice issues needs, whether that's helping people who are experiencing houselessness to get a shower and a haircut, whether that's going to places where people do not feel safe going to doctors and getting them medical care, whether it's going someplace and to celebrate beauty and celebrate the culture we have with like a red carpet hair show or a cultural fashion show. And they're also creating a comic book that shows the journey of this bus. And it's going to include the kids they work with. But a cool thing about this comic book is it shows the creation of the bus. And a big part of this is they're trying to understand and get to the root causes of injustice. So they encounter these newspapers and they get pulled back in time. So while this bus is going to be a healing place on wheels, and right now is a learning lab while they're building it and trying to make it energy friendly and very environmentally sound, they're also trying to get this deep understanding of why do these issues still exist? Like, what systems allow this to exist? It seems that people have changed, but our systems have not. How can we be that change? How can we raise that awareness? Because if we raise consciousness, we change all the policies. We change the healthcare system. We change everything. If we raise consciousness, the benefits reach everywhere. Here's a video I wanted to show you. This is another group. They're planning a race for justice. So they're planning a marathon. This is the future ancestors from Wagner High School. So this is a presentation they made to the Derby Diversity Business Summit before Justice Fest. And here you'll get a little bit of an idea of what our students really have been doing. And we're gonna learn from them.
I'm Nubia. I'm 16 years old and my pronouns are she and her.
Hi, I'm Jamia. I'm 16 years old and my pronouns are she, her.
Hello, my name is Cousins. I am 17 years old and my pronouns are she, her.
Hi, my name is Raina. I am 17 years old and my pronouns are she, her.
Hi, my name is Brianna. I'm 15 years old and my pronouns are she and her.
Hi, my name is Lauren. I'm 16 years old and my pronouns are she, her.
Hey, my name is Alayla. I'm 16 years old and my pronouns are she and her.
And we are the Future Ancestors. The Future Ancestors is a student-led movement to become better ancestors. We want to march, run, walk, and dance together for freedom and justice for all, one step at a time. Meet us at the intersection of love, justice, and compassion. Every person, no matter their background, deserves to be respected. Our movement is oriented towards justice and ensuring the rights of all people.
We are trying to bring about a new, interesting race that will be a marathon, a half marathon, and other various distances. We plan to partner with different organizations in Louisville and give them donations for their cause. Alongside with this, we'll be creating a documentary that shows the steps we have taken to get there, as well as highlighting specific parts of the event, such as the celebration after the marathon is completed.
This race is led by high school students. As we have grown up in the city of Louisville, we have seen and experienced our own injustice. As we get older, we recognize that these are not fair, and we want to do our job as better ancestors and make sure no one else experiences this.
We wanted to create a race that could be held annually in remembrance of those who our justice system failed, as well as highlighting important landmarks that go hand in hand with justice in Louisville. We wanted to create a symbol of moving forward as well as progressing in our fight for justice, and be able to create real connections with other people that inspire, intersect with, and fund our passion for justice. When we were creating our race, we wanted to do something to symbolize something deep-rooted in our own city. As we know, Breonna Taylor was killed on March 13th at the age of 26 in our own town, Louisville, Kentucky. We used that to decide that our entire marathon would be 26.2 miles for each year of her life, and the half marathon of 13.1 for the day she was murdered. The race will include activities throughout and a closing ceremony with speakers, booths to learn more information, and the ability to sign up for the race the following year.
As runners make their way through Louisville, we want them to encounter historical markers that show our city's progress from injustice. We want to provide the runners an experience that will also help them grow and learn through the rich history of Louisville. As people are running for their own justices, they will be learning about the past and making themselves better ancestors. We've been working with the Kentucky Historical Society to identify these locations. Using information from the Anne Braden Institute, we've identified about a dozen markers, like Mount Zion Baptist Church and Fountain Ferry Park. The race will have planned demonstrations near each marker so runners can experience the history of that location.
Instead of having a race fee, people can donate to an organization of their choice. We've already established partnerships with Roost 101, the Louisville Community Bail Fund, and Americana Community Center. We're still in the process of meeting with more local nonprofits to broaden the representation of justice work supported by our race.
There have also been a few students working on a documentary to show who we are and our process of creating this race. We've been working with people such as local documentary filmmaker Remington Smith, and the owner of Best Dad Media, Kyle Gordon. They both have past experience in film work, which will help us with the construction of the documentary. With this race, we are also bringing light to lots of matters in the world today, and some people have stories tying into these issues. We want the documentary to capture some of these stories to show how much of an impact these can have on different people. By conveying these issues, we can make a difference in our society and progress forward rather than back.
We have met with Breonna Taylor's mother, Tamika Palmer, and their family attorney, Lanita Baker, where they both agreed to become our partners throughout the rest of this event. They expressed their excitement to us, as we did to them, for the dynamics of this project, and we look forward to working alongside them throughout the rest of this experience. The only justice Breonna has received has been through the community. This race allows us to meet at the intersection of justice, love, and compassion to build a stronger community. We are asking you today to consider becoming a sponsor for this event. Sponsors at the bronze level will receive a thank you on our website. Sponsors at the silver level will get to have their logo included on our thank you page. Sponsors at the gold level will receive bronze and silver plus their logo on some of our race materials. Sponsors at the platinum level will receive bronze, silver, and gold benefits, plus their logo printed on the official race t-shirt and the option for a promotional booth at the event. We thank you for your time and hope you'll consider sponsoring. Please email us with any questions.
So that is their email if you wanted to contact that group, but you can see the interdisciplinary action that's happening in there and how they are embracing intersectionality. That again is just one project. A middle school is addressing food deserts, or I like to call food apartheid in Louisville. This is Camerer. And just some statistics that they are looking at. In 2019, 44,000 people lived in food deserts across Louisville, and they go on to educate this. So we have students who are understanding that they are inheriting these systems and patterns of injustice, and they are using their skills to learn and work together to solve them. We Are Kentucky. This is a docu-series movement to help the unheard voices from migrants of our community to be heard. This is located at Iroquois High School. The district-wide BSU has a couple of projects. One is they're publishing a poetry book, and another one is they're going to do a mural campaign. So down at the very bottom of this screen, you see the draft of the mural right now. It's documenting justice leaders past and present across Louisville. And then you see the building where we are going to be putting this mural. Elementary school students from Brown are taking on demystifying stereotypes and doing multiple projects, and they will be working closely with the Kentucky Derby Festival Foundation to get their work out into the world. The students from Western Middle School are also building a documentary, We Have a Voice, really showing that our youth, maybe they can't vote, but they do have a voice, and that matters, and we can learn a lot from them. So this is Justice Fest. This is our live stream to our Justice Fest. Our major partner to pull off Justice Fest is the Kentucky Derby Festival Foundation. We cannot speak highly enough for them. This is going to be an annual event. And so all of these projects that we just told you about, students worked on these. They got as far as they could from January 21st to May 22nd. And then at Justice Fest, we were at the Kentucky International Convention Center. We had 18 groups presenting. We had a room full of panelists for each, and they presented their project. Here's the injustice. Here's the inequity it does. Here's our data. Here's the work we've done so far. Here's how it's impacted us. Here's how it's impacted the community. We've only got this far, though. We need this specific help to move forward. Will you help us? And so we had panelists who were matching up with them to help meet their needs through expertise, through mentorship, through funds, through resources, everything. Again, building that intergenerational component. And what we're so proud of is we created a pipeline from justice leaders and major business leaders in our community directly to students who are doing the projects they care about. really encourage you to click this later on and watch the student work at Justice Fest. It is tremendous.
Matt, I hate to leave you there, but we have to kind of go through a few more things before we get into our next round of presentations, man. I'm terribly sorry, but this is such a powerful and incredible presentation that you all showed with us today. Do you have a couple final words you want to give us before we go on to our next section of the morning?
I have one thing to say at the end, but Nairi has it here. Nairi?
No, that's it, because it's time. So thank you so much.
So here is, so she had a whole really inspirational thing to share with you here. Our chant is, what do we want, justice? When do we want it now? And what we want to encourage you all at the very end is that there is going to be a video, a sign-up form right here. So if you are interested in partnering with us, and if you're in JCPS and want to be a teacher doing this work with us, there's an interest form. Just go ahead, sign up here, and we'll be getting 25 teachers to do this work with us in August. So, but we want to grow this community as much as possible. Please fill out that form there. Thank you, everybody, for your attention, and thank you for giving us the chance to present.
Matt and Nairi, thank you so much for being here. This is just such an important presentation for us to have right now, and it just really speaks to exactly what we're doing here with Kentucky Go Digital. And so I'm actually going to take this time to go ahead and read our mission. If our wonderful Elaine will go ahead and pull that up for us on our back end here, because I think it ties in so perfectly with everything you were just talking about. So the mission of Kentucky Go Digital is to inspire Kentucky educators to create innovative leading and learning experiences, to connect us together through social media, live digital events and conferences, so we can share ways we are innovating and investing in more digital learning superpowers for our Kentucky students. Yes, and that is exactly what Matt and Nairi have been doing with Justice Now. I saw so many things in the chat where people were just saying oh my gosh, there's so many ways for these students to share their voices and to make their stories and their experiences heard. And that's exactly what we're doing here today. We want your students' voices to be heard. We want your voices to be heard. We need to hear the voice and to see the experience of your community and your district and your school and everything that you have going on. There is nothing, if the world has shown us anything, empathy is the most important thing that we can have and that we can teach our students. And technology is such, it can be so easy to move away from those empathetic ideas, but if we use it correctly and we connect with each other correctly, it's the most powerful tool we have to build that empathy and connection among our students. So let's go ahead, and since it is 9:27, let's go ahead and take a look at our schedule for the day, if we can get that pulled up. So at 9:30, we're going to start off with Allison Gregory. You can see the schedule there. We go from Allison to Karen to Lauren to Mindy and Ashley to Sarah to Samantha and then to Felicia at 12:30. All of those presentation links will be in there, and you should have them on the virtual event schedule. If you find that, we'll talk about that in just a second. Later today, when we take the stage, we will have a lunch and learn for 12:30 to 1. And then, lunch and learn would be, anywhere you want it to be. At 1 o'clock, we have Selena and Tara. Then we have Courtney. Then we have Katie and Angie. Then we have Maggie. And then we have Tori bringing in our afternoon session. And then we are going to close it out at 3:30 with David Lockhart, the big guy in a bow tie. Also, and I can go ahead and throw the event schedule in the chat for you all as well, because I think I have it pulled up. I will in just a second. We have on-demand presenters this year, so this is an awesome way for you to continue to learn after we get off here today, or if you have to step away to take a phone call or something like that. Remember, everything will be on our YouTube channel, and also we have all these on-demand sessions here for you as well. So feel free to check those out as you can. They're all going to be amazing, and you can see just a wide variety of topics that are covered here. So I don't think we have Kathleen on with us anymore for the PD credit and shareback, but please make sure to check your email later. You will have a form to fill out. You'll have 24 hours to complete it, and then receive up to 7 hours of PD/EILA credit. But really, if we go down to our symbol, the purple cow, this is everything Kentucky Go Digital is. It's a special symbol of being unafraid to stand out and to be remarkable. And we share to thousands of educators and people across Kentucky. So once again, just a shout out to you for saying yes to creating, connecting, and sharing for our Kentucky students, our Kentucky communities, our future Kentucky leaders. They need you. And we are so happy that you're here putting in the work. One of the other beliefs that we have at Kentucky Go Digital, excuse me, is that we need to shatter the silos from district to district. And we know even in a district, those silos exist from building to building. We need to get rid of those things, and that is why we're here, to bridge between buildings, to bridge between districts. Even if you're not that far away, it seems like you can still be disconnected from one another. And so how we do that is here today with Kentucky Go Digital and our live Kentucky Go Digital sessions that are hour-long throughout the year, but also on Twitter with the hashtag KYGoDigital. So please get on there, get connected. We would love for you to send us a selfie and let us know what you're drinking. I've got my coffee mug here. It's from a local artist in Louisville. It's awesome. It's actually pottery, but it looks like a real antler. So fancy. So I took a picture earlier. I posted a selfie with my wood here for our 5-year anniversary. So please, let us know where you're from. Take a selfie, show us your coffee mug, show us any props you want to, and let us know what district you're repping, because we want to know where you are. We want to start to bridge those connections with others around us. And those will be on TweetMe during different breaks and things like that. Just make sure that when you tweet, you use the hashtag KYGoDigital. That way we can all see it, we can like it, we can retweet it, we can follow you, and we can all become brilliant together. Finally, don't forget that all of our sessions and hundreds of other episodes are available on demand on the Kentucky Go Digital YouTube channel, giving you the power of pause post-event. And we cannot forget our end game. Our end game is everything Matt and I were talking about. Our end game is everything that Jeff Zabalski does with STLP. Our end game is our kids, about them learning and growing, and about them being learners now, being learners tomorrow, being learners in 5 years and 10 years, and continuing to lead our communities and our state to be the best that it can be. So today, let's go out, let's shatter the silos, let's put on our 3D glasses, and let's sit back and rock it out with some awesome educators from around the state of Kentucky. Thank you so much for being here. None of this exists without you. We love you. Enjoy your Kentucky Go Digital Year 5. Woo!
Hello, Miss Allison Gregory. Thank you, Matt. You are awesome. Hello, Dana. So we have Allison, and she is from Graves County, and she is going to start off our first session. And go ahead. I'll let you have. Don't want to take any more of your time.
All right, guys. Good morning, Purple Peeps is what I call you guys. Been here since the beginning, so I'm super excited to see how much it's grown, regardless if we're virtual or in person. But I do want to throw something out to connect to our keynote at the beginning. And so I want you to definitely use the chat as we go throughout this. But I just want you to think, and you can chat it out too, 1 or 2 words that was brought to your mind through that presentation and through what we were listening to. And some of you were saying, great job, I want to be involved in that. But what does that whole presentation encompass when it looks at what we are called to do as educators? And so I'm just going to give you a moment just to think about that. 1 or 2 words encompass what they were talking about. And so it's hard for me to pause because I only got till 9 o'clock. You guys know I'm long-winded. I'm going to tell you what I took away from it. At the end of the day, no matter where you're teaching, where you're leading, where you are a student in the state of Kentucky, I do believe we are called to be difference makers. And when I say that, I also don't say it lightly, because it's a lot of work to be a difference maker. And it's really, really easy to continue status quo. And it's what I call mediocre. And so I believe that as an educator, as a parent, as a person, as a woman, I am called to fight mediocrity in everything that I do. And I push my own kids and my school towards that. And so I always start every presentation with, at some point, I'm probably going to ruffle some feathers today. And that's okay, because I'm called to make you think through that. So everything that we're going to be talking about until 9 o'clock this morning is about the fact that we are better together. And so I'm glad I got to follow my peeps from JCPS, because I'm 4 hours away from them. But I think that at the end of the day, that is what we're called to do in education. And it's continually changing in the fact of, we say we want a partner, we say we want parents in our buildings, but do we really? And so we're going to do a little bit of soul searching as educators, as parents, as teachers in the next 27 minutes. So let me go ahead and share my screen with you guys, and we will work through what I've got. Let me also tell you, and I'll try to unshare too, because I can't stand when you all can't see me always, but everything I share with you today, I am not perfect. My school is not perfect. We are on a daily journey when it comes to communication. And so today I just want you to get some paper and pencil. This is interactive. I want it in front of you, and we're going to take a pulse check about where you are. This presentation is not just for teachers. It is for whether you're an elementary teacher, it is for administrators and district people. So I've really tried to encompass a little bit of everything, because communication is key at every point, and it has to start with why. Why do we need to communicate? Why is this important? And so in the next few minutes, we're just going to center around the W's, all right? So the center of this is always the why, but what are we communicating and where? Okay, are we communicating? And for those of you who say, I'm not really communicating anything, that in itself is communicating, if we're being really honest. So if we want better results for our kids, we're going to have to communicate and collaborate. No longer is the excuse acceptable, at least in my realm of reality, that, well, I sent it home, parents should get it. Or I emailed it out, parents should get it. I want those excuses taken off the table. It's just not okay anymore. And I think that we realized that when we were in a pandemic, and very quickly we weren't able to see kids on a daily basis. And so how were we forced to communicate? We realized how important it was. It was important for us as staff members. It was important for us as teachers home. Every bit of it mattered. And so we went to work. And that is probably my biggest learning curve as a learning leader in my school, was we did start to communicate a lot, but we also caused a little bit of chaos, if we're really being honest about that. So I want you to start by just thinking about, what is it, whether you're a principal, whether it is a teacher, I want you to jot it down, or you can try to put it into the chat if you want to. I'm trying to watch it. It's a little bit of a time delay. But what do you communicate on a daily basis, on a weekly basis? What is it that comes from you that you are communicating out daily?
I'll also watch for you, Allison.
Okay.
Let's see.
I'll kind of go on and off my presentation. It's so hard for me because I want to see people for some reason.
I can share my screen if you want me to.
No, you're okay. All right, you ready? I'm seeing some. I communicate a schedule. What happens when you're communicating with parents and they're disengaged completely? Goals, daily agendas. All right, so here we go. I've tried to think through what you might say. All right, so here are in general what I found of the what that we're communicating. We definitely communicate all information, dates, deadlines, etc. And how do we communicate that? That's our newsletters. That's our Google slide we send out. That could be an email that we send out. But we're always communicating that what? That information is key. We communicate academic progress, right? So we've gone from report cards being sent home to now parents have parent portal on Infinite Campus. We should be communicating academic progress on a regular basis, okay? Awesome job in that chat. I see that you're doing. Okay, this one just popped up. I think it was Derek Delaney said daily behavior, good and bad. Absolutely. We should be communicating that, all right? And sometimes that's uncomfortable, but we should be communicating behavior. And I hope that we as school communities, just like our first presentation, the keynote, that we are communicating opportunities, both academic and extracurricular, for our kids to become civic minded, to understand what opportunities there are after high school, and that it's not just a 4-year university anymore, although that's an option. We have to be better communicators when it comes to the what with opportunities with our students. All right, so where are we communicating all this? So I'm hoping this comes off to where
I see you. Yep.
You do see me?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Where are we communicating is really key, because this was the moment last year that I was like, whoa, because many of us are parents as well in the district where we work, or we're a parent of a neighboring district, our kids go somewhere else. All right, so where we communicate, wow, it got a little scary, all right, because everybody in education has their thing that they love, that they want to use to communicate all their whats, right? So I've seen them over here in the chat. I've seen Class Dojo. I've seen Canva, Infinite Campus, Remind, all right? So if I look over here, when I took a pulse, and this is what I want you to do as I'm talking, which I know is hard because I talk a lot, okay? What I want you to do is take a pulse of where you're at. So I'm going to share my screen again. And I want to know, all right, what is your where? So as far as information, this is where I was getting information as a parent. I had Remind, I had 2 or 3 reminds coming at me. I had emails, I had text, and I had a website that I could go to for that information. Academics, we push our parents to go on Infinite Campus. Infinite Campus is where you get a grade. Schoology is our learning management system, and it's where you go to see what your students are doing in class. All right, then where will we go for behavior? There's a whole multitude of ways of wheres, I'm going to call them wheres, that my teachers were at. They would email behavior, maybe. I push phone calls. I think phone calls are a huge plus. And if they ever come to the office, there's definitely a phone. We've got apps that track behavior. And then we've got Class Dojo. Those were just some that came at the top of my mind that I know that we use. Google Classroom as well. All right, and then where am I putting the what's when it comes to opportunities? Again, I'm using email. I'm using a newsletter. Our counselors put a newsletter out every month, okay? Also, learning management system, we have a group for each grade level at my high school, and so they can get scholarship opportunities through that, program opportunities, and then my counselors also all had Remind. And so immediately, I hope the connection you're making is not everything done with the where and the what was with the best intentions, right? We've got to get the information out there. We've got to put it out. And so if you like Remind, use Remind. If you like Send It, use Send It. If you like Infinite Campus, you use Infinite Campus. But what did it cause for our communities? What does it cause for our parents? And some of the hosts down there.
We had somebody in the chat say that we're overloading our parents with the where.
Yes. I mean, when I sat back last year and looked at exactly last summer is really when it was, like, they're not engaging with us sometimes because it's an overload, right? And it was with the best of intentions. But it's an overload as a parent to be getting information from so many different places. Yes, overload, Mark Johnson, exactly right. And so I don't say this as a slap on our hands. I say this as, let's remember, if we want to improve school-to-home communication, then we're going to have to make some changes in what we're currently doing. All right? So if I look at the why, as teachers and school leaders, I love this quote, we have a responsibility to shake out the notion of what traditional parent engagement looks like. We need to be creative and persistent. And then I have to ask my teachers, my leaders, myself, what I'm doing, the where, everything I'm using, is it to benefit our student success and parent engagement or our own agenda? To be able to say, this is where I'm going to ruffle feathers. Well, I put it out there. Well, I communicated it. Well, I emailed it. Because at the end of the day, it is not about me as a leader in this building. It is about my 1,100 students who walk in here every day and their parents. If I want better engagement, if I want better school-to-home communication, then I'm going to have to ask their opinion, which is super scary sometimes, right? Super scary. And so I put this down here. If this is true, then teachers, staff, coaches, we're going to have to start to compromise. And that's where I was at last year, and that's where I'm kind of pushing. So one of the compromises might be among your team, your grade level team. How are we sending out a newsletter? Should we send out a newsletter just as a team? All right. Or how are we going to communicate weekly with parents? And so the compromise, one of those ideas for you guys is we will use our learning management system. But even that was overwhelming for parents and students because everybody set it up differently. And so you're going to say, people will push back on me and say, you're taking my creativity away, Allison. I like this app, I like this tool, and I'm going to use it. I'm going to say yes and no. It may take some creativity out of that. You don't get to choose your tool, but what you do with that tool is up to you. Does that make sense? And so for me, it was very important that we headed into next year or last year, all using our learning management system the same. Everybody's going to have a folder for that week. And that folder is going to be so that if we were to go to NTI, if we were to have a snow day, if we were to not be in school, that when parents logged into the LMS or students logged into the LMS, it was very clear what they were supposed to be doing. Those are the types of compromising I'm talking about that you may have to have. It should not be out of just compliance. I want us to think bigger. I always say this to my site base. It is our job to see the forest. Some of us only see our tree. So I'm going to challenge you this year as you sit down with your team, as you sit down with your school, to try to see the forest before just your tree and what you want and what you see. All right? So with that said, when you get to your why, that it's about engaging parents, and in order to engage parents and students, we're going to have to streamline all those wheres, where we put things. And with that, what I like from this quote is we also have to remember to be creative and persistent. And then I'm going to add a piece that says it has to be personal. So I challenge you to find out where your parents access information. I'm going to hurt some people's feelings. Guess where they don't access information? Your website.
Well, it's so hard to update, isn't it, Allison? It's like
Absolutely.
it's another thing to do. I agree.
And so people will say, well, put it on the website. I'm going to push back forever and always, like, nobody's going to my website. Maybe the only time they do is when they're moving into my community, right? And so I want you to take a pulse of where your parents are and survey them. Where do you access your information? Where do you want to get your information? And that's what's scary for educators sometimes who are stuck in status quo, because if they tell us something different than what we're doing, then I'm going to have to change. And I know nobody in this Purple Cow conversation right now is like that, but sometimes our admin are. This is the way we've always done it. Parents have always signed up for our email list. What? You can get on Infinite Campus and send it out that links every night to active email. So I don't want us to just survey to say they had a voice. Let's use what they have, what they tell us. So in my experience, what I found is that our parents are on Facebook. Some of our younger parents and young adults are on Instagram. Our teenagers are on Snapchat, period, point blank. And I'm not snapping anything else. So we're still at work with our teenagers. And then Twitter's a mixed review. I've got some parents who are on Twitter, but most all my parents are on Facebook. And let me give you an example about this. So everything I put out, I don't just go one place, all right? So just yesterday, when we talk about being creative, persistent, and personal, just yesterday, we did a welcome video. We are just gone to online registration. Sorry for those of you who've been doing it for years, but we just went to online registration. I had 400 people that had not registered yet. So I get on, I make a video because that's personal. People are not going to read a 7-page email. People want to see your face. And I want my face to be out there. I want to have that personal connection with my community. So I made a video. And let me tell you this, teachers and administrators, do I really like that? No, but it's not about me. It's about my community and what they need. And so made a video, posted it to Facebook, and then I used one of my channels, Send It, to actually send a text to every person's phone in my school. So all they would have to do is click on the text, click on the YouTube video, and I am not kidding. My office manager about killed me yesterday because in about 30 seconds, the phone started ringing because they needed help with online registration. My parents are on Facebook, they'll watch a video, and they are on their phones receiving text messages. That's what I'm talking about. Get to where your parents are. Unless your parents are working, I'm going to say a blue collar job, etc., they're not on their email either. So while we still send emails, and I think that's important, that is not getting the majority of your parents. Even our parents aren't checking their email. And so I see in the chat that they talked about students aren't either. I agree. Okay, I agree. So when we get to streamlining modes of communication, it's like you all wrote my presentation for me over there, but parents have to know where to go to get certain things. That is so key to me. Like, tell parents, why would I need to get on my learning management system? Why do I need to get on Infinite Campus? Where do I go to get this information? And so that's something that I always put out at the very beginning of school because I think that's important. Parents don't know the why behind things, and that is key. That is key, all right? So with us, in my experience, I want you to think through streamlining your modes of communication. Let me see my time here. I'm good. All right, so we decided that in general, when we're using Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, that is mainly used for student celebrations and shout outs. All right, that's where we put all of our shout out celebrations and any informational videos. Why? Because they can go back at those and access them. Our most viewed posts on Facebook and the most shared, guess what's on them? You guys already know. It's student faces. It's students doing work. It's students learning. And what better way to clearly communicate and empower learners in your building and show parents what they're doing. All right. So I think that's key. So that's why we use those modes, these wheres. All right. And then Infinite Campus. So you've got to tell your parents, like, here's why you would need to get on Infinite Campus. Here's what Infinite Campus is used for. And so if they want to see where their students' grades are, where their academic progress is, that's where we communicate that, is Infinite Campus. But also this past year, instead of having 75 reminds coming out from multiple teachers, I think high school teachers get in the rut of, I've told the teenager, so they should tell their parent. But I'm here to let you know that I've got a 16-year-old and a 15-year-old that live in my house, and they are really good students, and they tell me nothing. So I still need communication from my high school teachers. And so we decided as a school family that we would send a weekly email through Infinite Campus that would go to their email, but also be on their parent portal when they signed in. And that weekly email went out on the same day for all parents. So if there's any question about what my student was doing or what test was coming up, it came through that Infinite Campus. What's the glory of that? I don't have to worry about an email not getting to the right spot. As long as I put their email in registration, we're good to go. All right, so I communicate that with parents. Yes, love Screencastify. It is my best friend. Okay. All right, and then Send It is a program that we use because we don't pay for the program through IC, but I'm going to tell you right now, if I could ask my district to do anything for me, it would be to put everything coming through Infinite Campus, so it's a one-stop shop for teachers and parents as well. But The power of a program like that is I can send my weekly email, my phone call, my text. Now, you know what? Parents aren't reading your emails either. And so I'm really going towards doing a video update for parents and students to watch if they so wish, to add that personal connection and that creativity. And sometimes it'll be a screencast to show parents how to access things. Other times it will just be me. But here is the key. It needs to be your voice. Nobody likes to get that message from the districts that's an automated voice. Can I get an amen on that?
Amen.
Okay, thank you. Nobody, make it be your voice, and you'll say, I'm country. I'm as country as they come. I don't care. I want them to hear my voice. This is Mrs. Gregory from Grace County High School. Hey, how you doing? It has to be personal. So you as a teacher, make sure that they are seeing you, that they are hearing your voice. All right? Now, phone calls are always best, we think, too, of making that connection with home. But I also know that we're busy during the day, but nothing can replace that phone conversation. So I would really love when you are thinking about, I love your amens in the chat, but when you're thinking about, oh, I'll just send them an email because it's easier for me, I can get it off my chest. What you are sacrificing potentially is a connection with that parent. And so if I'm going to receive bad news, I don't know anybody who wants to receive bad news about their kid on an email. I just don't. Mm-hmm. So if you want to get out of the rut of I'm always calling for bad information, well, then call for good, right? These aren't new things, but this is that streamlining. Parents need to know that the where and what of what we're communicating. All right. Sorry, how much time do I have? Okay, 4 minutes. All right, so get creative, guys. All right, so be a learner, and everybody in this, that's why I love KYGoDigital, because you're all purple cows. Like, we are all runners in our school. You know, you talk about, I think Ron Clark in his book talks about the runners, the riders, the walkers. Like, I love this. I live for KYGoDigital because we're runners. But I want you to get creative, and I want you to learn new things. All right, so principals, if you are still sending out just emails, and that's the only way you communicate, let's start to get creative. Okay, so this is what I was talking about in just my back to school bash information like a day ago. I had over 300 views in that first 30 minutes, over 1,000 by the end of the day. So they will access that information from a video. But more than that, learn something, learn a tool that you can use, all right, to showcase kids in a creative way. So I've really gotten into Canva. All right, so I love Canva. And so my goal for this year will be to create these things and not just put them on Facebook, but on my video announcements or on my video shout outs. I'm talking to them. They verbally hear me saying, I'm so proud of Madison Braden. I'm so proud of Aubrey Morse. Or look at what Lewis Driver did. And I'm putting that out there all the time. Think about how can I put the good things going on in my classroom out on a regular basis. So when you think through that, I want you to think, oh my gosh, this is too much, Allison. You might be a runner, but I am a jogger, and this is just too much for me to take on all by myself. We have the most creative humans alive sitting in front of us. And whether it's a third grade student or a high school student, they need to learn to communicate. So spread the wealth there. Let your students create. All right, screencastifies. Let them create the newsletters for what you're doing that week. Take the time on Monday, because if they create what we're doing this week, where we're going this week, and they communicate it to their parents, are parents more likely to watch that video? Absolutely, absolutely. So I want you to think about what can my students do, but then also, this was our social media strategy last year. Okay, I've got 2 minutes. All right, this was our social media strategy, because it can't just fall on me as the learning leader in this building. So if you're a classroom teacher, what you're going to think about is having teams of people in your classroom who are responsible. One of our priorities at Grace County High School is to tell our story every day. How are we telling our story? And so Monday was purpose driven. So I was in charge of that. Branding. And then Tuesday was all about relationships and showcasing community. Wednesday was about being purpose-driven. What do we need to communicate out to everybody? Thursday, empower learning. That was the focus that it was. And so we were going to make sure every Thursday we got stuff out that showed the awesome things our kids and teachers were doing in their classroom. And then Friday was always student spotlight, celebration, birthday. So if I took that to my classroom, you got to create a relationship with your peeps, and then please connect. Let's connect. I'm at Mrs. Gregory on Twitter. I love to learn from you guys. And if there's anything else, I want you all day long and all year long to connect with these purple cows, make them your people, and fight mediocrity every day, because you're surrounded by people who want status quo. And we cannot do that for our kids. It's urgency. We cannot be status quo. All right, I'm done. Woo!
Thank you, Allison. You are awesome. We appreciate you so. And I know you're rocking it out there in Graves County. And tell everybody that that's where I originated. So tell everybody I said hi when you rock it out again there. You've got so many purple cows down there. I know you do.
I do.
So we appreciate you. And yes, I love that communication streamline. And when somebody finds that silver bullet, make sure that you connect it to the hashtag on Twitter so we can continue to share and break down those silos so that we all can learn from one another. So we appreciate it so much, Allison. So up next, we have Karen. And Karen, I don't want to mess up. It's Kim Schmidt. Is that it? Is that the right way?
Kim Schmidt, yeah.
Kim Schmidt, yay! I love it. It's a cute name. Cute name. It's like mine. It's like it's big. It's long. So I know you get it. You get it a lot. So do I. But we have you up next, and I know we're already 2 minutes over, so I want to get you started, and you can take it away. We're so glad to have you.
Sure, yes. Hello, I am Karen Kampschmidt, and I teach 6th grade language arts at Highlands Middle School, which is in the Fort Thomas Independent District in Northern Kentucky in Campbell County. And when I was thinking about what I could share, I wanted to share something that really helped me and my coworkers work smarter and not harder, and to kind of combine some of the resources that we had to make our teaching more streamlined. We have a really good digital coaching foundation and technology department in my school district, and they're very supportive and have given us the tools that we can use to be creative, and hopefully this is something that maybe will help someone out there. So what I'm sharing today is how we combined, basically how my language arts department combined all of our resources into Google Sites to sort of create our own digital textbook. And I think it came about because we, as a department, and it's not just something that happens in language arts, but it's in all subjects across all grade levels, really, is that teachers have such a myriad, a plethora of digital resources that they can use, whether your school is subscribing to, for example, we use Scholastic, we also use IXL sometimes, we also use No Red Ink, we also use we had a textbook. We used the College Board Springboard textbook for a while. You might also use Brain Pop or Quizzes or Kahoots or whatever. You're using all of these things. And so I was finding that, I had my textbook, or I had my main, curriculum resources, but then I had all of these outside things as well. So we determined that we wanted to make a more condensed, a more user-friendly way to incorporate all of our resources into one place. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you at this time so that you can kind of see some of the things that I wanted to share with you. So I talked a little bit about myself there, so I'm going to skip that part. The main agenda for what I want to talk to you about is why we switched to using Google Sites, which is what I already kind of talked to you about, was the amount of resources we were using and how we wanted to combine those into one easy spot. And then I'll talk a little bit about how we created it, and I'll show you what our digital textbook looks like, and then give you some tips and tricks that we have discovered through the first year of using these Google Sites. In addition, so on the left, I talked about for teachers, the the guiding reason why we wanted to do this, but obviously the entire reason why we do what we do is for the kids, and it's great if it makes it easier for teachers, but the primary reason that you want to, make a change in any of your teaching or curriculum is for the students primarily. So we found, and I'm sure other people have been in this boat before, but when you have, whether it's a paper textbook or a digital textbook or resource or whatever, sometimes if you use it a lot, and you're like, okay, turn to, today we're going to be an activity, whatever, and then you'll get these like groans of, oh, we got to log into this again or whatever. And so when you're using the same digital resource, sometimes there can be some burnout, some lack of engagement. And we really found in our first year that, and of course this was our first year using it, but there was more engagement. And I think you'll see that when you see how we put the resource together. And then another driving force, which was related to our previous year, was that when we had students in quarantine, it was easier for students to follow the lessons. It was easier for them to see the steps and laid out, and everything was kind of all in one spot. And so we found that it was easier to navigate those remote students, and moving forward out of, returning to a sense of normalcy in the future, we know that this will help just with any student that is absent, and allow them to keep up with their schoolwork a little bit better when they're not in school. So this is sort of the process of how we went about. None of us had used a Google site before, really. We've been around for a while, and we've, built our own website in the past. And there's, sometimes you have to put things on your school website and things like that. But none of us had ever personally designed our own Google site. So it was a new thing for us to learn. We use a lot of Google products and a lot of Google apps, but we weren't particularly familiar with Google sites. So we did have to learn a little bit, and we did not receive any formal training. We just got in there during our department meetings throughout the school year and started messing around and learning some things. And we were really self-taught, honestly. And then that was during the school year as we were debating sort of like, is this the direction that we want to go in? And then once we decided that we were going to basically ditch our subscription to our super expensive textbook series that we were using, we used our professional development hours that we had been given departmentally to design our textbook. So we met in the summer hours. We split that up. I would estimate that it took about 12 hours over the course of several days, where we worked with our partner teachers to put all of our resources together onto our Google sites. And then throughout the school year this year, as we were implementing it, during our department meetings, we would take a look, we would reflect and revise like what worked well, what didn't work well, and made changes for this year. And then we continue to do that. So I think at this time, I'm gonna show you what our textbook looks like, because it might just make a little bit more sense once you kind of see what it looks like. So this is our textbook's main page, the landing page, which has myself and then my partner teacher on it. You can see on the left that it has our units that we have designed, as well as our district's logo to kind of make this our own. And I'm just going to show you just a sampling of what a couple of the activities look like so you can see what we did. So our first unit is our explanatory unit, where we focus on those types of skills. And so we have sort of a landing page for that, where we give the purpose of the unit, and then we're still maintaining our use of backwards design and making sure that the students know the final assessment and the focus skills for the unit. And then, for example, our first unit combines, you'll see how we combined a variety of resources. So I mentioned earlier that we have a subscription to Scholastic Scope magazine, the language arts magazine. And so that's one of the resources we use for texts for specific units. So we have the Scope link here. We have the instructions for how to log in. And then there's step-by-step instructions about what to do once reading the article. Our learning management system that we use at my school is Schoology. So sometimes we will incorporate, now go to Schoology and complete this. So there's a different step there. There's also links from YouTube that are in there that go with the lesson. This lesson centers around main idea. So there's also a video about main idea. So in the past, my teacher notes in the textbook, first of all, this lesson isn't from a textbook. It's from an outside resource from Scholastic Scope. So if I did have a textbook, if I'm making notes, I also have to remember to write in there, show the video from YouTube, and don't forget to use the Scope article for this. And there's all these extra little things that you might be adding in, videos that you're showing or little assessments that you might be using. So when we do this lesson now, we know all of the resources that we're using, and they're all combined into this one specific site. And so when students are absent or when they were in quarantine, we could tell them, complete all of the steps in activity 1, and it would incorporate all of those different elements. I'll show you a couple other lessons. Unit 2 is our argument unit. So it starts the same way, where we have an overview, the final assessment, and the focus skills. And we created all of the, the background colors, the graphics, all that stuff, and I'll kind of show you how we did that a little bit. So this one, let's show you, okay, so when we get to the writing format, or the writing piece for the argument essay, this is another time that we used a Scholastic Scope article, so we have that in there as well. We also have the student model of an argument piece that they can look at right in there. We also used a video from YouTube here as well. We have a class activity here where students are analyzing what an argumentative thesis or claim looks like. That would just be done verbally as a class. We also have a quizzes link to practice the argument skills or terms. And then at the end of that lesson is, because it's near the end of this unit, they'll also complete their on-demand writing. So that, again, combines all of those resources into that one specific spot. And then the last one, in Unit 3, which is our Elements of Fiction unit, the first activity is on characterization and theme. And this is our short story Thank You Ma'am. So we have a couple short story introduction videos, a little background about the author. And then we have something that we use in a lot of our lessons where we incorporate a Google Doc. So this Google Doc will have the text of the story in it, and then at the bottom of the Google Doc will be analysis questions for the students. So when students are working within the textbook using this Google Doc, they see this little gray box right here, which allows them to pop out that Google document, and then they make a copy of it in their own Google Drive. Because right now this document belongs to the textbook, but they all know after the first week or two to go ahead and make a copy of that. And so then they can interact with the text, they can mark the text, do annotations, and then they can also answer the analysis questions in whichever way that you want them to, ending with the theme statement that we do. So we wanted to make sure that in designing the textbook that we made sure that the students were able to interact with the text still in the same way that they would with a paper textbook, because annotation is so important. And so these Google Docs are all able to be opened up and make a copy, and then the students have all of that in their folder on their Google Drive. And then we also, when we do our fiction pieces, we also try to include an audio version for our students who may need readers. And honestly, this stuff, Thank You Ma'am was a story that was in our big textbook that we were purchasing. But you can find, they don't own the rights to that short story, so you can find that anywhere. So honestly, the text of it we just got from online, and then you can also find audio versions of many of the texts that you might be reading. Most of your classic texts and things that are used in school, you can find those. So we would just search for audio versions and link those. Or if we couldn't find any, I would record one, and I would just read it and link that audio to the textbook as well. This is at the bottom, this is a presentation from Google Slides that's also been added in for the students. So since it is a Google product, adding Google Slides or YouTube, which is also connected, those are really easy to add into the site. So those are a few of the lessons. Then I just picked those because they kind of are a good cross section of skills and tools that we used while doing this. Okay, I'm going to talk a little bit about some things that we discovered as we were using our site for the first time. I already kind of talked about the one on the left, which was finding texts online and putting them into Google Docs was something that we did a lot of. In the center there where it says student use, I also showed you that students do need to make a copy of any Google Docs so they can interact with it. And then I kind of want to talk about a teacher edition. So one of the things that we discovered, with teachers who are used to having a textbook or some type of paper resource, that you tend to make a lot of notes. My partner teacher, for example, if you were to look at the teacher edition of her textbook, she just has notes everywhere, just reminders of things to do or cross out this or do this or whatever. And when you switch to a Google site for your actual textbook, you don't have the opportunity to do that. And so sometimes you want to make a note about something that you want to remind yourself to do, or whether it's you want to do something as a group activity or you want to use this as a jigsaw or whatever it is. So what we did was we decided to use Google Keep as kind of like our note-taking place for our digital textbook. So and I had never used Keep before this year. Some of you probably already know what that is or have been using it a lot, but it's just like digital sticky notes. And it's one of the apps that's in your Google Drive. And so we use Keep here. And then basically I have a note for each one of the units. So if I want to remind myself about something that I wanted to do with that particular lesson, for example, in argument 2, it's not written in, or in unit 2, it's not written in the actual textbook lesson that the kids see, but I wanted to remind myself that when I did those counter arguments and rebuttals, that I used an inner outer circle within my classroom to do that. So because I don't have a teacher edition to write that on, I keep that in Google Keep. So as I'm planning each day, I'll just kind of glance at this and remind myself, like, was there something that I wanted to do different than what's written, or something that I wanted to remind myself about the way this activity runs? So some of them don't have anything by them because there wasn't anything I needed to remind myself of, but I have the ability to do that. So I just made one of those for each of my units so that I can keep track of that. So that helped in the absence of a teacher edition for that. The bottom here, oh, sorry, my dog is barking because I think the mailman came. Sorry about that.
Oh, we love dogs. You're good.
Sorry. I told my son, I was like, if the dog starts barking during the presentation, come down and help me. Okay. You got him. Okay, he's got it. So this is a big one on the left where it talks about privacy. And before I started doing and I'll just I feel like I'm talking to no one, so I'm just going to take this off for a second so I can talk to you guys. So one of the big concerns that we had in making our Google site was making sure that we were following copyright laws and that we were doing, using our resources fairly and not violating anything. And so we got in contact with our media specialists at the middle school and the high school and talked to them about, can we put these resources on here? Can we, are we able to use, like, if it's a textbook, thing that we have purchased before, are we allowed to use that? Can we put that on our Google site? And so we made sure that we followed all of the permissions. Our media specialist did recommend that we keep the site within our school district so that it's not just out there on the internet and people could take, because, there are included on our site resources that we pay for, such as Scholastic and things like that has our login information and things like that. So we do keep our site just within accessible within our school district, so our students have access and our teachers. So for the presentation, before I started today, I got a request on the site because it was part of the slide deck, and it was like, check out our language arts site. And so I did open it up to be viewable for the slide deck today. So anybody can go in and check it out. And so I was kind of like, oh God, putting this out there, because it does have some stuff that's just, for our school district. But I did want anyone who wanted to see maybe how we set that up, but I'll be taking those settings off after the conference because We do, to follow copyright laws, we need to keep it within our school district with the things that we purchase. So that's one of the things that we learned as well. And then anytime, the other things that we learned, anytime that you make a new revision to your site, you always want to remember to publish it so students can see it. We keep, as I said, our learning management system is Schoology. So we just keep, when the students, because they do interact with that a lot also, obviously that's where we keep our grades and all that kind of stuff. So I just have a pinned link to our textbook at the top of our Schoology page. And so the students know how to get into that. And I did feel like this year when I said like, hey, let's go into our textbook, there weren't as many, there weren't as many groans, and they knew that all the pages looked different. So I think they didn't know, what they were maybe going to encounter in that lesson that day. It could be anything really. And we tried to make it as engaging as possible. So it was like it helped us put all our resources in one spot. And then I think it was better for the kids that way too. And then let me talk about designing. I'm going to share my screen a little bit for this again. Okay.
There are so many people in the chat, Karen, that are saying they loved it. They can't wait to see it. Great idea. And then, yes, she did get to use a Google site for this. And they just had a question. Can parents access this Google site as well?
That's a great question. Our students, I think it's set to anyone within the Fort Thomas School District. So that would be anyone who has, I think it's probably just going to be students and teachers who can access it, but all of our parents have access to their children's Schoology accounts. So they can see, we're a one-to-one district. So, a parent would have to have their child, they would have to go through their child's Schoology account. So it is not, it's not like you couldn't see it, but you'd have to go through your child's. You have to say, but if a kid was at home and let's say they were working on homework or a lesson or something like that, they could on their device at home, if their parent was sitting with them and they knew that the homework was to do XYZ in activity, whatever, with the student's device at home, the parent could, you could go through and see it. But on a parent's own device, they wouldn't be separate from their child. And that's mostly due to just the copyright things that we have as far as putting that out.
But there's an avenue there. Yeah, there's an avenue. They have access to it. So absolutely. My goodness, there's so many people in the chat. I don't want to, you have some more things to say, so I don't want to get you off track.
I don't have a ton, so you can toss any questions at me for sure.
Goodness.
Hey, I wanted to add, with the parents not really having access, this can actually be a good thing because the student and the parent can access it together, and that can spur some conversation about their learning. So that could be a good thing.
For sure. Yes, it would be a show me situation. Mm-hmm. Show me what you're doing.
Yes. And like Allison said earlier in our last one, you are consistent and you're keeping it and you're streamlining information all in one spot. Awesome.
Yeah, it is good that way. Now, the only other thing that I had that I was going to show was just kind of like what it looks like to set up a Google site. And we had all variety of ability levels in my department, from people who are very tech savvy to people who were a little nervous about starting out. And we really all just kind of got in and helped each other. So from your Google Apps, you would just click on sites. And this is what it looks like when you first get in there. And you're kind of like, okay, well, what do I do now? Because I don't know, what am I doing? So we literally just started off from a blank site. That's how all of this stuff was built. And we just messed around with it to see, until we liked how it looked. We basically, this part on the side right here is just all you're going to do to design. Your pages are, that's like the unit 1 with the activities. Those are all different pages, and within each page you can insert text box, you can insert images, you can embed something from YouTube or from the internet. You can add something from your drive, which is how we added all of the Google Docs and all of the things from there, like Google Slides or something else there. Word documents. It doesn't even have to be a Google product. And then, to tell you the truth, I don't even know what some of these things down here, I've never used some of these things. Most of the things that we did were just experimenting with different layouts. Like here you can write something and then add in a video or add in a presentation, or if you want it to look like this because you have 2 videos and then you want to add in a description of them underneath. We clicked a lot on these boxes, and then we tried to make it pretty. You can add in any image. There's preloaded ones, so you can just have like a color background if you want, and then add in the videos, make it look nice. It was just a work in progress, and it was really just us clicking around and adding in all of the things that we did. But like I said, I mean, my main purpose, in sharing it was just that I really felt like I feel blessed as a teacher that we have so many things that we can use that there's more than ever than when I first started out, just different resources from all different places. And so I felt increasingly overwhelmed with remembering like, oh yeah, I showed that video last year. I forgot to show that video, or, I was going to do that too. And I forgot I did that. And just keeping it all together in one spot was a huge game changer for us. And we really were able to take ownership of what the students were learning. I mean, the dangers that as far as and of course we saved our district a ton of money because we're not purchasing the expensive textbook anymore, because we really felt like we were only using a fraction of that textbook. Because we were using all of these other resources. So it was like we were paying money for the big textbook. We were also paying for red ink and for Turnitin and for IXL and for all of these other things. And so the more resources we got, the less we used our actual textbook. And so it didn't seem fiscally responsible for us to use a third of this incredibly expensive product continually. So we kind of looked at, and that's how we pitched it to our administration, because we were able to keep the rigor and the content and be fiscally responsible. But, there is the fear for administration there is that the teachers do have a little bit more control in their design. So you have to, our administration reviewed our work and made sure that it was, it met standards, it was still teaching standards. And that is something that we may be adding to the actual, we have objectives and learning targets on each of our lessons, but our administration, wants us to maybe put the standard on there as well, so that they know that it's not just something we created that looks pretty and,
Oh yeah, it's a necessity. Like you're using it. It's your tool. It is your tool. And one of the things I love that you're getting to collaborate and not just be in a silo in your own room. You're collaborating with other people and just thinking of how you can expand that district-wide, school-wide is huge. It's huge.
Yes. Yeah. So it's been really great. If anybody has any questions, I'm not an expert. I linked a couple tutorials about Google Sites on my presentation. But to tell you the truth, it was really just trial and error. And I really think anybody could do it if they wanted to. But if you ever have any questions about how we did it, obviously my information's on my slide deck, but we would be glad to help you.
We love it. We love it. Thank you, Karen. You are awesome. And keep it up. If you have questions for Karen, make sure that you use Twitter if possible. And then just make sure you use that hashtag KYGoDigital.com. We know in our classrooms, if a student has a question, there are other students that have the same questions. So don't shoot her an email. Put it out on Twitter. If you don't have a Twitter account, this is the day you're going to be awesome to make it and use that hashtag, because you are actually going to be able to see and learn from this entire community where we connect and create and share. So it is almost time. Thank you again, Karen. We appreciate you so much. We appreciate you. We have Lauren. Hello, Lauren. How are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm good. Lauren is from Oldham County, and it's Rata. Say your last name for me.
Rata, yes.
Rata. Thank you. I didn't want to botch it, but I did.
Unique last names today,
yes,
everybody.
Yes, we do. That's okay. That's okay. And Lauren is here, and she's going to be talking about being your own Miss Frizzle. I love Miss Frizzle. She was awesome. She's still alive today.
I thought about bringing in, the orange wig and the fun dress and everything, but I decided against it. I got my fancy purple cow shirt instead.
We do. And speaking of those purple cow shirts, if you are watching us live, of course, tweet out using that hashtag and tag your district so we know. We're trying to keep track of how many districts we're getting to be involved today. So and then we're going to put you in a drawing for some t-shirts. So if you're interested in a t-shirt and a sticker or two, jump into that. All right, Lauren, I'm not going to take any more of your time. We've got lots of awesome people here, and I know they can't wait to hear from you.
Yeah, thank you, Elaine. Like Elaine mentioned, my name is Lauren Rata, and I'm a digital learning coach here in Oldham County, and I'm really excited to be here with all of you all today. My presentation is called Be Your Own Miss Frizzle with Google's project tool. And so today I'm going to dig you deeper into Google Earth, but specifically that project tool. And the reason why I chose to share this tool today is because although I've used it in previous school years, I really found it very beneficial this past year. And so did my teachers, my students, everyone loved it. Because, some people were remote learning. We had VLA all year long, and at times, even for in person, we were back and forth. We had traveling restrictions, so we couldn't always take our students outside the four walls of our classrooms, even though we really wanted to create those authentic learning experiences. And also just kind of I had teachers express to me, I feel like my content is kind of getting stagnant, it's boring. I'm doing the same thing. I'm making an instructional video. I might have a cool, fun quiz or something digital, but I really need increased engagement. And so also this project tool allowed them to convey their content to students in a new, engaging, different way. And so I hope that you find it powerful today. I'm going to walk you through the basics of how to get started and what it looks like, as well as show you the exact steps. So if you want to start creating one on your own, and as well as some student examples. And then at the very end, if we have time, we can even talk about, because the power is when students create. So if we have time, I'll talk to you about some resources of how you could teach your students how to create their own projects and then collaborate and share with others. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and we can get started.
Awesome. I'll let you know that we can see it once you do, so you don't have to.
Perfect.
Yes, we can see it.
Yay, thank you so much. So, like I said, welcome. We're here in our 30-minute session about being your own Miss Frizzle with that Google Project tool. So here are exact learning outcomes, and these slides are available at any time for you. All these resources, slideshows, everything is open to you to use. So please go back and check these out on your own as well. So first, we're going to talk a little bit about Google Earth and what it is, so you know what that platform is. And then we'll dig into that specific tool within Google Earth called the Projects tool. And then we'll go into some of those classroom implications. And then also I'll share some resources for later with you. So first, let's look at building that background knowledge on Google Earth. What is Google Earth? I think some of us have used it personally. Some have used it professionally in education, but let's dig in just a few minutes just so you have that background knowledge. This is directly from that Google Earth homepage. So I like to think of, and I even tell teachers and students, it's really just that beefed up map of the world. So instead of that 2D drag and drop map you're used to, now it's that 3D globe that you can zoom in and out. You can glide over cities and oceans, and it really makes you feel like you're there. So instead of having the old school globe in our classrooms, we have that virtual version that amplifies it and makes it so much deeper. Also, it's updated in real time. So even though, if we ordered maps in the past, or we had a globe, different landmarks, cities, borders, things change, but we have those updates using Google Earth in real time. Also, Google Earth is not just our planet. You can even go and explore Mars, constellations, and the moon from the same program. So that is Google Earth. A little bit of history to kind of give you some background knowledge. It's actually been around for years, and it was actually used to be called that Keyhole Earth Viewer. It was founded in 2001, so as you can see, it's about 20 years old, and then Google acquired it in 2004. Some of the people who you may have heard of, those founding members that you see down there, famous people who now left and went to places like Uber and Niantic Labs. So some famous tech gurus there. The use of it, I love it because it's device agnostic. You can use it on the Chrome browser of any device by going to earth.google.com. So it's really easily accessible. Also, you can pull it up on the Google Earth app on Android and iOS. So although the creation is done on a desktop or a laptop, that Chrome browser, you can though still pull up and view them. So if you're sharing it with students or students are sharing with each other, they can still use a phone, whether that is iOS based or Android based, to then view them later too. And then you can fully download the program if you really wanted to, that pro version on Windows, Mac, and Linux. For later, if you want to go and preview what Google Earth looks like, there's a little video here for you at your own viewing. So let's look at the actual dashboard. When you go to earth.google.com, I want to quickly talk to you about the main menu options as well as some other tools that you'll notice. And then we'll really dig deep, like I said, into the project tool. That's our specific outcome for today. So you'll see your main menu options all over here that you can find and explore. You've got your quick use tools, and this lets you go to place marks, places within the globe, and then also you can have lines and shapes. And then your additional tools here, you probably can recognize them, zooming in and out. You have resetting your view. You've got toggling between a 2D or 3D. You've got Pegman or street view. So when you pick him up, and I'll show you how to do that later, and place him here in your globe, it literally flies you into that street view map of your location. And then here, this takes you to, if you have your notification or your GPS on with your device and allow it, if you click here on this little icon, it will fly you to your exact location. Digging deeper into that main menu, I like to call it the hamburger, or the 3 lines. Those are your account settings if you ever need to get in there once you're logged in. The search magnifying glass lets you search for anything that interests you. So you could type in a specific place like Louisville. You could use a keyword like pyramids, and it'll show you the pyramids over in Egypt. A specific address, coordinates, country, anything you want to. You can type it in, and it will help you find it and narrow it down. Voyager is cool to explore later. Those are actual collections that Google has created, and kind of built collections or stories, lessons for you already. And so if you want to explore there and start, that might be a great place for you. There's even an education section too, so be sure to check that out. This is fun. I see people use this as transitions, bell ringers, fun things. I'm feeling lucky. You literally roll the dice and it'll randomly take you someplace new. I've also seen it used instructionally where the teacher will do that, but they won't show the students the exact name of the place, and they ask the students to look around and make inferences and observations to see and guess where they think they are. So that's neat as well. The projects tool, I have a little star here because that's what we're going to dig into. That allows you to create those virtual tours on your own within Google Earth. 6 here, this is the map style. It allows you to turn it on and off for different layers. And then that measuring tool. I'm going to show you how to use that measuring tool today, also within projects, so that you can see how that you can have some mathematical implications as well. So let's get into the meat of our time today, which is those basics of the project tool. If you want to come back here later, this is a quick video from Google kind of showing you what that looks like as well. But I'm actually going to come out, if that's okay at this time, and I want to show you, I'm a big believer of showing you in real time. I have the next 10 slides that walks you through what I'm about to do to view later with GIFs and videos, if you want to go back and do it step by step at a later time. But I'm actually going to come out so that I can pull up here in a new tab, Google Earth, and I'd like to show you this and work through it together. I also encourage you at this time, if you would like to, if you're one of those hands-on people, to go to a new tab as well and click up here and go to earth.google.com and explore with me. It will take a second to load. There's a lot of data and information being downloaded. It does work, if you have wireless, but also having that hardwired connection helps as well. So as you can see, here I am when I go to Google Earth. I have what I talked about to you about the main menu over here on that left-hand side and my additional tools. For the most part, it usually brings you up the last place you searched, or it might bring you up to where your current location is. And so right now, I just have a view of where I am presenting here at my office right now. Remember, the tool I'm going to show you today is right over here, and it's called that projects tool. So you'll click on it, and it's going to show you recent projects you have, or you might be just a brand new user, and so you won't have any here. And so that's okay. All you have to do is go to the little blue button that says New Project, and you'll click this Create Project in Google Drive. Also, I love that this is a Google product because, like I just mentioned, you literally can create this here in Google Earth, but it's saving to your Google Drive as a file as well. So it's really easily accessed. Also, all things Google, it auto saves, so that's very helpful as well to let you know. So now to get started, it's very user-friendly. Where it's Untitled Project, all you have to do is click in here and title your project. So we'll just call this a test tour of maybe Louisville today. And after you title it, and this works the same for students, you can add a description. I think it's very helpful when you're creating these tours for your students that you put a description there so that they know what they're about to see, or it could be you're sharing something with parents, same thing, or if students are creating something, make sure you add that description. I'll just say your description goes here. And I'm ready to get started. Like I said, it's auto saving. And now I am ready to go ahead and start adding what they call features. And think of features like different stops on a virtual tour or like different slides in a slide deck. And when I click here and I say, I want to add a new feature, I have options. I can search that magnifying glass we talked about to add a place that I want to drop and take my students, families, parents, anyone to. I can add a place mark, which allows me to come over here and just click and add it. I can draw lines or shapes for different mathematical implications. And I can even add, I love this feature, a full screen slide. It allows you to pull up, and I like to use this to transition from place to place or to make intentional points within a tour to stop and ask students questions, give them directions. And so I really find that helpful. So I'm going to show you this full screen slide option first. When I click here, I could say, maybe this is my welcome, come, and it works very user-friendly. Like I said, you can see your options to make the text larger, smaller, add links. I'm going to say, come join me on my tour today. Okay. And I can, like I said, I can change if I want to, how large that is. I can change, make it bold, italic, add links, whatever I'd like to do. You can also add a picture or just choose a color. So for Louisville, I'm just going to choose red. And I can, and it's saving automatically. So I now have a slide that will flash up first in my tour. And there's my welcome slide. Now I'd like to show you, maybe I want to add a first place. So maybe the tour of Louisville, I'm going to search and I'm going to add the Louisville Zoo. There we go. It already knows I'm coming to get the Louisville Zoo. And it will fly me there. So now if this is a place I'd like to add, it'll have the aerial view. As you can see, it flies me around the Louisville Zoo. If I want to add this to my project, all I have to do is come over here to the side and say, add to project. And it'll say, what do you want to title this? Louisville Zoo as a stop is perfect for me. And I make sure it's on the correct place. And I'm going to say, I can either save it if I want them to continue to use. These are called cards over here on the side that gives your viewer information about the place. But pretty much always, I want to edit my place because I want to customize that information to make it fit my content and make sure it's relevant for me. That information that they provide is pulled from Wikipedia. And so I always recommend that you check that information before you ever continue to use it. And I'm going to click that replace button because I want to make it my own. And I also highly recommend that for students. Let them make it their own as well. Have them put in their own pictures. Have them put in their own information about a place. And so it's very simple and user-friendly. Here we go as well. You can just click here. And so if I want a picture, I want to show you something first. So it has this aerial view of the Louisville Zoo. You can move it around if you'd like. And I can zoom in. I can, whatever I'd like to do. And I can capture this view. If you look down here in the bottom left, that's what the students will see or your viewers when they click here. You can also, though, pick up, here's Mr. Penman. If you pick him up, it will show you all of the street views available, and you can drop him. Oh, sorry, my computer's freezing a little bit. I'm gonna try to drop him again. There we go. And maybe I want a view of There we go, probably here, because that's probably the entrance. And let's see what 360 image someone has provided for us. And I can move it around. There we go, there's the entrance. I like that view. And when I like the view that I want my viewer to see when they get here, all I have to do is say capture, and it told me it saved it. If for any reason I decide, no, I'd rather have that aerial view, I can just unclick Pin Man. It will fly me back out. Maybe I want the aerial view to stick first, and I can keep it here, see the whole zoo, and say capture again. There we go. So it's saved. Now the power behind it is you can add your up to 8 images or videos here, as well as add your own information. So I'm going to click here, and I also upload your own, but also you can use the built-in features of the Google image search, and they've already filtered those. YouTube, upload from your drive, anything you want. So maybe I want more images of the Louisville Zoo. There we go. So here's a picture of the entrance. Maybe I like that. I'm going to select it, and it just pops it in there. Go to the next one. Keep on clicking. Maybe I want a map next. And then maybe I want a picture of some of the features. So here is, oh, here we go. Here's an animal, and so on. Keep in mind that as you add these images, when you put them in, that is the order that your viewer will see them, and you cannot switch that. So if you really want to be intentional about the images or videos you're adding, make sure you add them in the correct order. And like I said, you can have up to 8. Also, the power behind it is that you can upload YouTube videos or upload your own as well. And so let's say I created my own video. I could upload that, or if I've filtered already and found a great video on the Louisville Zoo, maybe I want to update. Here's a tour that I've looked at and select it. Students can view it right within here. Like I said, you can add your own facts here if you want. I always like to make my info box, that's what we call those cards. I like to make it large always, so it's really big for my students to see. The actual pin of the place, you can make it extra large so they can really see it. You can change the color. I'm going to think maybe green for the zoo. Change the image. And like I said, it's always saving. So that is those are the basics of how to add your cards or your stops on your virtual field trip. So I'm going to go back now. As you can see now, I have 2 features. I have my slide, and I also have my first location there. Really simple and easy to do. I'd like to show you maybe the next way. You could also add a place mark. So quickly, if you wanted to do this, if you're already looking at a place here within Google Earth, you can also just, to add a feature, click this add place mark. Sorry, let me get back there. Come on, project, there we go. And I can add a place mark too, and that just allows you, like I said, to drop a pin, maybe over here in the parking lot. And I can also add a place as well that way. So I find that I, for the most part, always use this search to add a place feature, and also adding those slides to intentionally make breaks in places within my tours. A couple of other quick things before I show you what these look like in your classroom implications. First, remember, it's always saving to your drive, so it will always be there. You can collaborate. So whether that looks like collaborating with another teacher to create these tours, or students collaborating, we have this wonderful share project button. And once you click it, as you can see, it's the usual Google share screen we're used to. You can add people. So maybe I'm going to add my boss here. Maybe I want to collaborate with her. I can make her an editor, or I can just make her a viewer if I want. So if we're going to edit it together, I can do that and send it to her. You can also, if you're wanting to share or publish your tour with the community, you can also get the link and change the actual permissions and open it up as well to share that out. So many ways to either collaborate or share your projects or your tours when you or your students are finished making them.
Hey, Lauren, I have a question real quick. How does one video, is it just going to be a screen recording video for their tour, or is there an actual video recording already in Google Earth?
Okay, I think you can see me now. Okay. So the actual tour, I will show you in a second. Well, you just walk through kind of at your own pace. Now, if you wanted to make it more of a video for students to watch, I would highly recommend you as a teacher actually playing the tour and screencastifying it, so then it would look more like a video. But this is more meant to be a on your own self-paced tour, which is great. But if you wanted that more of the tour already created. If you have younger students that you're not sure if they'd be able to navigate it on their own, then just screencastify it.
So cool. I'm gonna let you keep going. There are tons of people that are just in awe. They love this tool, and they are just chatting away, but no major questions. Make sure you put those questions in the chat, and then we'll do our best to answer them and get with Lauren too. So I'll let you go on. I'm sorry to interrupt.
You're fine. I'm flexible. I like it when we're more interactive. So can you see my screen now?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. So let's go to those classroom implications, because I find that is what's highly valuable. And I have a few examples here. I haven't been able to watch the chat as much as I'd like. I'm sure you guys are throwing out in the chat maybe how you've used it, so please keep doing that. But here's just a few ideas. Some of these are from my district, and some of these are also students or teacher examples from other districts that I wanted to make sure that when you are looking at this, that I gave credit to down here below. But thinking about language arts, the first one I kind of wanted to quickly show you is thinking about those struggling writers. I found this year, I had a second grade student who did not care to write. A lot of our students don't care to write, but we found that by using Google Earth to let the student draft his narrative first, it got his ideas flowing. He was able to put his events in order, go ahead and get his images, and it really helped him with the process before having him actually go and type it out. So I'm going to click on, and he called it the Mickey Mouse boat trip, but it took me a while to figure it out, but he went on a cruise, a Disney cruise, and he called it the Mickey Mouse boat trip. So super cute. And so this is what he created. And so as you can see, here's his tour. And he had he titled it. He had his description there. And then he has his stops. And so I didn't mention this, and I'm so glad that I'm at this point, because you're thinking probably, how do I show this tour? All you have to do is go to the present button, and it will put it in that view, whether you are viewing it as a creator. Oh man, looks like I don't know if too many people are on his tour right now. There we go. As you can see, he put a card in to say, hey guys, stop, come with me on the Mickey Mouse boat tour. And to navigate it, you use this bottom left corner and just go to the next slide. And like I mentioned to Elaine, though, if you think that this might be difficult for students to do on their own, you could just screencastify it and make this into a video. So the child found their house. They have their cards over here of where they started. And then, he had his description, how to pack up and go. And then it flies you to the next place. And he went to Port Canaveral to hop on that boat. And he was able to, here's Port Canaveral. We could look and view it. We could even get Pin Man if we wanted to and interact with his tour and drop him there and see what that looks like. But he has his cards with his pictures of his Mickey Mouse boat, as you can see there, AKA Disney Cruise. And so on. So you can kind of see the gist of it. But how much more engaging is this to a student to outline their piece using Google Earth than, giving them a graphic organizer? Love this. And so as you can see, then he was able to even, incorporate some of his personal photos also over here within the cards to travel to the Bahamas and so on. So that is one example really quickly. The next example I wanted to talk to you about is you can use for social studies. You could take your students on virtual field trips. There's some examples here. This is a student-created ancient civilization project. So after they learned about the ancient pyramids, they created their own. And then I created this timeline. I wanted to show you this one because some of us don't think about using Google Earth as a timeline or to a new way to introduce content to our students. So I made this one over the key events in the American Revolution for 5th grade students. And so please feel free to, even if you're a 5th grade teacher, take this and use it also on your own. So when you go to that present mode, what's really cool is students can go through this at their own pace. So as you can see, it gives them that title slide. That's why I love that feature. Instead of just hopping them from place to place, let them know we're going to talk about leading up to the war. Hops to the first one of the events leading up, the Boston Massacre. What's neat is I got to customize my own information over here, my photos I wanted them to see, wanted them to learn, but then they can interact. So yes, this is present day, but they can take Pin Man and they can now interact with this content and drop him here. And they can see, well, what does that site of the Boston Massacre look like today? And so that's kind of neat that they can literally fly in, they can look around, and they can see that building and the visitors there and so on. So pretty cool. That's another way you could use it. Science, I have a few minutes, so I'm going to skip over the science one. This is a great one by a student, and this is from Donnie Piercy's classroom. I'll also mention him later because he's got a great Google site about Google Earth as well you could explore. And so this is her model of the solar system, but I want to show you this real world measurement because a lot of people think of this and think about how could I ever use this in math? So I want to show you this one, and there's a few ideas of how you could use it with math. You could use this whole group. And you could create one, but you could also have students use it as well. So think about, we like our students to use math in real world ways. So I made this one over. So first stop is the playground. So this is a school here in Oldham County. And as you can see, they need some new mulch here in their playground. They've got some grass growing. And so something you could do with your students is talk about, finding area and perimeter. If it was replacing the fence or replacing the mulch in this case. And we want to know the area of our playground. And so I'm going to come on back out here. And I'm going to use, so here is that playground. I'm going to use here, I talked about that measurement tool. And together or on their own, students could click it. They could go ahead and you just click and you outline that area and connect it all together. There we go, close the shape. As you can see, it shows you the area and perimeter, and you can change the units of measurement. And how neat would that be to talk about? Here's our playground. This is how many square feet of mulch we need, and go online and find prices of mulch, and estimate that cost, and then talk to the principal or the PTO or A about how we could get some new mulch for our playground. So making math real world, love it. Maybe down here, talking about shapes all around us for those littles. 2D and 3D shapes are in our content and standards. So how cool would it be to fly the kids into somewhere around your community? So it's going to fly them in here to our Oldham County Courthouse. And let's look around. So take a virtual field trip. What shapes do you see, friends? I see a rectangle here. I see a circle. I think the trash cans here are cylinders. There's some triangles here in the tent. So also thinking about other ways to use it as well. So K through 12, you could use it. I think I'm about out of time. So if at any time, also here's some of those resources for later. Please come back to these slides. I have videos of all of this. The examples are open and here for you to look at and use. Also, here are some extra resources to continue your learning if you want to. Matt Miller has a great website. Google Help does. I said Donnie Piercy has a great site on Google Earth. And here are also some lessons that I did with students this year. If you want to check these out, it's my introduction slides how I introduce it to kids. And then the next day I come back and I talk to them about creating their own tours. So check that out as well. I think I have about 4 minutes.
I know. Yeah, you have a few minutes. I did see a couple of questions. One of them was, is there like a treasure box full of other tours that people have created? Do you remember there used to be a spreadsheet for all the the virtual field trips?
Google Expeditions.
Yes, the Google Expeditions. Does anybody know? Yeah, does anybody know of a huge treasure box full of these that are already created?
I would love to know if someone out there has it. I've typed in keywords before, tried to Google, but I think those are locked down to people's drives, and if they want to share it, great, but I've not seen a large database or place where people have shared them. But
that reminds me, Street View, Google Street View. Have you ever played with that too? It's a similar one, but those are public. Some of them are public and they can choose them. This is just a variety of, like someone said, I can't remember who said earlier, I could use hours on here. I could spend hours on here. And just think about that excitement of your kids having that same excitement of being able to create. I love it. I love it.
And James Allen mentioned in the chat, don't forget to check out Google Arts and Culture. They do have tours similar already created in there, and that's where Google Expeditions is moving. So check that out. Yes. It'll also be an app soon. And then also don't forget that Voyager icon. Those are from Google already created too. So if you want to start with something already created, try there if you're not ready to dip your toes into creating your own tour yet.
I love it. Lauren, you're awesome. They're also talking about starting our own toolbox. Go for it. Once somebody starts it, just go ahead and tweet it out with that hashtag, and we will all jump in, because together, of course, we're brilliant. And then that way we can all share and break that silo across Kentucky and beyond. We have other people that are also watching that are outside of Kentucky, so we want to welcome them as well. We want to bust out of these the state borders as well, because we can learn from all of them. But all right, well, thank you again, Lauren, and we appreciate you so much. So that takes me on to our next, and I just want to go, here is our tweet beam. It is full of awesome things that are happening, and you guys are tweeting out. Lots of people are sharing and creating and connecting, and let us know what you've learned from Lauren, and then Allison, and even Matt and Renee. All of these people that have been able to share with us today. Shout out to them and let us know what you have learned. So our next presenter is Mindy Harris and Ashley Ferry Pearson, and I'm going to go ahead and let Kathleen introduce them. Hello, Kathleen.
Hello, everybody. Yes, this is Mindy Harris and Ashley Pearson. We are so excited to have them today. These are two of my teachers that I work with in Zone 2 crew in JCPS. So shout out to all those Zone 2 crew teachers in the chat. I see you. Vanita and I are here and excited to hear from these two amazing leaders from Okolona Elementary School here in JCPS. So welcome, girls. Can't wait to learn from you.
Hi, Kathleen. Thank you so much for having us. I think Mindy is going to be the one that's going to be sharing her screen, but we're going to go back and forth talking about some really cool resources for you guys. And I think we know just as teachers, it's hard to find quality resources, especially in the tech world. So we're going to do this big dump of resources for you and make them free for anyone to use. They're just things that our kids have loved and we've gotten a lot out of and connected to multiple standards. So we're going to hit on, I believe, 3 resources. So this is Level Up. So we'll introduce ourselves. I am Ashley Pearson. I teach 3rd grade at Okolona Elementary, and I'll let Mindy introduce herself too.
I'm Mindy Harris, and I also teach at Okolona. We teach together in 3rd grade, so it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, so there we are. Like I said, we realize as teachers that we are always looking for those good quality resources. So we have this picture of a dump truck because we're going to dump a few things on you, and we want to make sure that you have the resources in your hands that you need. We got to play a lot with tech this year, as I'm sure a lot of you have, through NTI. And once we got back in person too, we really got to experiment with some interesting ideas as well with our tech features. And we've grown a lot this year, and these are just 3 projects that our students really loved. And again, we were able to tie to multiple standards, and I know that's really, really important for us as well as our administration and for the kids to just get the biggest bang for your buck. So let's take it away.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Ashley. All right, so one of the first things that we did, I actually did this with Kathleen. Kathleen and I co-taught in my classroom, and we actually created a project, or a podcast, I'm sorry. And it was a fairly simple project, and the students really loved it. And again, like Ashley said, this is really to give you resources. I know that when I go to PDs, I want things that I can take to my classroom immediately, and so I really wanted to give those to you. And so our presentation, all of these templates are actually linked as a copy template in the presentation that is shared. So the first thing that we did was a podcast. And so we have this podcast planning template. And so I pushed this out to the students so that they could plan their podcast. I gave them a choice to work alone or work with a partner. And then really, like, if they decided to work with a partner, they shared their document with their partner, and then they worked on the same document. And then really they went through their topic. What are you going to share your opinions on? Because really we were working on opinion pieces here. So I wanted them to share their opinion of something. And then here is their topic. So they had a reason 1, and then their support, and their reason 2, and their support. Again, this was just so that they could kind of plan their podcast. And then they put it all together in a paragraph. So we were really working on paragraphs and not whole papers, but you could modify this so that they would actually have to do a longer podcast if you wanted to. So they put it all together here. And then this was their topic 2. and this was the other student who their partner was with. And again, there's just their reasons and their support, and then they put it all together in a paragraph. And then once they had all of that,
the cool part.
Once they had all of that, we used a template from Slides Mania. We just pulled Kathleen, oh, sorry, it's like talking to me because there's work on here.
It's super cute.
So here are their podcasts. And so this slide they used is an introduction. So we actually used just an audio website on an audio website. And then they downloaded them directly to their drive, and then they uploaded them into their slides. One thing that I will note is that you have to make sure that once they download them into their drive that they change the sharing permissions, or you can't hear their audio. So we had to make sure that we taught the kids, and Kathleen can attest to this, that we had to really make sure that the kids knew how to change those sharing permissions, or I couldn't hear their audio at all. So they recorded an introduction. They recorded who they are. Hi, my name, and this one is like, hi, my name is Naomi, and I am Caleb. And they did Minecraft versus Among Us. And then they did their own piece. So they took from their podcast planning template here and just basically recorded it and put it here. And so then the other student did theirs, Minecraft, they did theirs. One thing that I will say is that the kids really, really enjoyed this project because they got to do it on whatever they wanted. They got to pick the topic. It was very high interest and highly, highly engaging.
And it was also, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mindy, it was also really interesting too because we got our students engaged in the planning part of writing. A lot of times with writing, students will just think of a 5-paragraph essay and think, oh, this is the most boring thing in the world. But let's make it engaging by giving them topics that they are interested in. And let's make it engaging too by making it fun with this audio component. So they really enjoyed the planning part of it because their opinions were very validated and it was something that was special to them. And I'm even looking at this now thinking that if you're working on a 5-paragraph paper, that first slide is your introduction. They could build their own paper together instead of just each student having their individual paper. So that slide 1 where they recorded the paragraph audio would be their introduction. Slide 2 could be paragraph 2, slide 3 could be paragraph 3, and then they could work again on another slide to wrap it all up. And then there you have a whole written piece. Now, it's a partner piece, but what a great way to get those kids interested in writing who absolutely dread writing.
And hey, Mindy, I wanted to say also that we had a question in the chat about whether or not this was for individuals or not. So they both chose whether they thought Minecraft was better, a better game to play, or Roblox. So each child had a different choice that they chose on whatever video game that they preferred. So, and that's what they use to talk about in the podcast.
Yes.
And that kind of takes it back to here where we're talking about the standards, the standard alignment. They had to do a lot of research to support their opinion. So it wasn't just that they got to make up whatever they wanted, right? They had to actually, in here, they had to look up stuff and research it and actually have examples and reasons that were supported by research. So that was really a neat component of that as well.
Ms. Harris or Melinda, can we give them a little snippet of what one of the kids did? Can we hear it? Part of one? Since you're sharing, I can't click on that.
Yeah.
While you're doing that, I have a question. What did the students use to create this audio here?
So they just used an audio website. Kathleen, do you remember which one we used?
Yes, I will share it in the chat right now. It's a free audio website, and we have a very tight software approval process here in JCPS. And this one, they do not have to sign in or anything. It actually records their audio and downloads as an MP4.
Awesome. Thank you, Kathleen.
Can y'all hear it, Ashley?
Barely. But it will be linked in the presentation. So if you all want to listen to it on your own time, I don't want to take up all your time. We've got a lot to get through. But it is linked in there. So if you click on just the little speaker that you see on each slide, that's where you'll be able to hear it.
Oops. And then here, so and then that audio is here. So yeah, like Ashley said, y'all can see a sample in the presentation. This was their favorite part, I think. We had the kids use a Google slide to create a cover. And then we put it together in this Podflix template. And so you'll see that here. It's basically they created their own covers. And then when you click on it, it will actually take you to their podcast. And so this is how we allowed the kids to see each other's work. So this was actually a slide in the Google Classroom that the kids could click on and hear each other's work. And then what we did is we listened to a couple of them, and then we decided who we agreed with. Was Roblox better or Minecraft better? Kind of like the Smash Boom Best podcast, where you have to, at the beginning, they introduce a topic, and then there's a battle, and then they have to decide at the end which one was better. And so we would go through and listen to these different podcasts and then decide which one we thought was better. And this was, the kids actually created these covers in Google Slides and then screenshotted them and moved them over here. And then we taught them to link them as well. So, and the kids, as third graders, were able to do this. It was fabulous. They did most of this work on their own, which was really nice.
And this was also over virtual during NTI too. So we couldn't grab their Chromebooks and say, this is exactly what you need to do. So they were able to do it. I think a lot of kids with just enough instruction could be able to do it too.
Yep. And so I'm sure as educators, you all have all figured out plenty of ways that you could use this. A few of the standards that we linked here were RI1, where they read articles for meaning and then they support their arguments, because again, the kids had to create their own arguments and read, find their own research. And then they had to cite their information or use like actual quotes to support their arguments. And then we were writing opinion pieces for this. So it was their opinion that Roblox was better, or it was their opinion that Minecraft was better. And then C5 and 6, where they're researching to support their own opinions. And again, you can tie this to a lot of different things. You could do an informational podcast. You could do really kind of the sky is the limit here, right? They could do podcasts on whatever they wanted. They could do how-to podcasts, and you could still use a very similar template. Anything to add, Ashley?
No, you got it.
All right.
The next one. This was one of my favorite ones.
The next thing that we did was a Time magazine. And so I will show you.
And if you notice, a lot of these are going to be really connected to writing, because we just realized that our population of students, if they're anything like your all's, writing is that subject where most of them just are not the most engaged. So how can we make writing fun? And we don't have a lot of time in the day. How can we make this the biggest bang for our buck again? So this one is also connected very heavily to writing.
And that's awesome that it is actually. And I do want to say one thing. Betty Crenshaw, hello. Thank you for tuning in. So excited to see you in the chat. Said that another way that you could share them with parents too is creating like a Google site to house them all. And so I had a website in the classroom that I gave the parents, and that's where I would put a lot of information with their approval, of course. So that's a great idea too. Thanks, Betty, for sharing that with us.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
You can embed that Podflix slide right onto a website.
Absolutely.
That would be awesome. And then the parents could all hear the work as well. That's a great idea. Thanks, Betty. All right, I'm going to start backwards so that you can kind of see where we are with this. So this magazine we were actually working on reading informational text, writing informational text, and text features. And so this magazine was something that we used to showcase their basically their knowledge of text features, and then also their ability to read and understand informational text. And so they this particular student chose to do a magazine about sharks. He was very interested in sharks, and so he did his on sharks. And you can see he did all of this. So this was his cover, and then he added in his articles and his pictures. And he had his glossary here. And so that was kind of the final product. And so when you go to the presentation on there, it's actually linked. There's a template from Slides Mania that is linked, that is a magazine that the kids can create their own magazine. But here is the planning template. And so this is what the kids used to kind of get to this part right here. So they decided on a main topic. So they just picked their main topic. What are they going to do? And then what articles are they going to do underneath there? And then here's their planning part. They had their article with a topic sentence, and then 3 details, and then their concluding sentence. And then they just kind of put this all together. And then same thing for 4 different articles. We were really working on that structure of a paragraph. But you could make this, you could alter this in any way that you wanted and make them actually have to have 3 different paragraphs, or however you wanted to alter that.
And essentially, sorry to interrupt you, Mindy, essentially you're getting your students right here to write an entire paper without them knowing that they're actually writing an entire paper, because you're presenting it as a magazine and not this paper that's boring.
Yeah, for sure. And then something, and I don't see it on this, and I'm not exactly sure what happened to it, but I'll make sure it gets put on the one that is linked. There's a slide where the students will decide what kind of text features they want to add. And so they had to highlight the text features that they were going to use, or that they used in their magazine. So it was really kind of a catch-all for that, like making sure that they knew their text features as well, because they actually had to incorporate those text features in their magazine. And I'll make sure that's actually added onto the planning template so that you all have that as well. Yeah, so, and there's the magazine. Okay. All right, so the standards that we connected to this, again, that they're reading articles for meaning to support their arguments, they're citing information, and then here we used C2, which was compose informative text, because that's what they were doing, right? Informational text. And then again, they were having to research and support their opinions. But you can use this. I'm sure that you all have plenty of fantastic ideas to be able to use this in various ways in your classroom. Anything you wanted to add, Ashley?
Nope. That one's pretty straightforward. That would be a good starting point if you wanted to grab one of these and start off in a more simplistic way. You wouldn't have to do those 4 articles. You could start with just 1 article and make it a very short magazine, depending on the level of your students. But this is also something that your gifted kids could take on a whole nother level and could add those podcast elements. They could add some extra things in there, but you could also scaffold it down for students who that might be too overwhelming for them too. So I think it's very malleable as far as catering it to your students' needs.
For sure. And again, the kids can pick their topics, anything that's their choice. We kind of did their choice here. But you could, if you wanted them to actually use a specific topic, you could assign a topic. We just wanted to increase engagement. So this, I know Ashley said one of her favorites was the podcast, but this is my absolute favorite. This was kind of my little baby. It was so fun to do with the kids, and the kids loved it. So one of the things that I did before I introduced this project was I did a presentation, or I talked to the kids about what is stop animation. And we actually went through the history of stop animation. And they absolutely loved it. I kind of did that just because I wanted them to learn, but also there was some reading that we could do and some reading and comprehending of informational texts involved with that. And then I gave my students a slide with two shapes on it, a square and a circle. Very simple. I didn't link it because it was really literally just one slide with a square and a circle. And I said, I want you to make these shapes. And it was so fun to see what they're just like, they were like, what do you mean you want me to make the shapes move? And they were like moving them around the screen. And then finally I showed them that in order to make this in order to make the shapes move, you only have to move the object a little bit on the slide. And as you do that, it will look, as you go through your slides, it'll look like it's moving, right? And they thought it was the most amazing thing ever. They thought it was fabulous. And so after we did that, we did a retelling of a story. We did a retelling of the legend of rock, paper, scissors. And so I gave the kids a slide with the different characters for the legend of rock, paper, scissors, and they retold that story using stop animation. And when Kathleen was in our classroom, we actually had them do a stop animation of a video that we watched. So we watched a Disney short, and then they had to retell that story from a different perspective. So that was really neat as well. And they used this stop animation to do that. And so, but one of the big project that they did was they had to write their own story. And so they were creating their own story, and they created a stop animation for their own story. And so here's an example of one that the kids created. And they just put it on automatic play, and it actually played. 20 minutes later, the dog was full. And then the dog catchers come, leave, and then so the kids got really creative with this. Some of the kids even actually, instead of just using text, they actually recorded their voice, kind of like we did with the podcast, and they recorded those and actually put them in here as well. So they were kind of creating their own movie with the stories that they wrote.
And I believe during this time, we were also working on the standard that talks about dramas, poems, and stories. So this is a great place to add theme and dialogue, setting, plot, you name it. Everything was here. So this one would be, I would say, more literature-based. But you can, again, the sky's the limit with this. And I think what I'm thinking for next year with all of these ideas that we were able to create this year is when we want to have that project at the end of a unit, we have a choice board full of these that the kids can choose from. And these are different options that they have. So they can go for the Time magazine. They can create a podcast if there's somebody that just loves to talk all the time. They can create this storyboard, this movie of their own if they're that very creative mind. So there's so many different options for your kids. And that way projects don't become these overwhelming things. You've got all these choices and your kids are engaged and they're looking forward to that next project.
You're exactly right, Ashley. And this is a great place to get those ideas this summer. And then you guys have all these templates already linked inside your presentation for everybody. And that way now you have a template to use to kind of get you started. If this is maybe your first time doing something like this, it really helps out. These two teachers are amazing and so fun to watch in the classroom. So make sure you follow them on Twitter as well, because I know they're going to tweet all the great things.
Absolutely.
So here's the anime flicks. So, we had pod flicks before. This is anime flicks. And again, this one, the kids created their cover art and they screenshotted it and moved it over here. And then they actually linked it. It actually links to a slide where they write a summary. So they had to take their story that they wrote and then write a summary for that story. And then here, it actually links to the video. So again, the kids had to do all that. They had to put in their links. But it was so that we did this really so that the kids could choose to which movies or which anime flicks that they wanted to watch. And then they created movie reviews, and I don't know what happened to my link, but here it is. They had their own set of movie reviews. So they watched the movie and then they reviewed it. They said this is a 5-star movie, or this is a 4-star movie, and why they gave it the review that they gave it. And again, this was a really good way for the kids to kind of collaborate with each other.
Mm-hmm. I know a big part of what we try to do at Okolona is less teacher talk, more student talk. So as much as we can get the students giving feedback to each other, that's only going to enhance their learning for the next project they do or the next assignment that they complete. And especially with writing, we always know we can go back and edit and make our pieces better too.
So that was that. Yeah.
Really fast run through of everything. But if you all choose to do any of these projects this year and you get in the middle of it and you're just stuck and you're like, I can't figure out how to add that audio or how she did the stop animation, please reach out to us on Twitter or our emails, and we would be happy to meet with you in person or virtually and help you out in any way possible.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you both so much. You are getting so much love in the chat. Everyone's so excited to get the slides and the graphic organizers. And I know Elaine will drop the schedule again in the chat, and that is where you can find their presentation. And also Jeff Sobolski is here. Hey, Jeff, so glad to see you in the chat. He said choice boards for the win. And I know so many of these projects, I'm very, very passionate, if you know me, about STLP here in Kentucky. And so many of these projects can be incorporated into STLP. And little do these ladies know, they're going to be recruited in for that this year. So I know that they're going to submit some amazing DPOJs, the digital product, online judging for this, and maybe even a regional project. So thank you both again so much. You can follow them on Twitter. And actually, I'll put their Twitter handle here in the chat for you. Again, they have a join one this year, so they're easy to follow. So, but thank you.
Thank you, guys. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you, ladies, so much. Tons of things in the chat, tons and tons of things, and definitely some great ideas. And for JCPS, amazing backpack artifacts, and for your students, just those resume builders and STLP projects for sure across the state of Kentucky. I'm so excited. Hello, Jeff. We're glad to have you. All right. So we are ready to jump in. Hello, Sarah. How are you?
Hey, hi guys.
I'm going to let you take it away, and we are so glad to have you, and thanks for sharing and connecting with us today. Those people who are with you, they're going to put their questions in the chat, and we're going to make sure that those are answered. And as long as you guys also tweet out with the hashtag KYGoDigital.com, you will get those questions answered too as well, and we can learn together. So Sarah, I'm going to let you take it away. We're so glad to have you.
Okay, and I have ducked away into a classroom here. I don't know if you can tell that I'm in an art classroom. My office, I share an office with our chief academic officer, so I snuck into this room. But so my name is Sarah Watkins. I am at Corbin Independent Schools, and I am the middle school and high school supervisor of instruction. So I'm going to go ahead and let me share my screen here. And pulled up. Okay. So can everybody see it okay? Am I good?
Yes, looks great.
Okay, great. Okay. So again, like I said, my name is Sarah Watkins. So I'm starting my 12th year in education. And I came out of the 11th grade U.S. history classroom. I was with juniors in social studies and just learned lots of things. I love curriculum. And so our district ended up creating this position. And so I kind of got into more administration and leadership. When we were talking about Kentucky Go Digital, which I love this is always my favorite PD that I go to every single year. I've loved getting to present in it. But when I was thinking about what's something I could present on this year, I thought about administrators and ways that technology can help them. Now, I know not all of you are administrators. I know that we've got a lot of different folks from all over the spectrum in education. But here's the thing. Maybe you see something that we're going to talk about today, one of these digital hacks that I'm going to go over. Maybe you see something that you think, oh my gosh, this would be wonderful in my school. Like this would solve so many problems that we have. You may find one of those things. And so I just want to encourage you to share that with your administrators, to share that with people in your school. So I think that everybody can glean something from this presentation. So I just wanted to go through a couple of hacks that I've seen. They're not things that I have invented for sure. There are things that have been around that I've seen other administrators do, and it has saved them hours of their time. And it's just been a great system of efficiency for schools. So I want to share some of them, and it's always, you guys know the saying, work smarter, not harder, right? So if you can do something more efficiently, if it can be more effective, then why not try it out and see if it works? So I've got 5 hacks that I wanted to talk about, kind of walk you through some of them. And again, none of these, I wish that I had created them, but I mean, none of these were things that I've created. They were just things that I've seen people use, and they have been really effective. Okay, so let's get to the first one. It is a living calendar. Now, I'm sure a lot of schools have had that. Actually, in the chat, if you guys don't care, tell me, does your school have a living calendar? I kind of wanted to gauge this and see who's using one of these in their school. Or maybe your district even, like every one of the schools in your district is using it. I wanted to see if there was anybody who's used that in the chat. So if you'll put that in there, I wanted to kind of gauge that. Because like I said, this isn't new. And actually, when I was looking through like other ideas that people had, Heather Warrell has a wonderful video. And it was a couple of years ago. It may have actually been in 2018, maybe, now that I think about that, on how to create a living calendar from scratch. But so a living calendar is a wonderful thing for your school to use. And so back when I was in the classroom, my assistant principal, she created one for our school to use. Now, at first, a lot of people were hesitant. And they were like, I don't know about this whole living calendar and everybody having access, and that's too much technology and all of that. But I'm telling you, it became a one-stop shop for everything that we did in our school. Like, I don't know how we could go back to not using it. It was so effective. So basically, I've got a template here that you can use. I just created one. It's very plain Jane. There's some really cool ones out there if you want to like razzle dazzle yours up. But I've got a blank template here that you're welcome to use. Just hit make a copy, and you can make one for your school, or if you just want to try it out and see what it looks like. But basically, you create a calendar where you give all teachers editing rights. And I put teachers there, but listen, there's so many people that need to have access to this. Maybe it's your kitchen staff, the head of the maintenance in your school. This could even be important for them. There's so many people that this could affect. But basically, you're going to create a calendar where everyone can edit on it. And they can put their events, they can put field trips or new bell schedules, whatever affects the school. Maybe the janitors want to put on there, we are waxing the floors. Do not come in the building on this week. It's just so important to help with communication in your school. You can attach links. Like if I'm going on a field trip with my history club and I need to make sure that the whole school has the roster for the kids that are going, I can attach that link onto the calendar and make it very simple. The great part about having this living calendar is that it is going to cut down on all these emails. I know so many administrators can probably relate to this, where they get an email at like 2 a.m. that's like, oh yeah, I forgot to send this out to all the teachers. Will you send this out? No more of those days. So that teacher can just go straight into the calendar, no matter what time of the night that it is, and they can add anything that needs to be the announcement. So I know what became the expectation at my school was that every morning, as soon as you come into your classroom, you check the calendar and see what's going on today. Maybe all of our students are supposed to be watching the play today, so we have an amended bell schedule. Click right here on Monday, it's got the new schedule and it's all there. So no more of all these emails that you have to send out. This is the one-stop shop for everyone. So I wanted to click on it and kind of show you what it looked like, and check out that video that Heather has. If you want to create your own, totally make it how you want. But so I made, like I said, this is very plain Jane. But if you want to change it to where it's your school colors, you can go to the page setup. And like we're red, we're Corbin red. So if you wanted to change it to that color, or whatever you like to do. And then you create, you can actually just create the entire year if you would like. So I just put July and August on there, but we have up to the whole year. So like I said, if I know on Monday that we have an amended bell schedule, we can just type right here, the new bell schedule, and you can have that right there, and then just link the new schedule on there. Something else that's really cool about having a living calendar is the things that you can put in the footer. So maybe it's not something that relates to a particular day that's on the calendar, but I want everyone to have access to this no matter what the day is. Like the bell schedule or lunch schedules, or maybe the master schedule, or whatever you want to put down there. You can have links at the bottom that are important for your staff to have. You can also do links, like if you want to send them to a website. Like I know our school has a website where we enter our PGP information, where we can get that at the beginning of school every year. So maybe PGPs are due on the 23rd. So I'm going to put the PGP, and then I can make sure that I link that so that everyone's got their professional growth plan finished and they know where to go. I can create that link very easily. So this is going to save your school so much time. It's going to save your principal so much time by using a living calendar. I meant to go back and look in the chat. Oh yeah, it looks like lots of people are using living calendars. Wonderful. So I see Knox County, and yeah, so a lot of people saying living calendars are helpful. That's super great. So if your school's not using a living calendar, you need to pass this on to your principal, okay? It is great for all of the staff. For the administrators, it saves them time, and it just keeps everybody on the same page. It really helps with your communication. Okay, so that's hack number one, a living calendar. Okay, so hack number two kind of goes into that, and that's a living morning announcements. Kind of the same idea, just using Google Slides. But how many of us, listen, I was the worst. I know the front office staff hated my guts because I would think of an announcement that I desperately had to have the whole school year, and I would remember it like 2 minutes before they were getting ready to do the announcement. So I was like frantically calling down to the front office saying, please, can somebody put this on the announcements? And a lot of times, like I couldn't even get it on there because I waited too late. So I know lots of principals have went through that, or having to go through all the emails and find, okay, here was an announcement, and here's another announcement that somebody said they wanted me to make. And it's hard to keep up with all of those emails. It's easy to lose all of that in the mix because principals get a lot of emails during the day. So this is another one of those one-stop shops. You can even link your living morning announcement slides on the living calendar. You can even have it linked there so your teachers can access it. But again, you're going to create a Google slide, create a slide deck for a week, Monday through Friday, and then give your teachers editing rights. And again, maybe you want to give that editing rights to everyone in your school. The bookkeepers, the secretaries, maybe they need to have some announcements that are put on there as well. And so they can enter their announcements, even if they're a slacker like me and they remember it 2 minutes before they're getting on the intercom. This is a great way to be able to include all of those things. So I have another example, another template. Feel free to download it if you want. This one's really plain Jane because you can jazz it up however you want, or it doesn't even really need to be jazzed if you don't want to. But like I said, you just do for each one of the days. So you do the Monday through Friday, and that's where folks can put KJHS is meeting today at 3:30. You know, you can write whatever that you want to write for your announcement. I know a lot of teachers like this too, having the whole week out, because you can copy and paste that if you're going to have practice every day, academic team has practice today, and it's every day at the exact same time, you can just copy and paste that and put it all on the slides. And then I don't have to worry about announcements for the rest of the week because I've already got it taken care of. So another way of giving that editing rights out to your whole staff. Now, I know what some of you are probably thinking. I've not checked the chat to see if anybody's put this in there, but I know that you're probably thinking, well, we've got that one person that's going to mess it all up. Or what if this one person like deletes a whole week off or deletes a whole slide? And that's where you can go into looking at the version history. So you can't mess it up. You can go back and see where the error was made, where something was deleted. You can go back and then you can fix that. So even if it's somebody who's not tech savvy, we can still give them access because we can fix any of the mistakes that happen. And, I guess knock on wood, I probably should say that. As far as we've used it at my school, at the high school, when I was there, we never really had any issues of that happening. But just know that you can correct problems. If somebody does delete something, you can't always go back and fix those if you look at the version history. All right, so those are our first two hacks, the living calendar and the living morning announcements. Again, not anything that is like a total new invention. Oh, and I saw in the chat they posted that video. Yeah, it's super great on how to create those from scratch if you'd like to. But give those a try at your school, and I think it's going to really take back a lot of your time. And I think the biggest thing is it's going to increase communication. Everyone in your building is going to be on the same page. And it's good to share this with your district folks so they see what's going on in your school and they know if the superintendent needs to schedule a meeting with one of his principals, he can look at the calendar and say, oh, no, today's a bad day. I can see right here they've got this going on, and so I better pick another day. So we can always increase communication, right? Communicate. And it's always good in a school system. So that's the second hack, doing the living morning announcements. And if any of you do that at your school, if you'll put it in the chat, I'll go back and read some of these. I was interested to see how many people are using those in their school, and if you're finding it really effective. All right, so that's 2 hacks. Let's go into the third one, and that's everyone's favorite, right? Every principal wakes up in the morning and says, I can't wait to look at discipline referrals. So I saw this with one of our teachers, or one of our administrators, in our district, and they had created this as a solution to one of their problems. So they had their discipline referrals were paper copies that everyone kind of kept in their desk, and whenever there was an issue that happened that they knew they had to refer to administration, they filled out one of those papers and then they walked the paper down to the office. But then a lot of times they didn't get any follow-up on it, or it wasn't quick because we know principals get bogged down with stuff. And so they weren't able to get back with those teachers about what had happened with that referral. So they created a Google form for their teachers, and they did it by their grade level. So they have different teams on each grade level. So they made a Google form for their team of 4 teachers. And they said, anytime that you have a discipline referral to administration, this is where you'll fill it out. You'll do the Google form. That way you don't have to walk down to the office. We'll automatically get it, and it's time-stamped so that we can see that. So they created that for their teachers so that it took care of that problem. It kind of replaced their old paper copy system, and they were able to get it there, and it's time-stamped, and they knew it was in their inbox. But then what they did with that, so after the teachers filled out that discipline referral, then they would generate a Google Sheet to look at the data, and that's where they would do the resolution to their behavior. So let me show you. I just created a really quick one. This is not a good one at all. All I have is like the name of the student, behavior, the location. But you know what your discipline referral paper looks like. Everyone has something different. Every district has something different. So consider moving your paper copies to an online copy so that it's easier for your teachers to use. And like I said, it has that timestamp option. They're not having to leave class to walk that down, kind of frees them up on some of their time, but it helps principals to be able to keep that all organized. So then, like I said, once they filled that out, you can then go to the responses and then create a Google Sheet with all of the responses that have came. So you would have it, see, it'll timestamp, and then you'll have whatever information that you wanted to put into it. Of course, you're going to have more than what I've got here. But what this administrator that I was telling you about, what he did is then he created a column here on the end where he put the resolutions. So he put notes of, okay, so Johnny came to the office. I spoke to him. We called his parents about the fight that he was in. This is the resolution that we have. This is the consequence that he's going to be doing. And so he has that all recorded there. So then what he did is he gave access to this form to the people that are on that team. So that team of 4 can then see and say, okay, so Johnny was in a fight. I know that he's suspended for the next 3 days. So I know he's not going to be in school. I see what ended up happening here. So I know that from my classroom. So he shared that with the teachers so that they can then go in here and they can see what the resolution was. So he's given them back that feedback that they needed. He also is using it for, I know in younger grades, I know sometimes we're kind of hesitant to put behaviors in Infinite Campus, this child just didn't know what they were doing. And so we wanted to handle it without necessarily having to put in a behavior. We just had a conversation with them. And I don't want to record in Infinite Campus that I just had a conversation. So he uses this, for all of his incidents so that he can remember, okay, I didn't put this in Infinite Campus because I just had a talk with that kid, but it looks like I've had 3 talks with this kid now because I can see it here in my data. So now we need to really have a conversation. Like we need to talk about putting this in Infinite Campus. And this was just a good way for him to even keep up with informal things. And the teachers loved it because they were getting quick data back. They were seeing how those things were resolved, and they liked that a lot. Now, something that you have to think about with that, and I put this here, you need to consider who has access to the data. I don't know if I would recommend creating a Google form for my discipline that all teachers have access to, because if I give them all access to the Google Sheet that has the resolutions, I don't know, there's just a lot of things that go with that. It's not really fair to the students, that the whole school maybe even knows about, like all of the teachers all know about that. You just kind of get into some issues there. I mean, you guys know what I mean by that. So you have to think about for your school, who you want to share this with. So maybe you're going to share the data with the team. Like I was telling you about the one administrator I know. He shares it just with the team. Maybe it's just with that grade level. Maybe it's just that content level. Maybe it's just 2 teachers that work together. They're the only 2 that have the access to that. Because on one hand, you want to give teachers the feedback and quick feedback on how you resolve that discipline issue that they had. But at the same time, there's some privacy things that you want to keep as well. So there's a fine line there. I just wanted to kind of bring that up in case you do want to try doing these Google Forms and referrals and using that Google Sheet for your data. There's some good things and some bad things, and you just kind of got to gauge that for your own at your school. Okay, so that's hack number 3 for discipline referral, because nobody really likes discipline. So maybe this is a way to kind of make that a little better in handling things. All right, so let's go on to hack number 4. This is Calendly. And listen, guys, I love Calendly. I love it. There's some pros and cons. It is wonderful, but the con is you only get 14 days free of it. And I'm all about free stuff. So then I think it's $10 a month after that, which does kind of stink, but you may get into this in your 14-day free trial and be like, I can't live without this. I will gladly pay $10 to keep this. So there are things that you can look at in the Calendly. But basically what Calendly does is it allows you to schedule appointments or meetings with a large group of people or with just individuals. But I think where you get the biggest bang for your buck is when you're trying to get a large amount of people. So let's say it is time to do observations. You've got to get in all those observations for your teachers. And so I know what had always happened in the past was my observing principal would say, okay, I've got all of these times. You email me back and tell me which time that you want. But what if I wanted the same time as somebody else? Now I don't know, and I can't keep track of that. And then what if I have something that comes up and I need to reschedule that? Calendly takes care of all of that. So no more of those back and forth emails. It's all right here. So basically what you do is you set up the event that you're wanting to create, and then it will send out to all of the participants that you need to, the times that you are available, and they'll schedule their self. And then once they've taken that time, nobody else can take that time. So you can see here, I did a screenshot. I created like for observations. We're going to do observations from the August 23rd to the 27th. Here are all the times that I'm available. So if Miss Smith clicks on 8 o'clock, that's the time she wants on the 23rd, nobody else can take that. Now, if later on Miss Smith realizes she has a doctor's appointment that day, so she can't do that, she doesn't have to email me and reschedule, and I have to check my calendar and all that. She can go right back into Calendly, into the link that was sent to her, and Calendly does that for you. That I can just take that link, and she can go in and pick another day. So she can reschedule it. She can cancel that one and reschedule. And I might not even know that she had rescheduled it because I don't have to do anything with that. It also will put it on your Google Calendar, so that you've got a reminder, and then they get a reminder on their Google Calendar as well. Listen, this is ideal for trying to sign up for all your observations. If you have 20 teachers on your caseload that you need to get a mini observation in the next week, this is the best way to schedule that. So let me show you, this is my account, kind of what it looks like when you log in. So like you can choose if it's just a 15-minute, 30-minute, so this is the one that I created to show you guys. But you can see, name the event, where it's gonna be at, the description. You get the link, so you can send that link out to let's say I've just got, the 20 teachers on my caseload. And then I can set up what my hours are. I'm only going to be available from these certain times. You can choose. And let's say I want to take off lunch. So I can even put in here, if I wanted to go from 8 to 12, and then I could do them 1 to 4. I could change that around if I needed to add multiple times on a day. You can do whatever you want. So it's a little bit of that upfront work. I've got to write down all the times that I'm available. So I can set those custom hours. If I want to add time before and after, maybe I need some debriefing time or just time to walk to the classroom and back, I can do all of that. And then you just hit the save and close. There's some other options that you can do as well. And then you can view that and see what it's going to look like for your staff. So see again, let's say I want to do it on the 23rd. Here's all the time slots that are still open. And you can see where I ended up adding those extra ones there where I was showing you guys that. So I love Calendly. It just takes out so much of the work for you, and your teachers are going to love it as well. It's so simple for them. And if they have to reschedule, like I said, it's so easy to do the reschedule. So that's another thing. If you've never heard about Calendly, you need to check it out. Do that free version first. But I think that you're going to love it so much you'll want to keep it. All right, so I've got one more hack, and then I have a bonus too that I'm going to include. But so hack number 5 is voice typing. So I experienced this a lot last year where we had our virtual lessons. So when I would observe teachers and I wanted to script the lesson, they would send me their recorded lesson from that day, their Google Meet that they had. They would send that to me, but then to script it, I would have to start and stop. And start and stop and start and stop so that I can write it all down. So you can use a Google Doc with the voice typing, and it will script all that for you, which is a super great tool. Now, I am going to say this. So not all of these hacks are perfect. So here's the good and the bad and the ugly, right? So with voice typing, I would only use this kind of informally. And I'm going to show you why. So I've got just a blank document. I just pulled up a blank Google Doc. Let's say I'm gonna say that this is an observation that I'm doing of a certain teacher. Okay, so then I can go once I'm ready to watch that video. I can go to Tools and Voice Typing, and then just click. And then once I start their video, you can see it will start to record all of the audio that it hears, and it'll type out all those words. Now, good, bad, and ugly, it's great because I'm not having to start and stop the video, but you can see already there's no punctuation. I have to purposely say period so that it will start a new sentence, see? So that's kind of an issue. Just know that that's going to be a problem with it. And it's not going to start a new paragraph unless you say start a new paragraph. See? So that's some of the issues. I don't think I would use this for like anything that I needed to formally write up, because you're going to have those grammar issues. And look, it's spelled cuz. But so you kind of get the point. It's a great tool though if I'm needing to script something, or let's say that I'm having a meeting and I'm wanting to take notes, but I know that I don't have anybody to take notes for me. I could maybe pull that up in the meeting. So there are some times that you can use it. Sometimes it's going to be useful, and sometimes that may not be as useful for you. But I really liked it when I was doing scripting for observations that I was doing. So that's my 5 hacks for admin. And like I said, I know that a lot of you are teachers. You're in different parts in your school building. So hopefully you can pass on some of these, or something will be good for your school. Now, I do have one bonus that I'll put in there. You guys get this free of charge. So the bonus is Buffer, which Buffer, so it's an app. And you can also do Later. I know that's another one that a lot of people like. One of our middle school admins, she uses Later. She uses the paid version of it, and she said, listen, that $10 that I think it's $10 for Later. She said it is totally worth it to take back that time that I'm having to post to social media. So what Buffer does, or Later if you want to use it, what Buffer does is that it will schedule social media posts for you ahead of time. Now, I like Buffer because the free version, I always like free, but the free version will let you have 3 channels. So like in my position, we have our instructional department, our district instructional team. We have some social media outlets. So we have a Facebook, we have an Instagram, and we have Twitter. I've always heard if you want to reach students, you post on Instagram. If you want to reach your parents, you post to Facebook. And if you want to reach your teachers, you do Twitter. So those are kind of like the audiences, I guess, that we see a lot on those. And maybe it's different for your region. I know in my area, that's kind of what we go by. So we have 3 different avenues that we post our social media with our district instructional team. So sometimes that can be a lot, and you want to be able to organize it. And so Buffer is a way that you can do that. You can schedule it up. If I want to schedule the whole week of posts that I need to post throughout the week, I can do that. Now, personally for me, I don't really use Buffer as much because I do maybe a post a day for our group. But if you're in a middle school and you need to post today, I have a picture from the football team. I've got something from our drama team. I saw something really cool in the classroom today. And I also need to put a drop in there for our academic team that just won this competition. So if you're posting a lot of things in a day, then it will benefit you to schedule this so that it posts at different times during the day, and you don't have to worry about forgetting it once you get home. So check out Buffer if you've never done that. It will really help you with your social media presence for your school. And that's even something for your classroom. Like if you're posting a lot, Buffer may be something that can help you. All right, guys.
Wow, Sarah, look at you go with all of these extra things. These are so awesome, these hacks. And you were speaking my language when you were showing us all of that married together with the Google Sheets. I was dreaming of some awesome formulas that would also help, and all. We've got tons of things, but we're brilliant together for sure. And so thank you for stepping out and sharing across Kentucky and making sure that others gain from your knowledge. And what I love about this is that as I learn, you learn, and then you'll learn from me, and then I learn from you. It's a domino effect, and it's really awesome, and it's good. It's special to see. So make sure that you tweet out with the hashtag KYGoDigital the things that you just learned from Sarah, so that other people that may not be able to attend today can also see what you learned, and maybe they will be able to go back. Now we have the power of pause, so all of this is going to be recorded, and you will be able to come back to it. So if Sarah, you're like, wait a second, I don't remember what she said, I couldn't take notes. Don't worry, it's okay, no worries. All right, so we have Sarah, did you have any other last things you wanted to say? I wanted to make sure I gave you plenty of time and didn't want to shoo you off.
Perfect. Yeah, so if you guys have any questions or anything, or ideas that you could share with me that I could bring to my district even, maybe some cool things you've done with your living calendar, send me a tweet, like tag me in something. I would love to see that. And just thanks. I just love Kentucky Go Digital. I just love it so much. So
one of the things too about it's not just one person, it's a group of people, and it's hundreds of people that are just together. And if you today, later on, you're wondering, how do I get my PD credit? There is going to be a Google form that you're going to fill out, and make sure you type in your email address properly, because that will determine whether or not you receive it. And it's going to ask you, are you interested in leading? And we want those purple cows to come out of hiding, and we want you to come and shine your awesomeness. And so we all can learn together, because teaching is a team sport. And that's one of my favorite sayings. We cannot do this alone. It's not just one person. So awesome. So we have up next, we have Mrs. Abercrombie. How are you this morning, or this almost afternoon?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm so glad to see you today. I got to meet her yesterday, and her wallpaper behind her is just awesome. I'm like, I love it. I love it. I love it.
Thanks.
So, well, we're ready for you to take it away, and we're ready to learn from you.
Okay. I'm going to share my screen and get the captions turned on for anyone who might need that resource.
You are awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me get into, can you see me?
Yes, ma'am. I got to see this yesterday, guys. You're in for a treat.
All right. Sorry, just making sure everything's working. All right. I see captions, so I think we're ready to go. All right. So I'm sharing a little bit today about using a digital content notebook in classes with your students. I'm going to talk about the how, the why, and all of the bells and whistles inside of it. But first, I am Samantha Abercrombie. I'm a 5th grade teacher at LaGrange Elementary in Oldham County. And I love all things tech, and I'm always trying to incorporate technology with students, because that is their love language. You know, that's something we all know. So as I'm presenting today, whenever, chat with me on Twitter, Mrs. Samantha Jan, and I'd be happy to share some discourse with you as you try this on your own. Okay, so you'll see this is the front of my digital notebook. I made it look like a composition notebook. That's not necessary. Your content notebook could look like anything, and I'll talk about that in just a little bit. But if you see my tabs on the side, these are interactive, and this acts as the table of contents for my students, so that they're not having to click through lots of pages. If I ask them to go to a certain spot, they can get there, and we can save some of that instructional time. So let's just start with the introduction here and talk about the pros and cons of traditional content notebooks and digital content notebooks. So obviously both are great for all content areas, no matter what you're teaching. They're great for engaging students. If there are certain things that you wanted them to practice or to write about or to communicate, and they're easy to implement. You can start a traditional notebook, open it up, write this down. You can start a digital notebook just as easily. However, when it comes to maintaining the notebook in an organized and complete fashion so that you know students have everything you need them to have, the digital notebook is really where it's at. In addition to that, it's so easy to look over and score student work, to leave feedback, to keep their learning moving forward without having to collect 30 plus notebooks where you're flipping pages and writing. I know, I've done it, so I know how hard that can be for a teacher. Your digital notebook is also multimedia friendly, and it's accessible from anywhere because it will be in the student's drive and they can get to that. So I just want to talk about this quote at the bottom for a second. It says, "Necessity born out of adversity is the mother of invention. The surrogate mother of invention is curiosity." So obviously, COVID happened and gloriously wrecked our lives for a short period of time. And we were having to pivot, like in the truest sense of the word, pivot. And so these digital notebooks were born out of that necessity for my team. We learned that just expecting our fifth graders to open their notebook at home and write the notes that we're asking them to write was just a fantasy. So this became our brainchild. This became our means of meeting them where they are and ensuring that they had what they need to be successful. So I'm kind of looking back and forth here because I also have a Chromebook set up. I'll try to catch any really important questions, but I'm sure you'll help me if I miss them, okay? All right, so I'm just gonna use my little icon here and go back to my table of contents. And let's talk about how to do this, okay? This part is gonna be brief because I'm sure you're pretty comfortable with using Google Slides, but there are a couple of things I wanna highlight to make sure that you get the most out of using a digital notebook. So obviously you're gonna start in your Drive, you start a new slides, name it, change your theme, make it look like whatever you wanna look like. If you really like this one, there's a bit.ly link here and you can make a copy of this template and use it. I'm totally fine with that. It's also really easy to recreate, so that's there if you need it. So determine how many pages you're gonna need. We did a content notebook for each unit. Instead of one really big one, we had one for each. So we could start fresh every unit and build those notes, and it would be contained into one digital notebook. So it was easy for us to look at our lessons to determine how many pages we needed. But then I also suggest at the least adding an additional 5 to 10 pages because it's easy to update pages as you're adding the content. But when you go to add or delete slides, that's when it gets really sticky once you've shared it with your students. So just out of our own misguidance and misgivings, we learned to add in those extra pages and make sure that it was all just there. So if we knew we had 15 lessons, we would say, okay, well, here's 15 slides. Let's go ahead and bump this up to 20 or 25, just to be sure that we had enough space in case there was a day that we, on the fly, added a writing activity to review or whatever. So then you can start adding your content. You can hyperlink as needed along the way. I'm going to share lots of things that we did as a team to ensure that content was accessible for kids no matter where they were. Because like I said, this idea started for us during NTI when we didn't have kiddos sitting right in front of us, but it was working. So we continued it when we returned to in-person, and it made classroom management and the use of this notebook for notes and content so much easier. So we'll talk about step 5 as we get into this just a little bit. And then of course, you're going to make sure you share with your students. We use Google Classroom. And when I share it as make a copy for each student. So then they have their own and they'll have a little update button. And every time I push out new content, new assignment, whatever, all they have to do is push that update button, which I will show you and discuss a little bit more in just a moment. Okay, so I'm gonna go back. Again, there's that bit.ly if you were wanting to make a copy of that for yourself, really easy. All right, so let's talk about some of the page templates. So your pages in your digital notebook can be whatever you need them to be. You can do blank paper options, lined paper options, graph paper options, dotted paper options, because again, this will work for any content. So you really have the freedom to choose how you want to use the pages. Sometimes we would take the blank paper, but then change the background color. So I could easily say, all right, kiddos, we're on slide 7, it's orange. If you're not on an orange paper, you're not where you need to be. And it was just a really quick visual for kids. So you have those options. You can have your blank page, change the color, your lined paper, your graph paper, your dotted paper. Whatever it is you're doing that day with that assignment, feel free. And, that's not exhaustive either. I'm sure there are lots of other things you might think you need as your background, and that is totally fine. You have the flexibility here to do that. So here's the fun part. Let's talk about some of these activity templates that you can use with your students to keep them engaged, because I highlighted that as one of the pros for these digital notebooks. So let's jump into that. All right, so the first two I'm going to highlight are your basic text templates and audio templates. We try to be really mindful of the needs of our students. So we try to incorporate both as often as possible. So for example, when we take a look at this text template, you'll see at the top we have our learning target and we have directions, and we hyperlinked the passage so they could access it without having to exit. Little backstory. So before we really were getting good with this digital notebook, we were using Google Classroom, and so we would have our assignment and there would be the passage they needed to read, there would be the activity they needed to complete, and it was all different links, and it required our little learners to have to click back and forth, and we just assumed that they could do that and that it was easy for them, and that's not the case for everyone. So when we transitioned into this digital notebook, we turned to hyperlinking some of that stuff so it's all in one location, and we know for sure that students are using the materials and resources that we want them to use for that lesson. So the passage is hyperlinked, and then you'll see it says, or listen here. One of the teachers would record a reading of that passage as well. So students who needed that accommodation and support would be able to listen to the passage and still get all of the content, even if they weren't sitting right in front of a teacher to give that accommodation to them. And then this is just a table, and so they can just click right into the table cells to type out their answers. That's a text one. And let's talk about the audio. So that is similar to what I was just saying, where we would read and we would insert that. We did that for lots of things. So like on this map, there was lots we wanted kids to learn about the different territorial acquisitions and so on and so forth. So it was easier for us to read those sections and add those recordings in so that students could access that information. Even if they had misplaced their textbook, they weren't sure where it was at the moment or whatever. So audio just is another form of meeting your kids where they are, and it really worked for some of our kiddos. All right, next two templates. We used extended responses, and we also used note catchers. So when we were doing extended responses, we would have our target and our directions at the top. Again, if there was a passage that students were using, we would hyperlink it so they could read or listen all from one location. And for the extended response, it is also a table, but with one cell. That way, when your students start typing, that cell is going to grow with their response, similar to what they end up seeing on online testing platforms, things like that. Like, we wanted these to be tools that they would be able to use in other situations as well. So my suggestion, my little hack that I learned from doing it, instead of doing a text box, make it a table with one cell so it will grow with your learners. Let's see. And then if you have a paper copy note page that you like to use in your class, and you're like, okay, but I really love this resource and I want to keep using it. All you have to do is scan it and put it into your journal. And so what you'll see is, if you choose to keep your content notebook as like an 8.5 by 11 to really mimic a journal, your notes pages could be longer. For example, this one isn't vertical, it's horizontal, so it would go a little farther than the page. That's okay. We could still just kind of lay it across there, because in their screen, they're not going to be in present mode. They're going to be in edit mode. And so they're going to be able to see that whole thing and still manipulate it. And I'll show you another example of that in just a second. But so this was a paper copy of Manifest Destiny notes that we wanted students to complete as they were reading about these different diverse groups the West. And so all we did here was we scanned in that notes page. And again, we added a single cell table to each of these boxes. So students can just click and then start typing the notes they have for that section. So easy to use, and you still get to keep some of the resources that you totally love to use with your students. All right, so fill in the blank. This is gonna get into what I was talking about when I said you can use that whole screen. Even when in present mode, you're just at your 8.5 by 11 if that's how you choose to do it. So one activity is a fill in the blank activity. So what you see right now is a screenshot of the student view when they're in that edit mode, okay? So we have our page, which has the target and the directions, the links to the reading and the passage and all of that. And it is like a closed passage. And so they're trying to fill in the blanks with those words. We gave them the word bank off to the side in that gray space of their slides presentation. So they can highlight, copy, and paste into the single cell boxes, or they can type into the single cell boxes. And this is where you really see some of your divergent thinkers. I had kids who were doing the copy and paste, and so when they had a word bank that was empty, they knew they had every box of the closed passage full. I also had students who were highlighting a word from the word bank when they used it over here. Lots of ways to use that tool, but it's nice to use that gray space. So when you have some additions to whatever activity you're working on, you can manipulate that space. In present mode, that's not going to be seen. So for example, if I pulled this up on my Clever Touch so that I could review the learning target and the directions with my kids before they went off to work, all they would see is that orange slide on my screen. But in their view, they're going to have that word bank off to the side to support that learning. Okay, and then another fun activity that you can do inside of your digital notebook is your drag and drop options. So again, we used that gray space off to the side, and the directions ask students to determine if the statement was true or false. So if the statement was false, they're going to drag over that X and they're going to write to explain their thinking and correct the statement. If the statement was correct, they're going to drag over that check and they're going to type out a response that supports their thinking. So again, on my screen in present mode, they would only see my blue paper, but on their screen, they're going to have their gray space where they can use those tools and just drag and drop to wherever they needed it to go. Okay, so I just went through those templates really quickly. I want to remind you that these were not exhaustive lists. Like, there's plenty of activities that you could use to engage your students and cover the content that you need to cover. These are just some of the main ones that we use most often. Using your table to type in your responses, recording, so on and so forth, just to ensure that your students are getting what they need. I'm hoping there weren't any big questions about any of the templates. I think they're pretty self-explanatory. It just takes some learning. You might do an activity one way and then in hindsight say, oh, okay, that probably would have worked better if I did it this way. And I'm sure you'll have the option to fix that mistake because, like I said, if this is something you hold on to, you're going to have the opportunity to do this for all of your units, okay? So let's talk about some of the resources that I use, and then I'm going to go back and I'm going to slow it down just a little bit because I feel like I went through that really quickly. Just some additional resources that I chose to use and I use often. The Slides Carnival, you can go get lots of free templates. So if the notebook template just isn't for you, you can make your notebook look like anything you wanted. And it doesn't have to be that 8.5 by 11 size. It can be a traditional slide size, whatever you want. And then I also use that Noun Project a lot because the Noun Project provides easily recognizable icons for students. So for example, if you choose an icon that means read and you have that on a slide every time they are required to read something, all learners are going to be able to catch on to that. Your second language learners, your IEP learners, your gen ed learners, all of them. So I like the icons of that. That's where our home icon here came from, was Noun Project. And so I just put that in there so we can navigate our notebook really easily. All right, so I want to jump back into that how-to really quickly, and I'm just gonna slow this down a little bit and kind of explain the process for how we determined what we did with our notebooks. When we started, we had a lot of issues with, we would send this off, make a copy, and because we didn't have the conversation with our students first about how important it was to stay linked, they would see that message pop up that said, stay linked or not, or whatever it says, and they would unlink, and so then they never got any of our updates. Let me show you the update button that I was talking about. So this is what your students would have on theirs. And so this is saying you are linked to like the master presentation, and it is important that you communicate with your students that they should not mess with that setting at all. If they unlink, there is no way to get them back on it other than for them to get a brand new copy of the notebook. So we learned that that's one of the first lessons we try to have with our kids, just to make sure they know, like, this is your baby. That's what I told my kids. This notebook is your baby. You have to take care of it. Don't unlink it, and make sure that you aren't adding or deleting pages, because when students start adding in additional pages or trying to delete pages, it is also going to mess up their flow. And for example, I would be up at the Clever Touch and I'd be like, okay, everybody, we're on our green slide today, talking about the Siege of Vicksburg. And I'm going, and always a kid raising their hand. I don't have that on my page 11. My page 11 is blank. And I'd be like, okay, well, I'll work with you in a minute. And so once you get your class going and you go, it almost every time, 9 times out of 10, it's because they've accidentally added a page that they didn't need. And so then it bumped all of their pages under. So that isn't so much of a difficult fix, because if you just delete their accidentally added page, it'll bump them back up to where everyone else is. But it is really important that they know not to change the settings of that link, and that they're not, adding additional pages or deleting pages, because that will mess things up for them.
And Samantha, we had Sarah Rhodes say about the hack that if you're not familiar with the master of the digital of the slides, which it's now called the, I think the theme, it's in file, insert. Anyway, it's up there and it says to message. It puts everything in the background. So if you're not familiar with that, definitely try to find that. But yes, Sarah Rogers, good tip for sure.
Yes, Sarah, thank you for saying that. All right, and so then, like I said, just make sure you're adding your content, hyperlinking everything that you need along your way. And then when you're sharing, make sure you share that every kid gets their own copy of it. Okay? All right. Let's see. I think that pretty much covered everything I had to share. I can go in some more detail about some things, because I know I have about 8 minutes and I don't want to just leave everybody hanging. So I'm going to go back to our activity templates, and I'm going to talk about I'm going to explain the thinking behind adding these screenshots or downloaded versions or whatever of your paper notes page. So if you're not familiar with the scanner apps on your cell phone, I highly suggest looking into that. It is so easy to use. I use the one called Simple Scanner Pro, and all I have to do is take my physical paper copy notes page, whatever I have, hold my phone over it, it's going to automatically detect the outline of the notes page, and I can save it as a JPEG or I can save it as a PDF and then share it straight to my drive. So then I've taken that paper copy of a notes page and it's automatically going to be a digital resource that I can add to my notebooks. I did just see a question that said, how do you push out new things to the notebook? So mine is always the master, and whatever I do, as soon as kids open their notebook the next time, they're going to have the icon here where they see their link. It'll say the word next to it, update. If kids see the word update, they know that there has been a change to the master, and all they have to do is click that button that says update, and they'll get all the new changes, whether that was a new assignment added on one of the blank pages or a revision to an assignment that they had. Okay, so that was a great question. So yes, make sure that when you're talking about for your students not to unlink, that they know when they see that button that says update, they click it so they get the most recent things. One thing that's not in here that I do want to talk about, because I talked about it being easy to leave feedback. When you share this in Google Classroom and you go to your assignments page in your classroom, all you have to do is click on each student's name. You can see every page of their copy of their digital notebook, and you can leave those digital comments for them. So I would go, and sometimes I did this in the moment while they were working. Kids would be sitting in front of their Chromebooks and they would be listening to the passage and they would be answering those questions. And I, from my Chromebook, could pull up a comment that says, I love how you restated in question 1. You might want to take another look at question 2. And so automatically they're getting that comment from me and they can make those revisions while they're working. And I can give them that feedback along the way. That is a great tool and it saves so much time. It's funny, a colleague and I were talking and she saw that I had left some comments. She was like, oh my gosh, I didn't even think to do that. I was like, that's why I love this digital notebook so much, because I can leave the comments and I'm not sitting at home with 30 notebooks in front of me for hours trying to make sure that every student is hearing from me on their progress. So the digital notebook is wonderful for sharing that feedback along the way. Let's see. All right, 4 minutes left. I'm going to go ahead and say again, thanks for letting me share about the digital notebook. The template is there in that bit.ly link. You're welcome to use it, tweak it, let me know what you think. If you have another version that you've been using and you love, I would love to see that too. Make sure you're sharing with me on Twitter at Mrs. Samantha Jan. And that's pretty much it.
Yay, Samantha, you are awesome. I cannot tell you how many people in this chat, and you'll go back and you'll look at it all and you'll just see like, yes, there are tons of also ideas for expanding this or using it in their classroom. So go back and scroll through those comments, as well as, and I say it after every presenter, go ahead, go to Twitter, put the hashtag, and then put what you just learned from Samantha on there so we all can learn together. I love it. It's great. Samantha, thank you for sharing with us today. We really appreciate you. We got some awesome music going on. Hello, Kathleen. It's kind of lunchtime, but we are working through lunch. So if you want to go ahead and grab your lunch, come back, grab your computer, take it to the kitchen or whatnot. We are going to work through lunch just because we want to get all of these awesome presenters in before 4 o'clock. So we don't want you to be to lose out. So we've got lots of, and those handles for all of our presenters is coming. We're going to share out a link to a Google Doc that has all of those because we hadn't combined them all. So that's a great idea. Someone had asked for those. So we love it. See, we're brilliant together. I just love it. So hello, ma'am. How are you, Felicia?
Oh, you already put the news on it. I am good.
Good. We are so glad to have you today. I know you've got lots and lots of stuff to share with us.
She does. She's one of the Zone 2 teachers as well.
Oh, no.
Melanie.
How did I not remember that? You're right. Yes.
Yes, yeah.
So
amazing teacher with us here. So go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I was just thinking that, there are probably some teachers or people here watching that are not even on Twitter and they're nervous. And I think they're like, oh, I don't want to get onto that. It was scary at first for me because I didn't really understand what it was. But if you follow a hashtag, it's like talking to a community of people that are just focusing on that one topic. So our hashtag KYGoDigital, if you are not on Twitter, go ahead and make an account. If you only use it just for Kentucky Go Digital stuff, because you're brilliant and we want to make sure that we share that across Kentucky. So make sure you do that as well. Just urging you to go ahead and jump into that because I know some of our friends are not on Twitter. Kathleen, aren't
That's
they?
a great lead in, Elaine. How did you know? You read my mind. So Felicia, I urged her to get on Twitter more because she's doing so many amazing things in her classroom. And I'm not sure if Terry Stice is out there from GREC, but Terry saw what she was doing and invited her to come and present for the GREC region, one of the regional monthly events. So because of Felicia presenting on Twitter and sharing on Twitter and all the things that she's doing, other people around the state and world can see that. So you led right into what I was getting ready to say. But Felicia, thank you so much for being here. We're excited to have you and we can't wait to learn from you today.
Of course, I'm happy to be here. So excited. I love that kind and gentle nudge to get people to get a Twitter account. Like no pressure, but pressure. Go do it. Yes, love it. Okay, so today I'm going to share some ideas with you guys about how you can incorporate Minecraft into your everyday classroom, but specifically with narrative writing. So Kathleen and I, you heard this from presenters earlier, which by the way, everyone has been amazing thus far. I've learned so many new and exciting things. So hopefully you guys will be able to latch on to something new and exciting from me. But anyway, as I was saying, Kathleen and I did a co-teach lesson before during NTI, and some of the focus of what I'm going to share is what we did, but I also want to spend some time, adding on to what we did throughout the rest of the school year after our co-teach lesson, and then just giving you guys some more ideas with what you can do with Minecraft. So as a quick side note, it's kind of a sad one, I found out that not everyone in Kentucky or further than Kentucky has access to Minecraft for free like we do here in JCPS. We're blessed for that. However, if you're interested, I would encourage you to get a license for Minecraft EDU because it is phenomenal. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, and if you guys can let me know.
Yes, and if you need help with finding out that information, Kathleen Receiver, I'm more than happy to assist you with that. So find me on Twitter or email me and I can help you out. I know that one of my colleagues here, Jim Unger, he leads Minecraft for our district. He has that information for purchasing per student. So
can you guys see my screen okay?
We can, looks great.
All right, perfect. So again, I'm going to be presenting on narrative writing with Minecraft EDU, and my name is Felicia Ellingsworth. I'm at Smyrna Elementary, and this year I'll be teaching 4th grade AP. And in the YouTube chat, I saw some of my Smyrna friends, so I saw you guys out there, Zone 2 crew. Thank you guys for being here. So the purpose of this presentation, again, is to show you how Kathleen and I did a co-teach lesson on narrative writing. But again, I want to introduce to you guys how Minecraft can be applied to the standards that we are teaching with every single day in our classroom. And there are tons of connections that can be made, not only with our different subjects and standards, but Minecraft has social and emotional aspects that you can use and teach that are pre-made and ready to go. There's social justice lessons as well that I looked at this morning, and I'll share with you guys later on in the presentation. And another little tidbit, some of you might kind of have that mindset that I did at the beginning about Minecraft. You might be brand new to it like I was, you don't know anything about it. It might seem intimidating. And then on the other end of that, you might think, well, all of my students gravitate towards Minecraft. Because, you know, we have certain students that probably talk about Minecraft all the time already. And then we have, you know, other students such as female students, you know, that you might think are more interested in, you know, TikTok and Instagram and everything else. But I was so surprised when I started diving into this program that all of my students gravitated towards this. And some of my most impressive pieces came from some of those students I did not think would be interested. So hang with me. Hopefully you can grab onto something and use this in your classroom. And there is my Twitter handle. If you would like to follow me, I will do my best to continue to reach out and show everything that I am working on. So to start off, and I know Lauren mentioned this earlier in her presentation, what is our main goal as educators? And one of the biggest things that we want from our students, and is sometimes a challenge, is engagement. So using Minecraft EDU, this is something that is going to wow your students. They're going to be engaged. They're going to want to do this each and every day, take it home and work on it some more. And we know that when our students are engaged, they're excited to learn new things and they remember what they have learned. So thinking about our previous school year, we know that we were in NTI, and you know that was a game changer for a lot of us. It changed our entire career and what we do every single day. So this upcoming school year, keeping in mind that we know this is a year for acceleration and we don't have time to waste. So Minecraft EDU is a great way to hone into those skills that educators and students learned throughout NTI, and using those tech skills, incorporating Minecraft with our standards to really have that blended learning approach whenever we're moving throughout the school year. And again, it's going to engage our students. So you know, we don't know. We might end up in NTI again, hopefully not. But this is something that isn't just for NTI. We can use Minecraft EDU within our classrooms in person every day. So another piece that we heard from other presenters previously was that writing is something that is difficult to get students excited about, to get them engaged, to get them to even want to write. So that is something that I noticed from my students is some of them didn't want to write at all. Some of them could write a ton, but then when they got to the end of the page and they're rereading, the quality of their writing was not so great. So that was something I knew I wanted to focus on, and I used Minecraft to do that. So I mentioned before that Kathleen and I did a co-teach lesson for this, and I want to introduce that to you guys and a couple different pieces that Kathleen shared with me. So she talked about and taught me about that blended learning approach and incorporating technology within our lessons, you know, at different levels. So this is the SAMR model. And some of you that are here listening today may feel like you're new with technology and, you know, you're not quite ready to take these huge leaps, and that's okay. So starting with this S level, using technology just as a substitution, again, that's okay to start there, but we want to gradually increase our ability to use technology at these transformation levels that you see up at the top. So for our purple cows out here, like myself, that use technology often, we're more comfortable with it. We want to be able to use these different programs like Minecraft EDU to modify or even redefine our lessons and what we're doing with them inside our classrooms. So you can see it's kind of like a step ladder moving up. So this specific lesson that I did with my students came in at the modification. So using technology to allow students to redesign a task. So I taught third grade last year, and that narrative standard that we focused on, and we'll talk about those standards in a couple minutes, but instead of them just writing a piece, we used Minecraft to completely redesign that task and allow them to create something that was brand new and incorporated technology. So keeping that in mind also, whenever you see how we did this co-teach lesson, you're going to notice that we had a, sorry, I was losing my train of thought, that we had a flipped learning lesson and a flipped learning video, and we'll talk about that here in just a couple seconds. But that's just one way to use Minecraft in the classroom. You can use it as a guided reading center within your reading time. You can use it as whole class learning time and do things one step at a time. You can have students do it independently. They can collaborate and do things together, and we'll come back to that again later. But again, just the big idea here is using Minecraft with what we're already doing to enhance it and make it more engaging for your students. So these are the ELA standards that we focused on. So composing narratives that could be real or imaginative. And then I also incorporated a figurative learning standard so that my students could work on improving the quality of their writing and not just that simple writing piece. The text standards came with a little bit of Kathleen's help, and we wanted to make sure that we were focusing on those as well. Again, that blended learning approach. And this is the video that came from Kathleen. So let's take a minute to talk about what is flipped learning and how does that work throughout this lesson. So this video came from Kathleen, and it was presented to my students before we did the actual lesson of writing the narrative. So this is something within your own classroom that you have to think about. As teachers, we know we plan everything. The more we plan, the better the outcome will be. So if you're brand new to Minecraft, you want to think about how you can introduce small chunks of Minecraft, getting them used to not only using the program, but simple things like logging in, creating a skin or a character. And these are the different elements that Kathleen talks about in the flipped video. And we're about to go through a couple different sections of that. But this was a really big game changer for myself and for my students. Some of them were pros at Minecraft. Some of them were just like me. We were brand new. We were newbies to Minecraft. So this is something, and since the presentation has been shared with you guys, you have access to this amazing video from Kathleen that you can use if you're feeling a little hesitant, like, I don't even know how to use Minecraft. I don't know where to start. This is something that was extremely helpful and allowed our entire activity and lesson to be more organized, and it helped things just move smoothly. So I'm going to go ahead and mute Kathleen here. And you did amazingly. So I'm going to go through a couple different sections of the video, again, just because I think this is very important to do within your classroom before you just jump into something. You want to make sure that you're thinking about those different logistics, like logging in, and is it even downloaded on their Chromebooks? So here in JCPS, everyone, adults and students alike, have a free Minecraft account. So Kathleen teaches them about how to sign in using their JCPS login information. And then the next part that she goes into is she shows them how to create their own skin. So students can customize and have that student voice and choice. And again, it's engaging for them. It's something that they want to do, something they're creating that they love. So she goes through a couple of different pieces about how to choose your skin, what type of character you want, the outfit they can make. And so depending on if they're new or pros with using Minecraft, they might be super excited about this part, especially our little guys. And then as we move forward in this part here, and I want to take a couple minutes to talk about it. Kathleen introduces to them where they needed to go for the lesson, which was to create a new world, or going and speaking out to all my teachers right now, there are libraries within Minecraft of everything that has been pre-created for you. So again, for the lesson, the narrative writing, we created a brand new world because students wrote a narrative all on their own and then used Minecraft to illustrate that narrative and bring that world alive. I want you guys to be aware that Minecraft has this library over here of tons and tons of resources. And I made a list for you guys so I wouldn't forget all of them, of things that you can do in this lesson and creating a world of something that you want to connect with in your instruction. You can go and just access something that's already been created. So they had things like create your own museum, English adventures, lessons in good trouble, which was social justice issues. They had sustainability city. And then also within that library, thinking about those different standards that we teach and the different connections we want to make. They even have monthly build challenges. There are different biomes and worlds that you can join and connect into. They have lesson videos on how to play Minecraft. So something you can check out as an educator. If you don't know how to play, you can watch that video before you even talk to your students about this. And then, like I mentioned before, they have social and emotional lessons on here. So that's excellent for, some of our ECE students. They even have equity and inclusion videos. So phenomenal resources here on Minecraft EDU that I'm kind of obsessed with and I'm going to use throughout this school year. But moving forward with my lesson, so again, students created a new world and it kind of randomizes that for you and it puts them in a place somewhere in the Minecraft world that becomes infinite. There's an infinite amount of space that they can travel within and build and create upon. So Kathleen, moving forward in the video, she shares with students how to change the settings, which is super important. So if you're going to use this collaboratively within your classroom and you want students to do something together, they would definitely want to change the game mode from survival to creative. That way they're not just attacking each other and playing around in an unfocused manner. You would want them to be on settings that would allow them to not have any distractions. So again, the video just walks students through how to change those different settings and the settings that you would want depending upon your lesson. So as we move forward, and you can see this is the brand new world that was generated for the students. This is just the one that Kathleen did, but it's brand new and individual to every student who creates one. So she shows them how to navigate throughout the world, how to play the game, and how to use these different function keys in order to actually build and design and create. And one of the most important things, I think, was looking into the, I'm gonna pause this here, and hopefully if you're getting any kind of idea thus far, you're thinking, okay, what are they building and how does this even look? So throughout this inventory, there were a couple pieces that we required for them to use. But keeping in mind that Minecraft is not just for writing and incorporating those skills, they can build virtually anything. They can build block by block. So they can create small scale items all the way to large scale items. And the inventory, again, is infinite, it's massive. So we wanted to require students to do and use a couple things. So they had to use the book and quill, and we even taught them how to use the camera feature, which was really cool. So the book and quill is actually the writing piece that we incorporated. And I'm going to go through the video a little bit. And the book and quill looks like this. So thinking back to that digital notebook that we just learned about, this is available on Minecraft, and students can write and insert pictures using this program, all the while building something in a world to illustrate whatever they have created. So obviously not real words coming from Kathleen here, but she was just demonstrating for students how to type within that book, and she shows them all the correct ways and incorrect ways to use that and how to stay away from that sign symbol. But if you want to check this out later, you can watch and listen to the whole video to get a better idea of it. But I wanted to show you what we used. So we used the book and quill to write our story. And we also used the camera within Minecraft so that students can take a picture, even a selfie if they wanted to, of what they created for their narrative story. So if they created a castle and their story was all about a castle and a princess with zombies coming to attack, because that makes sense for Minecraft. they could take a picture of it and put that creation into their actual book, which my students were obsessed with. So she moves forward and she shows them how to insert those pictures into the book, which I love. And at the very end, and here in JCPS, we know that our backpack artifacts are super important. Whatever students create using the book and quill, it can actually be signed down here at the bottom, and you can turn this into a PDF or export it somewhere else, and students can use their creations as a backpack artifact.
Felicia, we have a really awesome question here. We have someone says, is it time consuming to go through of the work for each student? How do you feel about that?
Time consuming to go through the work for each student? I wouldn't necessarily say it was time consuming. Since we did this in NTI, I put all my students in breakout rooms, and I was able to kind of just jump from room to room to work with the students. Now, in the real world setting, going back to school, I think you would definitely have to set aside some time to, look throughout each of their creations. But I think if you broke this down step by step and, you thought about their book and quill first, this is something that students can, collaborate and do some revise and editing before they're even seeing you. You could definitely do some quick conferences with them one-on-one, just as any other writing piece.
Oh, and they could actually even make a video sharing with you those points on your rubric of what you needed. So there's so many different ways, and they could even, one-on-one just say, show me this, and I love it. The chat is just going crazy. Everybody loves this. They all want to know how to get it in their district, and make sure you check out those links. And the chat is saved, so don't worry. It's all here for you saved.
Okay, awesome. Yes. I'm glad you guys are getting excited about it. But I do think that it might seem a little intimidating at first with the time piece, but once you start to use it within your classroom, it's something you're going to be more comfortable with, like any other digital platform, and you're going to get faster and more fluid as you move along. But keeping in mind, in Minecraft, you can join someone's world with a code. So as an educator, you could have all of their codes to their worlds, and you could just click that code in and join their world and be able to see what they have created, just as a little check-in piece as well.
And Felicia, I don't want to interrupt you, but I want to say that's a great point, because the kids think it's so fun when their teacher, even the older kids, when their teacher joins their world with them. If my son would have his way, I would be joining him every single day in Minecraft to create with them. And even when I didn't know what I was doing, that's actually kind of how I learned a little bit. Just giving them that little, when you conference with them, you could maybe join their world with them as they explain to you what they're doing. So.
They love that. They're like, Miss E, do you want my code so you can join my world? I'm like, give me the code right now. Yes.
Right. Talk about building relationships, right? Like,
I know.
Building the relationships and with the students that choose maybe to use this as a way to show their learning. So you are awesome.
Absolutely. They ran with it and taught me so many things throughout the school year. It was amazing. So this is another piece that I put on my presentation, Jamboard. I'm sure you guys have used it. I created just a simple template for my students as a requirement first to get some of their ideas drafted. So instead of just putting it in a basic notebook, using a Jamboard to give them a space to get to know what Minecraft looked like so their ideas can be generated. As I said before, some of my students were brand new to using Minecraft. They had no idea what it even was. So I gave them some pictures just to get an idea, some quick directions, and then just some blank pages for them to get their ideas drafted first. And then they went into the book and quill within Minecraft to type their story. And then they were able to use the inventory to create whatever their actual what their actual story was about. So that is available there for you guys as well. And as I said before, we know this is a very crucial year of acceleration. We definitely don't want to be doing anything as a substitution or just as fluff or only for fun, even though this is amazingly fun. I was sure to align everything that I did with our lesson frames and with those standards, created a rubric for the students. That way they knew exactly what was expected of them, along with those expectations. So keeping in mind, if you did this digitally, you want them to have expectations. If they did it as a center, they needed to have expectations for that, all the way up to if they're doing it on their own, just simple expectations to keep them focused, because it is something that's going to get them super excited, and you don't want them to go down a rabbit hole and forget their whole purpose of learning. So these are some student examples that my lovely little brains created. This was someone who is brand new to Minecraft, and you can see her living room that she built to illustrate her story with her huge TV on the side, which she was so excited about. Here's an example of a book and quill from one of my students, and as you can see, it's not completely perfect writing, but they were able to learn from their mistakes, go back and edit and add in those figurative language pieces as they went along. This was from another student of mine who we encouraged to continue her love of coding. This was the code builder on Minecraft, and she taught herself how to use the code builder to build a house more efficiently. So she used this to build the dimensions of her house that she wanted, and then bam, it created it within her world, and she was able to customize it from there. Super impressive, and for your more advanced Minecraft students. And again, here in JCPS, we know we need to have those backpack artifacts. So using the book and quill within Minecraft can be exported as a PDF, or students can always do a screen recording with Screencastify. And then throughout the school year, I gave it as an option for my students to use Minecraft as an option for their projects. And a couple of my students chose that for their Black History Month projects. So this is an example of a student example. I'll just say example 2 times. Oh my goodness, lunch brain over here. So they used a pre-made lesson here of a spacecraft, because his choice of person was the first African-American astronaut. So he actually created this world and used the book and quill and different signs, shared his code, and students were able to join his world to explore and learn. So much more fun and exciting than just a student standing up in front of the classroom, being nervous and having to talk. Another one here on Kobe Bryant. He did an entire Screencastify to share what he learned about Kobe. And lastly, just to wrap up, I know that in reality, we're thinking, okay, as a teacher, what can I actually do in my classroom? Why is this important, and how can I get it done? Again, this can be done individually, in pairs, or even small groups. Think about the needs of your kids. It can be teacher-led. You can go one step at a time, or you can just give the kids complete freedom like I did and let them go with it. Your students can do this, even if they're in kindergarten and first. They might need help logging in at the beginning, but all the way up to 12th grade, this is things that they can do, that they will want to do and be excited about. It's cross-curricular. You can incorporate your writing standards with science, or your writing with social studies. And then no matter if you're a newbie or a pro, absolutely there are options available for you. So I want to encourage all my purple cows out there to go back to your buildings and to your staff and share something that you learned with your teams and staff members. Hopefully you can show them something you learned and get them excited about it. Or if you're brand new, hopefully you can watch those videos and learn something yourself.
Oh my goodness, Felicia, you are amazing. This is great information. I just love it so much. And also, I think you said this, but just for everyone's information, Felicia didn't know a lot about Minecraft. When I first reached out to her, she was like, I don't know, let's do it. And that's one of the reasons I love her so much. She was like, whatever you want to do. So just like me, I didn't know until my son made me learn. She didn't know, and you don't have to, and I seriously still do not know. Her student taught me some stuff about the code builder when I worked with her last school year. So even if you don't know about it, you could watch my quick video that I made and create your own for the kids. And that's really all you need to know. I promise you, they will run with it. Once you have that, and if you have any questions, the community that I think Elaine is putting that in the chat right now, the teacher community with Minecraft education is fantastic. You can ask questions, and even on Twitter, their Twitter handle is really different. It's at PlayCraftLearn is the Minecraft education Twitter handle, but they are very responsive to even IMs or DMs, DMs as well. So thank you again, Felicia. I appreciate you coming on and presenting for us, doing great work here in JCPS. Also, I wanted to say, Elaine, I think just a reminder, my lunch smells wonderful over here. I might take a bite in a moment, that if you want to grab your lunch and eat with us right now, you can do that and watch. This is technically your lunchtime. So feel free to walk away for a second, or you might miss something great like Felicia just shared, though, so you may want to eat with us, right?
And after you say that, that reminds me, Kathleen, I want to touch base on the PD credit. I know all of us, we need that in order to check some boxes, but we continue to learn too, and I know we do that as teachers and educators. But you're going to receive on the live show here a link, and we will have that in the chat. I'll put it in probably like 100 times, and I'll have it also on the screen. But once that link goes out, it's a Google form. You're going to fill it out, and within 24, 48 hours, depending on the volume, because we have 800 and something watching live right now, you're going to be able to get that completed certificate for a max of 7 hours of ELA or PD credit. So I don't want you to stress. We are here to help you, and we know that you guys are working hard to get
Elaine,
these
it's
hours.
6 hours.
Oh, 6 hours. Excuse me. Thank you so
for
much.
JCPS, it's 6 hours. That's why you have the hour lunch if you need to take a break.
Yes.
But 6 hours for JCPS. I'm not sure about the other districts.
Okay. No, thank you for saying that. I don't want to mess that up. But just make sure that you also are tweeting out all these awesome things. Felicia just took us down a really awesome, almost a rabbit hole of stuff that we all are like chomping at the bits to learn. So take that time and also go to Twitter and tweet out on the hashtag what you learned from Felicia, because she truly did step out of her comfort zone to share with you guys. And if you guys can just step out of yours and make sure that other people out there in the world can also learn from you as well. So we are right at 1 o'clock, and I'm excited to introduce to you Selena Cochran and Tara Montgomery. Hello, ladies. How are you doing?
Hello.
Hello. We're excited to have you. I'm going to let you go. Take it off. Anybody that's in the chat, just go ahead and ask any questions that you have for these ladies, and they are going to start sharing.
All right. Okay. I am Tara, and I'm going to start with differentiated Google Forms. So let's start with what is a differentiated Google form. A differentiated Google form allows us to differentiate a form for students, meaning we can send students to different questions and pages of information based on how they answer each question. So, for example, if you're giving a pre-assessment or some form of a quiz, you have a student that answers incorrectly, the Google form will direct them to a reteaching portion of the quiz. So you can attach a video or an anchor chart or any kind of information that might help them solve the problem they just answered incorrectly. If they answer correctly the first time, they get to move on to the next question. So that's basically what this is. Why should you use Google Forms? Well, we know that as teachers, it's super important to differentiate our instruction, no matter what we teach, because we do have students with different needs. We have students that come from different educational backgrounds. Some may be, more familiar. We do have students with attention spans that are different and interests, different language abilities, different cultural backgrounds. So it's important to differentiate. So just to kind of continue on, like I said, we're teachers, it's just in us to differentiate. We want our students to learn at their own pace, on their own level, and we want to do anything we can to allow that to happen in our classrooms with our students. Using Google Forms allows students to receive intervention when needed. So again, back to what I was explaining earlier, If your student is answering incorrectly, they're going to get some intervention based off of what you attach in there, whether it be an anchor chart, just a page of some sort of information to guide them, or a video. And then, of course, we can't forget about our students that are just whizzing through, everything we do. We want to challenge them. So this is definitely going to help you not only help with your students that need intervention, but also your students that need to be challenged more. One of the best parts, of course, is no grading. The data for each student will be sent, straight to you. It also monitors your students' progress. So this really should take a load off of you as a teacher. The students are going to take the assessment. The Google Forms is going to grade it for you, and then you get to collect the data. So what's better than that, as a teacher? All subjects and content areas can use Google Forms to differentiate instruction. I know when I first started looking into this, some of the teachers that worked around me were like, oh, it's super easy for you. You teach math, but what about me? So I've kind of listed a few examples of what I have found. I do teach third grade math, so I'm just kind of pulling at straws here, trying to get you guys some examples. For reading, if you had a reading comprehension of a previously unseen text, so a text that the students are not familiar with, say the student does not get the right answer, they can be taken back to the part of the text. So I keep saying, if they get it wrong, it's going to take them to intervention. You can put this in there. So if they get the answer wrong, you can direct them back to the part of the text that's going to help them answer correctly, or you could even give them the piece of the text to reread and look to find the correct answer. So that's just one way with reading. And I actually created an example as well for nouns, for grammar. I'll have to attach that on here later for you guys to look at. But math, I'm going to show you guys my example that I used with multiplication in just a second. And then science, you could do a lab safety quiz. Social studies, you could do some sort of geography, historical events. And then I thought this would be really cool to try. You could use it as a choice board. You could do some sort of choose your own adventure for the students to go through. And then morning work, and I didn't add this on here, but I'm thinking even like a problem of the day. And then a pre-assessment. That's how I plan to implement this in my classroom specifically, because I do teach math. And if I use this as a pre-assessment, this is really going to help me group my students. I do math groups. So if I use this as a pre-assessment, it's going to let me know, before I even start my topic that I'm going to be teaching, it's going to show me who needs to be in what group, which students are familiar, which students need a little more help. So I really like that idea. Okay, so I've listed the steps here for you, and I'm going to go through my example as well. I tried to go through and screenshot a picture because it's you might have to take a few minutes to really work on it and look at it. But I put this on here so that you guys, if you want to create your own, you can refer back to this. But step one is you're going to go to a Google form just like you normally would. You're going to give your quiz a title, put in your first question, select the correct answer, make it required, and then choose however many points you want it to be. Step two is you're going to click on what looks like an equal sign, this right here. So this is going to create your section. So this is where if the student gets the problem wrong, it's going to take them to section 2, which is going to be like your review or reteaching part. Step 3, here's where you'll put in the reteaching. So I attached a video here straight from YouTube, and you always want to make sure these videos are kind of short because you don't want to overwhelm the students. You don't want to give them, a 5-minute video to watch. That's just not going to keep their attention. So I always just do a 1.5 minute, 2-minute video to kind of reteach whatever they got wrong, just to guide them. And then another really cool thing about this is if you don't want to use a YouTube video, you could even record yourself teaching a short mini lesson on the topic and attach that video. Or you could do an anchor chart. I've just used like one page of information that will help guide them, just anything to review, anything that's going to help guide them to the correct answer. Okay, so step 4, you can either create a new question for the reteaching or use the same question. So here's the question, the problem that I had. And I'm going to explain real quick about Envision Math. Like I said, I teach 3rd grade math, and we use Envision Math. So I don't know if you're familiar with it, but it goes by topics. So topic 4 is introducing multiplication. So what I did is I took the teacher manual, the teacher book for that topic, and I started at 4-1, which was repeated addition. And this is how you can make it build, make the problems get harder and harder. So I started with 4-1. I took the problem from that. And then if they get it correct, they're going to go straight up to 4-2, where it gets a little bit harder with equal groups. And then if they get that correct, they're going to go up to 4-3, where it gets, so it's going to build. But if they get it wrong, they have a chance to fix it. So this was the problem. It was repeated addition. So again, you can either create a new problem. If you don't want to use the same problem that they just got wrong, you can create a new problem, or you can use the same problem. If you want to use the same problem like I did, you want to hit this duplicate button right here. And after you've created your video, after you've put in your reteaching video back here at step 3, you're going to drag this down below that video so that this will be the next question. I hope that makes sense. And like I said, you guys might have to, take a few minutes to go through this. Step 5, after you've created your first section, go back to the first question and hit the 3 little dots. So this is how they're going to be directed. So after you've answered, or after you've put in your first problem, your first question, you're going to go back to that question, and you can't see it up here, but this is the same one, the 2 plus 2 plus 2 plus 2. And there's going to be 3 little dots down here. Click on that, and then make sure you check the go to section based on answer. Now, we created a section 2 with the reteaching, right? So all the 3 answers on here that are incorrect, so that would be 14, 7, and 11, you're going to click go to section 2. And notice how it says, So that's telling them, you need to work on that. You got that wrong. Let's try that again. But say they got the correct answer, they're going to move on to question 2. So they're not going to have to do the reteaching part. It's going to direct them straight to the next question. And then you're just going to need to repeat that until you have all your questions in there. And I like to put, you don't have to, but I like to put, something encouraging here. Great job. Now let's move on to the next question. And they just love these little Bitmoji pictures. So I always put those on there too. Now let me show you my example, and I hope it's making sense. So if you open this up, this is going to be the first question, the first problem. So complete the number sentence, and this is actually an image straight from the Envision website. I just attached it here, so you can even attach the problems, just a picture of the problem. But say I get this wrong, I'm going to click on the wrong answer and click next. So here's where it takes me to section 2, which is, hey, you got this, you didn't answer this correctly. Let's watch this video to help you. So here's the video. You would just click play. After they watch the video, they're going to try that again. So again, I use the same problem. If you wanted to switch this problem out to a new problem, you could. Now let's say I get it correct. It's going to take me to the next question. So great job. Let's move on. Now write the addition sentence as a multiplication sentence. Again, let's say I get this wrong. It's going to take me to, sorry, did not get that the correct answer. Let's learn more about multiplication. Again, here's a short video about making multiplication sentences. So they would watch the video and then try that again. Of course, you could switch out the problem if you wanted to try a different problem. Now, let's say I get the correct answer. Now, genius, on to the next. Now we're going to move on to arrays. So you could, I think it's probably starting to make sense now. So let's say I get this wrong. Let's say 2 times 9. And you did not answer. Let's try again. So now there's going to be a short video over arrays. And again, you could attach an anchor chart, your own, short mini lesson that you've recorded of yourself. And then try again. So let's say I get it correct this time. And notice how it's getting a little bit harder as you go. So fantastic, awesome. Now we're looking at the distributive property of multiplication. So like I said, I took the Envision Math and I just went through each of those lessons in the same topic, and they get harder and harder. So I'm going to use this for a pre-assessment so I can see again how to group my math groups. Let's say I get this correct the first time and go U. It's going to take me on to even harder problem. So I think I'm running out of time, so I'm going to come back here, and I've just listed some tips and tricks for you to make it easier for you in your classroom. Give your students a time limit. If a student doesn't finish, I think it's safe to say that they're probably going to need some extra help with the topic. Quickly look at student scores by clicking the response tab. I'm sure you guys are familiar with that if you're familiar with the Google Forms. When you're looking at scores, it's just easy to look through and see, how your students scored. Use one objective and try not to go over 10 questions. You don't want to overwhelm the students. And then you also want this to just be, a quick score that tells you which students are struggling and which students are not struggling. Click the little green box at the top right. This will open a Google spreadsheet. And I have this example here for you guys. This is the spreadsheet, and I haven't had my students complete this, obviously, but it's just telling you that if you want to put your scores in order, you would click this and right-click it, and it's going to put your scores in order. That way you can then take your student names that will be here, and you could place them in groups easier, and I'll show you what I mean by that, too. It just says to copy the names from the Google Sheet in groups according to what they need, put it on a Google Doc. So I just made a quick chart just to give you guys an idea. So say they took this quiz, this pre-assessment, and I have, Susie, Johnny, and Nancy that scored, they need help. So I'm going to put them in my reteaching group. And then Stacy, Billy, and Bonnie, they did okay. They probably need a little bit more practice. And then you've got your Mia, Miles, and Mallory that, they've got this, they need to be challenged. So it's going to help you put your students in groups. Students will then be assigned based on how they scored. So I would have an assignment, different for each of these groups based off of how they scored. And you can make this up ahead of time. That way you're saving yourself time when you are looking at your scores, and it's just going to be easy to just go through, copy and paste the names for each group. And then one more quick tip is to be sure to reteach in a way you haven't already taught before. And I guess that's all for me. Miss Cochran, are you ready?
Tara, I just want to tell you that there are lots of people just shouting you out in the chat. They love this. Google Forms is where I fell in love with Google, and it is near and dear to my heart because I am a spreadsheet nerd and I'm proud of it. But it can, as you learn, and I've actually even had students create their own like Google Forms. So it could be like a review lesson. So these are all great opportunities for students to grow, and for them to actually be able to see a spreadsheet before they get into the workforce, or even in to second education, it's huge. They need to know and understand what a spreadsheet is. It's just my own opinion. So thank you, Tara. Everybody loves it.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to start sharing my screen.
Looks great. Thank you, Selena.
Okay. Hello, I'm Selena Cochran. I'm the digital learning coach at Porter Elementary. And I'm so excited to be here and share with you all today. I'm brand new to the digital coaching world. This will be my first year. On this first slide, I simply shared with you my contact information with Twitter, Facebook, my email, my YouTube channel. And today I'm going to get started with Jamboard. Last year, I assisted with our virtual teaching. I helped to teach our 3rd and 4th graders online. Being completely virtual for half the year created some constraints, to say the least, to our methods of teaching. We were searching for ways to keep our students engaged and actively participating in our lessons. And one of our favorite tools quickly became Google Jamboard. I know most of you are familiar with Jamboard, but I just wanted to share some ways that we love to use this particular tool. If you're not familiar, Jamboard is an interactive whiteboard within the Google Workspace. It just allows for remote or in-person collaboration on a shared space. I love it because it's just a great method of collaboration and getting all those students involved and participating in discussions. And it's very user-friendly. The students absolutely love it. It offers a variety of easy-to-use editing and annotation features. It offers backgrounds for a variety of purposes, as well as the option of importing any background of your choice. It allows up to 20 frames in one jam with unlimited sticky notes, and it's very easy to share or export. You all know as well as I do that sending students to the front to teach or share out ideas on the board is a strategy that's been around forever. And I just feel that Jamboard is a modern way to make this happen. In my opinion, it is honestly one of the best collaboration tools in the classroom. And today I'm just going to share with you several different templates and ideas for ways that we like to use Jamboard. Here is a quick collage of ideas. You can see multiple ways it can be used, everything from math to grammar to literature to social studies. I even love the idea with primary, using it as a basic daily calendar time, which gives all students the opportunity to participate rather than just that one student who's up at the front of the board. But today I'm going to share with you my absolute all-time favorite activity that I happened to come across last year. It's called Try It, Talk It, Color It, Check It. It kind of reminds me of a digital Kagan strategy, very similar to that of the numbered heads together. I've attached a video of how this activity was first designed to be used with virtual teaching, in which I absolutely love, and I'm going to show you how we slightly adapted it to be used with in-person as well. This particular activity was created by Ashley Taplin and Kathleen Janzik, and it was shared on Edutopia. I just happened to come across it on YouTube. I have attached their video here, so if you click there, but I'm going to share with you my Jamboard template and the one that they shared as well. Here is their version. As you can see, super easy to add in problems of any kind across the top, and you can just pull in your problems to focus on. And then I'm going to show you how we kind of adapted it to use for in-person as well. We created groups of students, and at the time, we just angled our students towards each other at a distance of 6 feet apart, but it still enabled a way for them to work with each other and within a small group. We are one-to-one with our devices, so each student was able to pull up the Jamboard that we shared within our Google Classroom. We gave each student in the group a job. We only had 4 students in a group, and we numbered them off. For instance, student number 1 was our tech leader. This person was responsible for handling any tech questions within the group, as well as making sure their members were on the correct frame. They helped us size and resize the problems, and if we needed to show them how to do anything, we trained the tech leader, and then they would relay the information within their group. You can be very specific and particular with who you assign for these roles. There may be students in your group that you just know are better with technology, so you may want to assign these roles in your plan for the day before. Student number 2 was our teacher. This student was responsible for keeping all students on track, making sure each student had a turn to share ideas and speak within the group. They communicated any questions their group may have had. Student number 3 was our scribe. This student was responsible for typing or writing in the answer that their group discussed and showing all their work. They were also responsible for selecting the color-coded Post-it. So like on Jamboard, you have Post-its over here on the left. So they use those Post-its to indicate their confidence of their group. For instance, green would signify that their group knew the answer, they knew it well enough and they were prepared to teach it. Yellow, they might have ideas, but they're not certain if they're right. Pink, hey, they need help, our answer's probably going to be wrong. Once we communicated to the class their jobs, we took steps, we were ready to begin the activity.
We simply used a class timer. We had the entire class work on the same problem, and begin with the first step, which is for them all to try independently. And they would work this out on a separate sheet of paper, and they worked quietly until the timer went off, and then it was time to talk it out. And when we set a new timer, which allowed them to hash it out and record their answers. Now, we as teachers, we walked around the room serving as facilitators and striking up individual conversations. There was just so much awesome discussion. Once the group time ran out, we then had our speakers present their group answers to the entire class. So this was just one of my all-time favorite Jamboard activities. I feel like it's so versatile and can be used in so many different content areas. So that was one that I definitely wanted to share out. And I am going to provide for you these templates if you want to give it a try this year. And I'm going to share with you just several different ways that we like to use Jamboard. For instance, after the activity, we always try to include an exit ticket or a way for each student to communicate their overall rating for themselves. One example here is just the simple, I feel good, I feel okay with it, or I feel terrible with it. And then the students can simply grab the Post-it. They can move it to, they can move it to where they want to move it to, add their name. It's just a simple exit slip. This one is my favorite too, just a great way for students to reflect on activities. You can even possibly add questions in for reading, like how did a character feel at the end of the story or at this particular chapter in the story. I love these animated GIFs, and I simply use the GIFs extension. And I think anytime you add animation, the kids just love it. And it's just a simple, easy drag and drop there. Another Jamboard activity, 4 corners. Again, just another way you could add multiple choice questions to a Google slide. We could share out the Jamboard and get all the students involved in answering. They simply drag and drop their name to which answer they feel is correct. A brain dump, again, just another way to get them involved. Here, I think this is a great way to use after a reading or math lesson. They share this jam out, and then students can add everything that they can remember about a particular lesson. And this may be helpful for other students too, because they may recall it in a different way. And when they share this out, students are going to see that. Here's some fun possible first day of school activities. You could share out a Jamboard, assign each student their own frame. There are up to 20 frames. All students can add in their images or words to describe themselves and allow other students to guess who they are. So I just think that's just a fun way to use Jamboard. Get two truths and a fib. This is fun for students. They love this activity. Just share it out, allow students to add information, and then they can share it out with the class, and they can choose which one they think is the fib. Another Jamboard activity that is fun is to add images and have students choose which image or word doesn't belong. You could add a bunch of nouns and a verb, and then I just think there's so many different ways that you could use this Jamboard as well. And I'm just going to share with you very quickly because I don't want to run out of time either. But again, just so many different ways that you could use Jamboard. You could add character traits and details about a character. You could do order of events or order of importance. I love this, I think, for a writing activity. I think you could easily just create a situation here and then or a prompt and have students add the pros and cons in. And I think this would be a great way for them to share out their ideas. Again, another exit slip, a fun way, this or that. And I think this is a great check-in in the morning, maybe just to get them going and just something fun. Have the students grab their Post-it note and just a fun question to get them going. A question of the day, a good first thing in the morning activity as well. I love this idea of the place value. Have students, this is so much better, I think, than a worksheet. Have them complete the board where the numbers belong.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And base 10 blocks of numbers, again, just so much better, I think, than a worksheet. And I'm going to jump back here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. I have attached all of these templates here. Any that you're wanting to use, just pull them up, click on them. I am going to share one more thing that doesn't really go along. I mean, I use it with Jamboard. I don't know how many of you are familiar with like cooltext.com. To me, it kind of takes the place of word art, but it's just so fun to jazz up your Jamboards or your Google slide with fun text. So, and it's super easy to download and just drag and drop in there.
Cooltext.com. That's a new one for me. I love it. Oh my goodness, ladies. Everybody's thinking so much, probably pretty much the same thing. Jamboard is like, it's this evolution that a tool we really didn't even know we needed until all of a sudden COVID, and you've just taken it to the next level. I'm a dear lover of Jamboard as well. How excited were you to realize that you can now change the background of it so kids can't like move it around on accident? How excited were you?
Oh, that was a game changer. And I absolutely love the Giphy.com or the Giphy extension too, because I think that was that added in so much more fun to it for the students as well.
Oh, absolutely.
The people in the chat are really excited that you are sharing all of this goodness too. These are two amazing leaders from Porter Elementary in Johnson County. And this is what they do every day. And I'm so glad they're on here sharing all this. People in the chat are loving the tools and what you're sharing. And I just want to thank you all for sharing today.
And Courtney, I wanted to chime in. I love seeing Jamboard from a teacher perspective, but for all you administrators out there, Jamboard is so good for visioning and strategizing, and we use it constantly in JCPS to build out strategies for programs we're trying to scale. So just, think about the possibilities for Jamboard, and no matter what role you're in. And I'd be really interested in the chat to see how else people are using Jamboard to innovate in schools.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I love it. Thank you, Selena and Tara. You guys are awesome. Thanks for sharing. And like always, I need you to go back to Twitter, hashtag, and tell us what you learned. And I was thinking a minute ago, if you go back to your profile, you're going to have like a mini reflection if you keep doing that. So you're going to be able to go back and be like, oh yeah, I remember. So it's almost like another different way to take notes. So I love it. I love it. All right. So we have Miss Courtney next. Hello, Courtney.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm so glad to see you. Let me know if I can do anything. Everybody, hopefully you've had your lunch. Make sure you don't forget some lunch because we need to eat to give that brain power. If you're worried about PD, don't worry. The link will come in the chat. Don't stress. Max 6 hours. You're going to be fine. And Courtney's going to share some awesome stuff. So I'm ready to learn from you.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and get my screen shared here, and then we'll get started. Okay, well, real quick, just as an introduction, I am Courtney Howard. I have taught 4th grade for 10 years in Hardin County Schools. I'm here at Rowdyville Elementary. I did spend all of last year, though, online. I was a 4th grade teacher for our online learning academy. Those were the students by choice that their parents chose to keep them online instead of coming to the in-person opportunities that we did have. So that was a unique year in that I had to rethink everything that I've done in the past. One good advantage to it was that everyone had technology. So typically in the classroom, we have to share Chromebooks at my school. But with the Online Learning Academy, every student had their own device, of course, because they were at home. So that really opened up what I could do with students, and it gave me an opportunity to try lots of new things, which I'm excited to bring back to the classroom this year as I head to 3rd grade in person. One thing that I've always loved doing is I love surprising my class with gameplay of any type. If it's in person, it might be an actual hands-on game. Online this year, it had to be a digital game. So I tried out a lot of different games, and my kids loved trying the new games. They were always up for the challenge as we learned through these things together. Some games we played for a while because they were a hit. Some games we tried once and we never played them again because they weren't as effective. So I want to share with you today one game that really stood out to me this year that engaged my learners that I hope would engage your learners too. And let's look at how we can gamify engagement. This would be reaching what your learners want to do, play games without you having to give up instructional time. In the past, I always felt like, okay, if we stop to play a game, the kids are really going to have fun, but that's going to take up some time, and I need to do something else. So I've kind of meshed the two concepts together. We're still going to meet our instructional needs, and the kids are still going to get to play the game that they want to play. We can just wrap it up into one package deal. So here are some of our learning outcomes for today. 4 things that I would like to do with you. First, we'll start by looking at what research says about playing games with students. I think it's important that that's the foundation of everything we do in the classroom. And so playing games, there's a lot of research behind it. So we'll start there. And then we're going to be examining the characteristics of Blue-Kit. If you haven't heard of Blue-Kit before, that's okay. We're going to jump into what it is. If you have heard of it before, I hope that you'll be inspired to use it this coming year with your students. We are going to learn how to play Blue-Kit, so get ready. You're going to have to participate in a little bit of this. It's hard to learn how to play a game if you don't actually jump in and play it. So we're going to have to play Blue-Kit. And then we'll wrap it up by talking about how can we apply what we learned about Blue-Kit to our own classrooms and take away and actually use this. So before we get started, if you will go to menti.com, either in a separate tab or on your phone, enter this code here. It's going to take you to kind of just a pre-assessment question so I can gauge where we're all at. Some of my friends that I talk to that teach, they were like, yes, I have used Blue-Kit, I love it. And then others had never heard of it. So I'm curious where you all are at. I know lots of innovative people in the group. So some of you have probably heard of Blue-Kit before. If you haven't, that's okay. But go ahead and go to menti.com and type in this code. And I will flip over and share our results to the question that pops up.
Courtney, where's the button that says, I let Brandy jump in and crash a Blue-Kit in my classroom?
I wish you could add that choice.
We
Sorry,
love
Brandy.
you, Brandy. We love you.
I may or may not have crashed Courtney's virtual classroom once or twice this year.
Hey, Brandy, for all the people that are here that might not know who you are, why don't you introduce yourself as well? Because you're kind of a big deal.
I'm jumping in late today. Hi, Brandy New, Director of Innovation in Hardin County, and I'm here to see my girl Courtney live. So very proud of her today.
And Brandy was very much like a student when she jumped in. She was just as competitive as they were. So I don't think she wanted to leave.
I didn't let them win on me either. I think it was 4th grade science. I was like, I got this.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to see the number of people who say they haven't heard of it before, because anytime I brought something to my students, I would always gauge them by saying, what have you heard about this? And the more people who hadn't heard of it, the more excited I was to teach it, because then I was like, yes, I'm bringing something new to you today, get ready. So we have a lot of people that are saying they've never heard of it. If you've seen it, but you haven't really gotten into it, I hope that your excitement from seeing it today and actually playing it will make you realize how much your kids will love it, because we're really just big kids too. And if we're having fun, they're having fun. And so I hope that you'll have fun with this tool today. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move forward. If you're still putting your vote in there to answer the question, I see some of those coming in. But we're going to go ahead and move forward since so many of us have never heard of it. I'm so excited to show you about it. But first, let's talk about what research says behind just gameplay in general with students. And a lot of this, as teachers and just educators, I'm sure you could have guessed a lot of these things. But just so we're having our thoughts confirmed, kids feel that learning is fun when there are 3 things: challenge, fantasy, and curiosity. We're going to learn today when we look at Blue-Kit that it has the challenge, the fantasy, and the curiosity all embedded. Games of many different sorts address both the needs of the learner and the teacher. So this is what I was kind of saying about how your needs as a teacher can be met through a game, as well as letting your learner have fun. So don't think of it as, oh, well, the kids are going to love that game. You can love it too and have some takeaways from it that will help you make instructional decisions also. And using games in teaching can help increase student participation, which you all are going to do today. It will foster social and emotional learning when they collaborate with their peers, especially when you're doing team-based games. And it'll motivate students to take risks. If they aren't ones that would answer out loud in class, they will put what they think through a digital game because they feel comfortable with that and they don't feel like they are in front of everyone. And one more piece of research, although this is not all, it will help develop an enthusiastic learner. It will motivate and engage, and it reduces that monotonous learning method of sit and get, which we've been trying to get away from for many, many years as we have all these new tools at our fingertips. And the games will actually help students with focus and memory. When they're engaged, they are going to be more in it instead of just being bystanders of their own learning. So research definitely says that games are going to help increase student learning. So let's talk about what Blue-Kit is, because this is just one of the many games that you could share with your students. And it's the one I want to focus on today because I felt like it might be newer than some of the other things that you've played in the past. A lot of people might be familiar with things like Kahoot or Quiz-Is. And this kind of reminds me of an offspring of the two. So you might see some familiar aspects of it. I feel like they've taken what we love about digital games and they've put it in one platform. So first, you are going to find that there are pre-made games ranging across all subjects and levels. That would include K through 12, all different content areas. So no matter what your background is or where you are teaching, Blue-Kit is a tool that you can use with any type of learner. If you're someone who's used Quizlet in the past, it does have a feature where you can import a Quizlet into Blue-Kit. That's the only one that I've seen, though, that you can take what you've already made and upload it into create a Blue-Kit. It will personalize gameplay. Students get to pick their own avatar. You know how students are about that. They love picking their own little person, and they get to pick their own username. Of course, you can kick out their username if it's not school appropriate, but if you just want to stick to first names, that's fine too. My kids always loved coming up with silly names, and then they would always say in the chat, "Oh, you don't know who I am," and they were kind of mysterious in that way. So I let them do it that way because it gave them more ownership of their game. And so you have that option to let them just create their own username. It does offer a variety of level types. We will look at all those different types here in a moment. So instead of Blue-Kit being the same thing over and over when they play, you can change the type of level they're playing, which then excites the learner more because it's something different and something new. Right now, they have about 8 levels, but the cool thing about Blue-Kit, especially, I feel like since they're new, they're constantly adding new levels. And they'll even post little teasers like, this level's coming soon. And then like in a month, it'll finally drop. So you can get your kids excited about this new version that they're gonna roll out with, and it kind of leaves them waiting. Now, typically what I would do at the beginning of a Blue-Kit is I would let my class vote on what level type they want to play, because your question set will stay the same, but the way they engage with the questions changes based on what level they choose. So I would let them vote, and then we would just choose the one that they voted for, because then they feel more buy-in that way too, that I didn't choose what they were going to play and that they were being forced to play a certain level. So that always got them a little bit excited. And it keeps it from just feeling overused. If you play the same type of level over and over, kids would kind of get burnt out on that, especially if that wasn't their favorite. And then it gives them immediate feedback. So if they get a question right or if they get a question wrong, it'll tell them what the correct answer is. Based on whether they got it right or not, they get to then have a prompt that pops up, and it'll tell them some options of things they get to do since they got their question right. And you'll see that when you play here in a moment. You'll get to see that firsthand. If they get it wrong, no penalty, nothing lost. They just get to see the correct answer. And if they're playing and getting through enough questions, that question might come back up later. And I really like that about Blue-Kit. I feel like that's unique in that you can make mistakes and don't stress, because learn from your mistake, and next time the question comes up, then you'll know the answer. So that was kind of different than some of the other online games that we had played. So I know all this talk about the game, so let's go ahead and we're going to jump into it. If you've never played, don't worry. I'm going to give you instructions of how to join. So on my screen, I'm going to go through some steps that I would do with the students. All I've done is I've clicked the link that was the share link. And here are the different levels. We have Crypto Hack, that's their newest one. Gold Quest, Tower Defense, Cafe, Factory, Battle Royale, Racing, Crazy Kingdom, Tower of Doom, and then Classic. If you're someone who's played Kahoot in the past, you'll notice that Classic looks a lot like Kahoot. So we don't play Classic very much because sometimes we play Kahoot, and that's what we get when we play that game. So because I can't really have you all vote as quickly as students would, today we're going to play Gold Quest because that was my fourth grade class's favorite. Now, there is some stealing involved of gold, so I think that's why they liked it so much, because they like to give each other a hard time, and it was really fun in that way for them. So I'm going to go ahead and click that I'll host the game. Whenever you're hosting the game, you can choose to set a time. So let's say like, oh, we don't have as much time left today as I'd hoped. I'm going to set less time here. But if I look and I'm managing my time well and we've got plenty of time, I could make the game longer. And then that would just mean that it reviews more questions. It'll go through the question set. So I'm going to set the time for 5 minutes. And that's going to give you plenty of time to see all the different features that it has. I'm afraid if I set it shorter that you wouldn't get through the different features. You check the settings that you want, and then you click Host Now. On the host screen, which I'm showing, I'm going to turn the music off so you can hear me. Here's where you're going to go to play. You'll go to bluekit.com/play. You can do this on any device. So if you want to pick up your cell phone and do this, you can. Or what my kids always did, they would always open up a separate tab, and that would they would toggle back and forth. But it's just easier if you have a separate device.
Hey, so Courtney, real quick, is this like a freemium, or do you need to like... Yes, so it is. Yay!
We'll talk about there is a paid option that we'll talk about at the end, but totally don't have to pay for it. It's awesome, the free version.
We love that F word, don't we?
So a lot of y'all are seeing the code here. I can see you joining 403147. So go ahead and jump on in. I think it will cap out at a certain number of players. I forgot about that in the free version. So some of you all will be in if you're in the first, I want to say this level's 60.
Don't worry, Courtney. We will test it out. We'll figure it out right here.
Sorry
live.
if it doesn't let you in because it does cap out at a certain number.
Well, there you go.
Like 75 though.
And each level kind of has a different description of how many it allows. So I can't remember on Gold Quest what it was. I forgot there were so many of us.
But that's cool to know too. Like if you were doing like an parent night, that kind of engagement thing, that I could still use Blue-Kit, right?
Yes. Oh, and I saw someone in the chat made a good point that in Gold Quest, I love how it's not necessarily the person who gets all the questions right the fastest is going to be your winner. In Kahoot, I feel like that's kind of the downside is your higher level kids are usually the ones in the end that win. But you're going to see with this game mode, you can be getting them all right. And guess what? Someone's going to steal your gold and then you're going down to the bottom. So it's not all about your highest kids are going to win necessarily. So it gives everyone a chance to have fun with the content. Okay, someone said it caps out at 60. I thought 60 might be the number. It does show 96 on my end, so I'm honestly not sure those extra people if they're going to get to play. We're going to go ahead and start so that you can, if you're in the game, you can see it from a student view. And I'm going to show you the teacher view is what's going to be presented, but we'll talk about the student view afterwards. So you'll answer the question when they pop up. You'll select a chest if you get it right, and then they'll collect gold. You can also take gold from others. After 5 minutes, the game stops and it'll show you a leaderboard then. So those of you that aren't in the game, I'm so sorry. And those of you that are, just ignore me talking. But this is kind of the teacher view. This is what I would present on the board as we're playing. So you can see that Sarah is in first place, but that didn't last very long because someone stole her gold. She went down a little bit. And the leaderboard is constantly changing. The number to the right is the amount of gold they've earned, and that's just specific to this level. Every level looks a little different on the teacher dashboard based on how the gameplay works. So this is just what you would show for Gold Quest, but if you were playing a different level, your teacher dashboard would look a little different. I always love to shout out the kids as we're playing. If I see someone stole gold, I usually call them out, and they love that. They love getting their name called out because they get excited that they stole gold from people. So as we play through this, I'm going to join as I can't join as a student because we're full. I was going to join as a student to show you the student view if you were missing out. But yes, Elaine said she's going to practice with her kids tonight. My own 2 kids are my guinea pigs for a lot, and they love playing this game. If you are curious because you're not in, we are playing a non-academic game. This one, I think, is guessing the logos. So it's not necessarily content-based for what we're doing today. It's just for fun. What I did last year, whenever we first introduced Blue-Kit, is we did a Disney trivia one. And the whole time I was thinking, oh, I hope someone does not walk into my lesson and they see me playing Disney trivia with the kids, because I just wanted the kids to feel confident in playing Blue-Kit with questions that they may know the answer to. So I always recommend that you start with a non-academic one to show them how fun it is and get them excited about it. And then the next time you play and it is content-based, it'll be a whole lot easier for them to just jump in and navigate the game.
Okay, Courtney, I have a question. Do you have data backed up with this so that I can find out what student is missing the curriculum that we're focused on?
Yes. So the next screen that you'll get to see is going to be our data dashboard. As soon as the game ends, that's what it's going to go to next.
Okay. I love some data. We love some data here as educators in this way. Great.
Yes. And honestly, the digital games I found this year, if they didn't give me data at the end, we didn't play again, because I just felt like that's when it's fun for the learner, but it's not useful for you as the teacher. So I tried to limit it just to data-driven games. Are the games shareable? Yes. Someone asked that in the chat. You can share any game that you create with another teacher if that's what you mean, or you can share it with a link if that's what you mean. If you want to give the kids a link to join, you can share it that way. Yes, Delinda, I'll show you how to set up the game. It's so easy.
And Courtney, when you're talking about using it with something fun first, I think that's a pretty general tip that most of us would say. When I'm using a new tech tool for the first time or two, low stakes, because it reduces the anxiety for the kids. And then it does give you some of that community building. Like, do something fun. I always tell people, I always start with something fun.
Mm-hmm. Yes, and I love how you can just build relationships with the kids through gameplay, because then they see you as, okay, she wants to have fun with us too. She's not just here to teach. Like, we're really going to have a good time and make memories together.
And if you're in Hardin County and your principal walks in and gets their feathers ruffled about it, tell them to call me. Everybody else, sorry.
You know, whenever I first started doing games, I felt very much like I needed to before we had to have our doors locked, I had to close the door, and I didn't want anyone to know I was playing a game with my kids because I felt that guilt. But of course, now we know research says that is going to engage your learners. And now I don't feel guilty about it, but I used to kind of feel bad for playing games all the time with my kids.
No, absolutely. We have somebody just shout out, this is a great way for reviewing, for sure. Love that. Yes.
Yes, we're going to talk kind of about the value of the game. It's going to wrap up in just a few seconds, and then we'll get to look at the data that it presents at the end. Yes, Kathleen said it's easiest when you sign in as a student. You don't have to have a username or anything. You can just jump in the game and see for yourself, and that does make it easier to learn. Okay, so it'll show us the final standings at the end. There was so much gold going on. Oh my goodness. So you can shout out your first, second, and third place, ask them to claim who they are if they chose a weird name. And then up here in the top right corner, after I'm done presenting, I go to view report. So then I can see my class-wide data, which is what I use to see just overall. 95% of you were correct. Just overall, we can look at that score, but then we can go down here and we can break it down specifically by each learner. And if I click on that, it's going to tell me to upgrade, and we're going to look at the option for that. But typically I look at this overall green bar to see where each learner was. So as you scroll down, you can kind of see the individuals. So I'm going to stop sharing that to come back here for a moment because I don't want to run out of time. So in your classroom, some takeaways of how to use this, because it's not just a game. There are so many different ways that this is effective. First, it's a no pressure class pre-assessment. If I were about to teach you a unit on the logos, this would be a great way for me to see, okay, what does my class overall already know? Where are we at? And it's no pressure because they don't realize that I'm pre-assessing them. I'm just like, hey, let's play this game today. Let's see what you know. No stress if it's stuff you don't know. Just do your best. It also, like I said, it personalizes their gameplay. So I feel like they're excited about learning. Oh, hold on. Let me scroll through that. This is the wrong screen. I'm going to stop sharing for just a second because I think I already shared some of those points with you. So we played in live mode today. And in live mode, that was where we were all playing together at once. But if you were someone who was in the game, you saw that you could move through the questions really quickly if you knew the answer. But if you didn't know the answer, you could move through the questions at your own pace. You can go a little slower than the person who's constantly answering really fast. And I like that accommodates all of our learners in live mode. There's also homework mode, which is where they play on their own time. So if you're doing a blended learning model where they're going to a center before they come to you, you could assign them to play that blue kit, gather some data on them, and then when they come to your table, you can kind of look at that together and go from there. So there is a self-paced version, which I think would be helpful when you're not playing whole class. I use it most commonly to review before a post assessment. The kids would be so excited if a test was coming up because they'd be like, what game are we playing? Because they knew I was going to throw a game at them. And sometimes it was Blue Kit, sometimes it was Kahoot. I always would change it up so they wouldn't know what to expect. And so it wouldn't get old and boring because they get bored so easily. And then at the end, of course, that data is the takeaway for the teacher. And that's the part that I love most about it. So I'm going to show you really quickly. I know we just have a few minutes left. I'm going to show you the teacher side of it and how to log in and find a game so you can play with this some more on your own. So whenever I log in, I can just click login with Google. You don't see me that part because I was already logged in. But here are the sets that you make yourself. And you can see I only have one set that I created specific to what we were doing.
Hey, Courtney, try that share screen again real quick.
Sorry.
You're fine. Nope, it happens to me all the time.
Okay, now you'll see my teacher
dashboard.
Gotcha.
There we
go. This is where your sets are housed that you create, and you simply create them just by going up here and clicking create. And when you do that, it walks you through it. It's very similar to Kahoot. I know I keep saying that, but if you're familiar with Kahoot, the transferring over to Blukit is so seamless because it's just as user-friendly. So it'll guide you through all of that, tell you exactly what to type where. And then you can also just find them by searching for them. And if you want to search for them, you just click Discover. You type in your topic. There's the one you all played. That one's really popular. But you can just search in the bar what your content is. And then once I keep clicking the wrong button. Once you find something you like and you store it as a favorite, you can favorite it. Or what I learned after doing this is that every game you play is in your history. So if you play a game with your class and you want to go back and find it later, you just can go to your history. And I like how you can access old games that way, especially if you are someone who is departmentalized and you might repeat the same thing to different classes. They'll just be housed there for you. So really quickly on showing you the different options, I've always played free. Look at everything that you can do with the free. It's pretty much everything you need. This is what I get. But if you want the enhanced game reports, which is where I clicked on the kid's name and it asked me to upgrade, it's $2.99 per month. If you're someone who does Blukit a lot, of course you may think that that's worth it because that is really cheap compared to a lot of things. But I never felt the need to upgrade to the Plus, and we played Blukit a lot. So the free version kind of did it for me. I didn't feel the need to upgrade, but of course that option is there for you if you want to. But I know I'm almost out of time, but I think that's about all I had to share with you. But of course, going and exploring on your own and finding people to play with you is the easiest way to learn more about playing Blukit with your kids.
Oh my word. Brandy, how awesome is she? Oh, I know. So we've got music playing here because we like to really rock it out here. Usually if we were in person, we would obviously having lots and lots of music playing. But thank you, Courtney. You were awesome. And tons of people in the chat. Remember, tweet it out if you what you learned so we all can learn together. Use the hashtag, of course. If you are not on Twitter, Courtney, if you're not on Twitter, Courtney Howard.
I forgot to share that. I'm on Twitter.
Oh, we need it. Yes, put it in that chat for us because we want to make sure that we shout out to you. And you can follow people and then you can see their stream just a little bit. But also go ahead and shout out what you learned, and then that actually will create a history of what of like notes of what you've learned today. So it's 2:00, and I'm excited to let you know that we now have Katie and Angie. Hello, how are you? Oh, wait, they left. They left. Where are they? I'm looking for them. They were just here a minute ago, but that's okay. There. Hi, Angie. How are you?
I just wanted some more music, Elaine. That's what it was.
Oh, it was. It was. Hey, Angie. Oh,
Hi.
Is Katie with you?
Yeah, together.
Hi,
we had to
ladies.
restart. My sound wasn't working. I could see everybody, but I couldn't hear anyone, so I just restarted, and it seems to be working.
Yes. Troubleshooting. When in doubt, start it. Restart, right? So.
Yep.
Well, we are super excited to learn from you. So we'll let you take the floor and take the stage, and we're ready to hear you share.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. My name is Angie Gentonio.
I'm Katie Stewart.
And we teach in Fort Thomas, Kentucky at Highlands High School. And we've both been here about, I would say, 6 or 7 years. And this is her 13th year teaching and my 15th year teaching. And we're really excited to talk to you guys today about inquiry-based learning and how we can marry that with some digital tools. So I'm going to hopefully be able to share my screen. Let's see if this works.
Yep, we can see it, Angie.
Okay, perfect. All right. Like I said, I'm Angie. This is Katie. We're going to kind of base this presentation around a class that we are both kind of new at teaching, which is called AP Seminar. And we're going to talk about how we can use some of those things that we've learned in terms of inquiry-based learning and how we kind of discuss that with digital products and how we used it during the pandemic when we were in quarantine. So like I said, we're from Highlands High School. We are a high-performing district. We are one-to-one, and we have been since about 2015. So our students were pretty well versed with technology when we had to make that shift during the quarantine and during virtual learning. So we were pretty used to our learning management system, which is Schoology. We were not used to Teams, so we had to learn about Teams kind of as we went. And we usually, a lot of us use Google Drive and the Google products in our classrooms, but we are also an Apple school. So all of our students have MacBooks as well as all of the teachers. So we've been with Apple since the beginning of our one-to-one journey. One thing that might be a little different with our school than others was that we went straight from, doing the virtual learning the last half of 2020. And then at the beginning of the school year, we were virtual for a few weeks. And then we were basically face-to-face the entire school year, except for when the Governor Bashir had everybody stay home during that November, December time period. So we had to really kind of adjust twice, and it was definitely a journey. And we really wanted to use the cool things that we learned during quarantine to help us in with face-to-face classroom.
All right, so just to kind of go over inquiry-based learning, like Angie said, we both teach AP Seminar, and if any of you guys are AP Seminar teachers as well, or AP Research even, the entire class is really inquiry-based learning, where your kids focus on a question that they want to investigate, and then kind of their unit or their semester or their year even focuses on their investigation into that question. So it is somewhat scary for a lot of teachers to give that amount of freedom to students, which is completely understandable. I know when I first started teaching AP Seminar, I was very scared at letting go that much. But we have found it to be very, very successful. So we really focus on a question formulation technique when we are doing inquiry-based learning. So really that is how we do that is, early on we have kids that are formulating questions, and we're talking about, well, what's a good question versus what's a not so great question? No, not all questions are actually created equal. And then having them see a lot of different topics and create a lot of different questions surrounding those topics and revising those and making them better.
Yeah, so I think one example could be at the beginning of the year, we threw up, and we both teach English, so we threw up a picture, a painting by Frida Kahlo, and we just had kids just jot down any questions they could think of. And then we just kept going with that. So add more questions, and what else do you want to see, or what else do you see in this painting, to really make them uncomfortable in a good way with asking deeper level questions. So that's kind of one activity that we use to just introduce this idea of questioning. The thing that was hard for us was at the very beginning of the school year, we were still virtual, and trying to create or teach a discussion-based class while you're virtual was really hard. And so we had to learn some creative ways to help students create those great types of questions that will eventually lead to them creating a project.
All right, so again, going back to AP Seminar, this is where we really develop and practice those research skills, those collaboration skills, those communication skills that transcend any content area and really any level of study. So we allow them to investigate in a variety of subject areas that they can choose. If that is something that makes you very uncomfortable, we can learn to create what we call a stimulus packet. And that's something, that College Board puts together for us, but we have translated that into a lot of our other classes where we will choose, 5 to 6 pieces of text or video, or even artwork that we put together with a common theme. And then we say, your investigation has to tie to this in some way. Now, we don't regulate really that connection for them, but it at least gives us a little bit of a frame so they can't just go all willy-nilly with their topics. So if that's something that scares you, just kind of letting them choose a topic, think about maybe putting some text together with a common theme, and then allowing them the creativity to take that theme in a direction that they choose.
So we realize that not everybody teaches AP classes, and AP Seminar is a newer class. So we definitely want to, let you know that we use these same skills in our other classes. Like I teach English too. It's the same grade level. So a lot of times I will use some of these strategies with my on-level students to really help them engage with the topic. So a lot of times students come to us into the 10th grade with really hardly any research skills, and they don't really understand how to write solid questions in order to navigate their research. So we learned we can't just jump straight to writing a research question. Doing these smaller activities where they're asking questions about what they're reading or what they're viewing, or even asking questions of each other about their own work, helped kind of scaffold that process to building a really good research question. We also have students ask questions about their own research questions. So a lot of this is them continuously, pushing each other and themselves to dig a little bit deeper with their topics through that inquiry, which this year our scores just came out and our students did amazing. We had, I think, a 98% pass rate this year. And I really think a lot of that was due to the fact that we really pushed our students to ask themselves questions, not just asking us questions, which I think really helped turn the table into making us facilitators versus like a sage on the stage.
That's really key with this inquiry-based learning idea, is that we are not the givers of the education. We're here to facilitate and keep them on track. And I don't know about you, Angie, but I'm reading papers about things that I have never heard of, don't know anything about, in all kinds of like math, science, social studies areas. So not only am I helping facilitate their learning, but I'm learning just as much, I think, from them as well, which is a really cool, powerful experience.
And so you might be wondering, okay, this is a digital presentation. So how do we connect this to the digital part? So we're going to kind of talk through several platforms that we use and how you can incorporate inquiry into these digital tools. So how do we leverage these tech tools to support inquiry? And so a lot of times we found in the first few years of our one-to-one transition that, students were just substituting. So like instead of doing a worksheet, now you're going to do a Google Doc. So we really wanted to find a way to fully embrace the tools that we have and use them to their full advantage in order to help students be more successful. And so we're going to kind of walk you through each of these and then talk to you about how we incorporated that inquiry into the use of the digital tool.
So our first, our number 5 digital tool is a learning management system. In our school system, we use Schoology, which is great. It's really easy for you to organize and provide all of the resources to the kids. All of your resources stay there. They never leave. The kids know where to find them. So that's really nice about Schoology. And I believe Google Classroom works in the same fashion. I just don't have as much experience with Google Classroom. But it's a really nice way to keep your kids organized. They know what folders to go to find things. It keeps you on track, everything's there in real time. The other thing that's really nice in this inquiry-based learning idea is the role of the discussion board. You can post discussion boards in Schoology. So you can pose a question, you can set it so that, the kids can't see other posts until they have posted themselves. And then they can, essentially have a conversation with their classmates in real time in the discussion board.
And that's something obviously that they can do in a Google Doc as well, but it's just nice to have this inside of our learning management system. That way it's easy for us to kind of go in there and assign points or to connect that to the grade book. We have an example, a screenshot in here of our students' kind of first round of research questions, and you can make the directions as intricate as you want. Basically, students could post their research question, and then other students could reply with their own questions about their research question. This really helps at the beginning of the year with students who are a little more nervous about speaking with their classmates about their own work, especially when students are asking each other questions, they feel bad about that and they feel like they're being mean. So this kind of alleviates some of that pressure and that stress of doing that face-to-face. Obviously, we build up to the face-to-face discussions, which was kind of hard to do during quarantine, but we'll get to that in just a second. So if you have a learning management system, hopefully you're familiar with if there's a discussion feature. This was one digital tool that we found to be really important in our classrooms to help bridge that kind of, okay, in the classroom, you might have them write on poster paper or like switch papers and look at each other's questions. This has everybody's question right there where they can see it and they can make some comments or provide feedback, as well as we can also do the same thing as we go through each question. So that's kind of,
I'm so sorry. Hey guys.
Hi.
I was just gonna jump in just to chime in on that because I think in the inquiry realm, having an inquiry community or developing an inquiry community in Schoology really helps you do that. So using your learning management for kids to have a discussion about their question can help to build the trust that you need. And so like, kudos to you guys, you know, I'm a super fan anyway, for using that approach to sort of scaffold them into a more face-to-face conversation.
Thanks, Heidi.
Thanks. And the other thing too, I don't know if you guys are experiencing some of the same things. I imagine you are, you know, the whole masking during class concept was really, you know, it was hard to get kids to talk. So this kind of helps with that as well.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden they'll be like maybe talking in person. So it's a good bridge activity. Definitely look for those tools that will give you a threaded discussion if you're not using Schoology. So okay.
Thanks. All right, the next thing we want to talk about was utilizing digital posters. And you know, as English teachers, we really like to use poster paper, and we thought there has to be a better way to do this versus just using all this paper. And so we thought that we would investigate how we could utilize a digital version of a poster. So there are several different things that we incorporate into our classroom that help with inquiry. So one of the ones that we utilized a lot this year that we really found to be useful was Jamboard. And it's a part of your Google Suite. And really, this is a great place for students to just jot down ideas, throw links in about stuff. They can also be asking each other questions inside of the digital poster, especially if we were quarantined or a member of their group was quarantined, they could work on this digital poster, you know, not having to be in the same space together, which we found to be difficult, obviously, with like a hard copy of a poster. Some students would be absent, and I envision us continuing to use these programs just even after COVID, just because when we do have students absent or they want to work on things outside of class, they can easily access this. It took the kids a little bit of time to figure out Jamboard, and it's not as pretty maybe as some other, it's very basic, but it does get the job done, and it does keep them from getting so focused on the visual aspects versus like the information and the content.
So like Angie said, Jamboard is pretty basic, but you can also utilize kind of PowerPoint or Google Slides. One suggestion that I would have if you're thinking about it in terms of a poster, you have to limit them to one slide. Otherwise, at least our kids go hog wild and you get like 10 slides and you're like, I really just needed one, but thank you. So there are a few examples here. The one that's in kind of the top right, that is a digital poster that I did in one of my freshman advanced classes. They had to investigate a real life hero. So that was kind of how they did a digital poster. And then the other two examples come from our AP seminar class where they had to investigate a line of reasoning from a piece from a stimulus packet.
And so it might not look like inquiry-based learning here, but they are constantly discussing and asking each other questions like, what do you think we should put here? What follows from this? And instead of turning to us and saying, well, what should we do next? We've really trained them to have those discussions with each other and figure out how they want this to look as a group and to really challenge each other's thinking. So obviously these are things they can do independently, but it's definitely something usable with a partner or with a group.
Some of the power of the digital poster really does come from the collaboration that you get with it and those discussions Angie was talking about.
And our students really ended up liking this. Of course, they do like doing like an actual poster with markers, but they did end up really appreciating this particular tool. The next thing we used, and this was just our district that we decided to do Microsoft Teams. And this was really something of a challenge for us as a discussion-based, group-based course. We had to find a way for teams to work together on this digital platform. And so we, some trial and error, there are, I don't know, I think Zoom probably has a better system in terms of breakout rooms. Microsoft Teams is a little, I think, clunkier, but the kids really enjoyed this. They got to meet with their groups on their own channel, and I could pop in and kind of listen to what they were saying and join the conversation. So they could break out into these channels, discuss their topic, come up with some questions for their research, and then we could join all back together as a whole group. So that's kind of what we experienced to help us build that inquiry during a time where everyone was separated and isolated. This really helped them to see each other as a beginning of the year and building that class community. It was really difficult, and we found that this was a way to help with that, alleviate that kind of anxiety about, I don't even know who my classmates are or my teacher.
I don't know what their whole face looks like.
Right. And so we continued using this as we moved forward in the year, as more and more kids were put on quarantine, and everyone was stressing out in seminar because it's all a team project. Kids use this all the time now. I mean, yes. They use it to message us. They use it to meet with their teams outside of class. So it's really become a valuable part of our tool belt in terms of facilitating those discussions and that inquiry amongst students.
Yeah, they still used it even when we were in face-to-face learning, because they would find that, with athletic schedules, club schedules, all the things that they were doing, they could utilize Teams to have I don't want to advocate an 11:30 p.m. meeting, but if it needed to happen, they could at least meet together and feel better having met and conversed together as a group with some of their stuff than, not having that opportunity. So they really latched onto this and used this as a tool.
And I foresee us continuing to incorporate this in this school year in terms of helping students kind of manage their workload outside of class and kind of making sure they're connecting with their classmates.
You guys just filled my heart up hearing that. I just think it's so important because in the real world, we need all of the tools that we have to communicate with each other. I mean, even with the KYGoDigital ladies, they're hopping in Google Hangouts to talk with each other. We're texting constantly. That's the way the real world works. And our students deserve that opportunity. So, I'm so excited to hear you guys. You just filled my bucket for today.
I never in a million years thought I would be oh, I love Microsoft Teams, but now I'm this is fantastic.
Yeah, I do. I really did like it.
It eliminates so many nitpicky issues about working with a group that sometimes as a teacher you have to field in class. So you'd be just meet on Teams, guys. It's great.
Yeah, and then they don't have to worry about exchanging phone numbers or
exactly.
They can have a chat right through there. They can kind of retain that personal space if they need personal space and keep it all in one spot where they can video and chat and do all of the things they need.
And it levels the playing field. How many kids don't have that phone, right? And it levels that playing field for those students that just don't have that all same mode of communication. So good. So good.
It's been nice. I don't know if this happened to you, Angie, but sometimes I would get a little chat message on Microsoft Teams from a student at 7:30 at night, we're discussing this with our group right now. Do you have 5 minutes to check in? And it's hard to say no to that because they're working. But I mean, you do have to set some boundaries.
Yeah.
So just know, like, you're gonna have to set some boundaries, but sometimes it's nice to pop in at 7:30 and be like, what are you guys talking about?
Yeah, definitely. The other tool that we found to be invaluable was the databases. Our school, luckily, pays for subscriptions to databases, and there's a wide variety of research databases that you could use. We particularly use. Do what?
Somebody said it's free this year.
Oh, cool. So we definitely use Kentucky Virtual Library and all the different kind of databases that are housed there. One thing that outside of seminar that I do with like my English 2 kids, especially at the beginning of inquiry-based learning, is I have them jump on like Sears, because Sears, what they do, and you can kind of see down here at the bottom, they have these topics listed for students, and students can click on that and then see a question that's already been made and see kind of pros and cons to that topic. So for your struggling students that are really kind of not sure what they want to research and they're not really sure what's out there, this is a safe kind of space for them to explore these topics without just jumping on Google. And it gives them a directed question. And so they can see these kind of, the questions aren't considerably like detailed, but they're good for students as a starting place to see how what a question looks like. And then we can build from there. And so we really find these resources to be, extremely important in our English classes. Once they kind of get the gist of Sears, then we can put them in other more collegiate type databases that can give them a wider variety of articles. Like, because Sears, a lot of times that's just like news articles or magazine articles. In seminar, we want them really focused on that academic peer-reviewed research. So questioning the source material, questioning where it came from, questioning the credibility and relevancy of the document is super important, and we guide them through that process.
And this is something too, especially with KYBL and your research databases, this is where you can really lean on your library media specialists. And we are fortunate to have some really amazing library media specialists. We have our librarian come in and he will do a presentation with our kids that goes through like, how do I access the databases? He'll teach them about Boolean phrasing for helping them to, really hone in on those words that they really need to access an appropriate article for what they're trying to research. So this is a really great way to collaborate with your colleagues as well.
And our last tool is something that we probably went overboard on this year, but I just like to create things. So it was like almost like a relief for my anxiety about the school year. So we use digital notebooks quite a bit. I use them in all my classes, AP Lang, English 2, and AP Sem. And I almost use them not necessarily as like, read this passively and then we'll talk about it. We really made them interactive, and same with our Google Docs. So we would have students obviously fill out the Google Doc, but then there would be places for them to kind of extend their research. They could use the comment feature to ask questions, especially if they're working on a Google Doc together. There's that space for them to kind of give each other feedback. So we feel like these were really important tools that we're going to continue to use, and we kept using when we came back face-to-face to help students navigate these different products that can help them organize themselves better, and to help them engage with the digital documents instead of just using them passively. I think we really got a good, the kids have a good base on how to use these products really. And we would never, I don't think I would have ever done this if it wasn't for being in quarantine.
No. I think something that we had to really emphasize with our students with these digital notebooks or these digital documents was that a lot of times, it's there for revision, especially when you're doing inquiry-based learning. It's a process of learning throughout. You're constantly revising, you're constantly going back and making things better. So we had to teach them that, yes, even though you completed this assignment or this document, that doesn't mean it's really finished. Like, you're constantly going back and making it better and revising. And I think that's something you just need to kind of set your kids up for, knowing that you're going to constantly be using this. So setting up your Google Drive or your learning management system for ease of going back to certain documents is pretty important as well.
Okay, I think I'll unshare. How do I do that? Oh, right here. Okay. All right, so hopefully we were able to teach you guys a few new things. I know like most everybody's probably already using most of these things. We just wanted to share our experience of how it worked for us and how we were able to transition that into face-to-face learning.
It was awesome. We truly appreciate you ladies coming and sharing and connecting with all of us across the state. It's truly a team sport, and once we all get together and we had conversations about let's get all these resources together, we can do it and make sure that we all are working together. We're brilliant for sure. So, but thank you ladies again for all your brilliance, and Heidi, thank you for jumping in. We love you.
I'm so excited to be here, and I am so
Yes. Here comes the music. We have like a DJ Kathleen has started. So I want to make sure you all know that the PD certificates or ELIS certificates are coming. All you have to do is fill out that form in a little bit. Once you get that link, I promise it's going to be posted everywhere. You're going to be able to see it on the chat and on the screen, so I don't want you to worry. And we have some more, just a couple more, and then we have a closing keynote. So I don't want you to go too far, but we want to welcome our next presenter. Hello, Maggie. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. Thanks for having me today.
We are excited to learn from you. So as you learn from each one of these presenters, get on Twitter, use the hashtag, make sure that you tell everybody what you learned, and then that way we can all learn from one another. If you have any questions, Twitter's a great spot too to ask questions and a general overview. Sending an email will just kind of create a silo. So make sure that you shout that out, and we are together we're brilliant. So lots of thank yous.
Speaking of Twitter and shouting out and being involved, I have a winner for this 2021
woohoo t-shirt
digital shirt.
Yes.
On the back we have our. Are you ready for that name?
I am definitely ready for that name.
Okay, well hold on, I have to spin the wheel. Now in order to receive one of these shirts, we want you to share with your district or your school. And I have the Twitter account, Jason Gay EDU.
Oh, yay!
And Jason, I believe you are from, I looked on your.
I've seen his name many a times today. So
I
good
know.
job,
He's
Jason.
been all over Twitter. He is a media specialist at Highlands High School.
Awesome.
In Cincinnati, Ohio. So
Yay!
he's joining us from Ohio.
See, we are breaking those border barriers here.
Awesome. Well, he can share the KYGoDigital love in Ohio.
So we have more shirts. Tell them again how they can get another shirt.
Yes, we have more shirts here, and you can be in the drawing to win by sharing to our hashtag KYGoDigital. But you have to make sure to follow the rules. I'm an elementary teacher, so you have to follow the rules. Here they are. You have to tag your school and your district. So if you're not at a school, you're at a district office, mention that and your district, but I want to see you in a picture with what you're learning today. And Jason, you can email me your address and we will make sure it gets mailed to you.
Absolutely. Yay. All right, Maggie, it's your turn. We can't wait to hear from
Maggie
you.
in region in the east, you've got some fans already in the chat. Jill Lewis and Joy Couch are so excited. Representation from Corbin.
That's awesome. It's good to have some other Corbin people in here. This is my first time ever presenting, so I'm really excited to be here with you guys on the other side.
Awesome. We are ready to learn from you, and we can see your screen, so you got it.
I'm actually going to keep it in this way so you guys can see my speaker notes as well. So just shout out if you ever can't see it. And I've got it pulled up so I can see you all in the chat box as well. That way we can interact a little bit. I can't speak on engagement and not engage with you guys. So I'm going to keep that going here. Like we've already said, my name is Maggie Mahan. I'm really excited to be here with you all today. It's been a full day of presenters, and I feel like I have learned so many new things. I want to add more stuff to my tool belt for next year, so I'm just excited. Thank you all for all that I've already shared. It's a little nerve-wracking to get on here, so I have a lot more respect for those of you doing this on the other side there. It is a little bit intimidating because we're all just learning and figuring out all these things. So hopefully I can share something with you guys that will be beneficial for you all to use in the next school year as well. So a little bit about myself. I am a 8th grade math teacher at Corbin Middle School. I've kind of switched up my roles a little bit. This is only going into my 4th full year of teaching. I started as an elementary teacher in the 4th grade, and I loved it, and moved up to the middle school after a couple of years of that, knowing this is really my sweet spot, my home. I love the middle school age. My husband and I actually work with middle school ministry at our church, so I don't know what that says about us as people, but maybe that just means we're really awkward people because we love this middle school age so much. So it's definitely a calling on my life that I love to live out each day. I'm going to be sharing some engagement strategies, some tools with you guys on just how to better engage your students. I don't know if you all have felt this way. Let me know in the chat box there that your students probably are a little bit lethargic about learning, maybe not very motivated. I know even just the overall energy in the room when students came back from being quarantined, you could tell that just the desire to learn and just the excitement for learning had really dissolved over that isolation time, as I can only imagine. So it's my personal goal this year to hopefully make learning fun again for students, to get them excited and talking about it at home. I want them to go to sleep at night and say, I wonder what I'm going to learn in math tomorrow, or what a fun thing we're going to do in math tomorrow. So that's my own personal goal. And hopefully you guys are somewhat motivated as well to just kind of revamp the energy. The students are excited to be back in school, so I feel like it is our time as teachers to kind of capitalize on that excitement to be in school and just really take it to the next level. So I wanted to start out today just to kind of see how you guys were doing on a scale of Phoebes, our favorite here. I hope you guys are friends from the TV show.
Absolutely. Yes, even watch the reboot.
I love it so much. It's so fun to just sit down and just like a 20-minute brain veg out on TV. So with the reboot especially, love the hype about Friends again. So how you doing? My best Joey impression there. How you doing? Tell me on a scale of Phoebes how you guys are feeling right now. There's been a lot of information coming at you. You might be overwhelmed. Maybe like Phoebe number 7 down there. Just kind of like, I don't really know. Or you may be super excited, like Phoebe number 3. Maybe some 2s out there. You guys just need to kick back, relax. Let me know how you're feeling. Awesome. I see them coming through in the chat box there. Yay. 5s, 3s. What's our 5? Oh, yeah. Shocked. There we go. Any cinnamon bun? Any croissant rolls on the ears there, Princess Leia? Yeah, there we go. You guys are my people. I can tell. You number 4s out there. I love it. Awesome. So a couple of things just to start out about engagement in general. There's different types of strategies and how to engage your students. I've cited a book down here called Creating an Actively Engaged Classroom. There are 14 strategies for student success. I actually really love some of the strategies that were mentioned. I hadn't really thought about, I don't know if you guys have, but thought about the different styles of engaging students. So that can be verbally getting students to communicate out loud. That could be nonverbal, so maybe they just participate in more of like a whiteboard where you ask them to work a problem. I'm going to talk math all day, so if you're a different content area, just kind of work with me here. But if it's nonverbal, maybe I pose a question, they respond on a whiteboard. Also, I'm a big fan of just like the quick formative assessment of gestures. So if I ask them to do a thumbs up or a thumbs down, I also love the fist to 5. If you've never heard of that, they hold up a number on their fist, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, to tell you kind of their level of comfort with the content. So those are some nonverbal engagement strategies. And then, of course, the partner and team. So they're going to work collaboratively with their peers. This is really, anything KYGin structure, that's really stemming from my elementary background too. I love KYGin structure. So they can turn and talk, they can partner up. You could do like a 4 corners scenario. So different ways to get students engaged. So I'm going to hopefully hit on a little bit of each of these styles, because some students don't necessarily want to speak out in front of the class. They may strive more in a nonverbal setting, and vice versa. Here I've linked in these speaker notes. All my links are going to be here for you guys if you want to go back, make a copy of this presentation to refer to later. So you can click here for some different samples, and then for the link to the book on Amazon as well, if you're interested. I also have really kind of learned like my big 3 that I want to always remember whenever I'm coming up with a strategy or I'm about to implement something. I ask myself these questions to make sure that it's going to be effective. So I kind of have my own rubric, if you will, for how the strategy is going to go. So these are my big 3s that I always think of before I implement an engagement strategy. I want to limit the number of minutes that those students are participating in that activity or in that question thought process time. I made the joke here, diamonds are not a girl's best friend. Actually, timers are. So I love a timer. I don't know if you guys also work on a time clock, but Oh yeah, good.
And we have so many students that are visual learners. They need to see. Yes, I love it.
Absolutely. And just the attention span of a middle schooler, if you're around middle school age adolescent students, they can focus for maybe like 10 minutes and then they're already ready for the next thing. Mm-hmm. So a healthy time limit for the age of the student is going to be more successful for you. You're going to get more bang for your buck with your strategy that you're implementing. There's some really good ways to have a timer. You could do just the regular online stopwatch up on your large smart board. My church actually does a great, and I thought about on your all's KYGoDigital, just how the Twitter feed was going with the countdown before as well. I love the intentionality of a personalized timer. And I've got the block of my school here, so I'm not going to be able to click on this, but you can access it later. It shows a reel of pictures with the timer at the bottom. I love that idea of personalization. So I started doing that, taking pictures of students working, things that I thought were awesome that I want to showcase, just make like a slideshow where their pictures are up there, but the timer's still there as well. Kids love to look at themselves. They love to see pictures of themselves. So that's been something fun, just a little intentionality. Or you can just search on YouTube. You can find timers that have music. This one has like electric pop music. So it's fun whenever students are coming in. I'll have the bell ringer with the timer up on the board and there's loud music. And so it just kind of sets the energy of excitement to start the class period. So there were some really cool ones. Keep this in mind during Christmas time. Google Trap Remix Santa Claus timer.
Oh my gosh, that's so cute.
He does like all the Fortnite dances and everything, and the kids, like even middle school 8th graders, were like, "Yeah, I know that move," you know. So you can have fun with it too, instead of just a regular timer. My next thing that I always try to think of is I really want the task to be clear. So I want to make sure that I use maybe an agenda. I'll show you an example here of kind of what I use. It has my timer built in. This would be like a bell ringer that I would do and kids respond to it. There's my timer going. maybe. But I use like an agenda so they can see, here's your 2 tasks for the day. It's not always 2, sometimes it's just 1. And then I'll always have announcements that they need, our learning target. And it just kind of keeps things in a clear, concise way. Students in middle school need structure, so this is a great way for them to kind of hone in on what they're doing. And then I always have the week at a glance as well, so students can see where we're headed and how it connects as a whole. And then I have a whole month one as well. And some students really appreciate that and like that. I also like to use the same activity templates again and again. That way you ensure that you're not making challenging games or challenging tasks. It's more of the content that's being challenged rather than just trying to always change up the activity. So it's going to continue to be challenging and new because you're changing content. So I try to fixate on a couple of activities I want to teach them, and then we use those same bones for different units and content and topic. And then always give really explicit instructions. Always have students repeat back to me. I'll give like a chunk of a direction and let them say back to me what they heard, what they understood. And that eliminates a lot of the behavior issues as well. Engaging tasks, sometimes teachers get worried about getting them up and moving or collaborative projects because the behavior of a middle school student kind of amplifies when they have some free time. But as long as it's timed and you have a clear direction, there shouldn't be a whole lot of management that has to take place. Lastly, the big 3, there has to be some form of a product to collect, data to collect, something to hold your students accountable during all of these different strategies, whether it's verbal, nonverbal, or they're working with a partner or team. This can just be your normal formative assessments, but you want to actually hold them accountable for those. So make sure you collect those at the end of class or somehow document. That way they know that you're being consistent. They know that they are held to a certain standard, and there's where that expectation comes in. One of my favorite ways to collect data throughout just a lecture or a live lecture is to use Nearpod. It's really simple add-in. I can kind of show you on Google Slides here. If you just go to Nearpod and open Nearpod, it pops up on the side and you can add in and embed some polls or live questioning. They can draw. This is going to have me update or something. I don't really want to try gold right here with y'all on the camera, but I do have it open here so you can kind of see. I've started a slide so you all could see kind of what Nearpod has to offer. It'll load there.
We love some Nearpod. I mean,
it's so good. It's just like your slides, but you just build in all the activities, which I love. You can add gifts to it, which kids love the gifts. You can add memes. You can put audio in. So if you want to tell them something while they're waiting for everyone to get logged in, you can change the backgrounds, images, shapes, and that's just the layout of a slide. So you can add another slide with some content. Let's see. Let me show you some of the activities that you can put in. You can put in time to climb, which is like a series of questioning, open-ended questions for them to type a response to. They can match. You can do quiz style, which is like the multiple choice. Flipgrid is in it now, which I love. They can draw, which is awesome for math, but it does look a little bit crazy with the touchpad on Chromebooks. Students have a hard time writing. A collaborative board, which is kind of like the sticky notes on Jamboard, so they can kind of see in live time simultaneously typing. Just a quick poll, fill in the blanks, memory. I mean, it's awesome. You just embed all this stuff into your slides there, and you're automatically engaging them.
I would love to know how many people have not gotten to check out Nearpod. Like, I would love to know that in the chat. Have you ever, yes or no, checked out Nearpod? I mean, it's got lots of stuff, and if you haven't, make sure you do that for sure.
In the virtual world, it was a game changer.
Yes.
For a lot of people.
Yes, definitely. I still plan to hopefully use it even in the regular classroom setting because they can kind of follow along. I mean, you get immediate feedback on the question that you just posed, so it's super helpful to really let your assessment drive your instruction there. So it's been a great thing for me too. Lots of people are saying yes and no. So maybe this can be something you can check out after today. So now I'm going to kind of walk you through just some different things from those strategies, the different verbal, nonverbal, or partner and collaborative, just some different things that always lead to engagement from just my experience so far. One of the main things is student choice. I mean, it's crazy. If you give them a choice, even if it was broccoli or carrots, just letting them choose which vegetable they have to endure that day, they love being able to decide for themselves. So I like getting opportunities for students to do that any chance that I can. I always provide the options for them. I don't let them just, off the cuff come up with what they want to do. You have to give them some type of a choice board. So this is an example of one that I have used. And this is a way that they can teach back to me what they've learned. Oh, that's not what I wanted. This here, and I've made a little video of instruction to show them as well, but everything that they learn, I keep the same choice board, and sometimes I switch out the choices. But I tell them, I explain to kids, Rome wasn't built in the day, neither is your math knowledge. It's going to take a whole year for us to get there, and even after this year, you're going to continue to build and grow. So I give them a choice to display their student learning. They could make a video and click here, takes them to a flip grid that they can use. They could come up with a parody, choose any song that they want, change the lyrics to math content that we've been learning about. Some students just love to free write. They could create a story if they want. They could design like a Google drawing or a slide deck if they choose to display their learning. And I switch out the choices every now and then because some students have different interests than others. But this is a great way for me to see what they understood. One of the highest levels of knowing, if they can teach it, then they've truly learned it. So it's one of the fun things that I get to do. I call it Teach Back Tuesdays, where they can choose how they want to teach me. For early finishers, I give choices as well. One of those things is challenge problems. They can go up and do a challenge problem of the week. They always get really excited, especially your higher level students. They're really intrinsically motivated, so they love having a challenge to go off of. So I have some problems there linked for you. This was a freebie from Alex. He's the middle math man, is his name. So this was a freebie that he offered if you all would like to check that out for 6th through 8th grade challenge problems. Another way to engage is through collaboration. Kagan structure is one of my favorite things. I did some virtual lessons as well. I was going to show you real quickly just a couple of those things that I did, just in the sheer chance that we may still have virtual options here. I did what I called a fishbowl lesson, where students are all actively working on the same slide deck simultaneously. And you can even view your slides in what's called grid view. So you can see students typing and working all at the same time as the teacher, and they can see on their slide who's working along with them. So they had a problem to work in the middle, and then they had 4 students working together on that problem, typing and showing what they were doing to solve the steps. And if anybody needed help, this was virtual, so if they needed help, they were typing. But if they were in class, this could be the product that you see as the teacher that holds them accountable for their learning while they're working in a group setting. Also love any type of digital game. So I've made some different Connect 4 boards that we do sometimes. And they go and claim a board with their buddy. They go write their name, type their name, and then I can see them playing. Once I remove a card, it shows them the problem. They work it out on their own scratch piece of paper, and then I can watch again in grid view the whole class playing together, which is really fun. They love the game as well. Let me get back to this. You can see, oh, that's not what I wanted. You can see them move the chips to the correct answer. So it's a good way for me to see how they're doing, and we alternate between students, and they can help each other if they need. Other ways to collaborate, any type of discussion. You can even just have a Google Doc open where they're just typing what they're talking about. If you wanted them to do math talk and explain why they agree or disagree, what was the, maybe they're doing an error analysis. I've given them a problem. They have to find the mistake that the student made, and I want them to turn and talk. You can't let middle schoolers just free reign turn and talk. So this is a way I have them on a Google Doc where they just type what they're saying with their partners, so I can make sure they're on task as well. Same thing with Jamboard. They could have a sticky note, and they could collaboratively see the whole class doing that as well. Random student selection also equals engagement. A couple of different ideas. I'm going to show you my favorite one, and then you can go back and look through these as well. But this one is my favorite. It's called the Wheel of Names. I use this for content for student names. This one doesn't have students' names on it, but it does give you an idea. It's super fun because it plays music.
I love it.
And I did this for an activity. That's why it says the slope of your equation. They had to spin to find the slope for their equation that they had to write. But you can remove it from the wheel. So once you've called on that student, you can kind of let them off the hook. And that way everyone gets accounted for throughout the lesson. Or you can just close it and leave that student in the wheel so that any question that I pose, they're always accountable to answer. Or if you want everyone to go through, you can remove them from the wheel as well.
I love this wheel. That's what I'm using for the t-shirts.
Oh, perfect. And they have, did you see during the holidays, they have different theme ones with different music? I keep putting Christmas up, but
Yes, I did see that.
They sing like Jingle Bells or something in the background, and it's Christmas colors on the wheel. So it's a fun one. They love it. But random student selection is very helpful, helps them to be held accountable. Another way to keep students engaged is to always have instant feedback. This is probably one of the things I've struggled with the most as a teacher, is how to do that for a large amount of students. So I've kind of used some self-checking activities, and you've heard a lot of these today, so we don't have to go over all of them. But some of my favorites, I love the Google Sheets, pixel arts. I love the puzzle scrambles, and kids get really excited about that when they see the pictures showcased. But don't tell them what it is before, because they get really tore up. I one time said, you're going to see Superman if you got it all right. And they're like, yeah, well, that ruined the mystery of it. So, middle schoolers get tore up about that. But I did link a freebie here for you all just to see what a puzzle pixel art looks like. This is one of my favorite people that I follow, Hello Algebra. She has so many that you can purchase, and she does like a whole course. Ooh, something's playing. Is that me?
That was me. Sorry, guys.
I'm sorry. I thought I still had the Wheel of Names up. I was like, oh, turn that off. This is a freebie, though, that you can download if you wanted to look at it in your Google Drive. Let's see. One moment, please. But basically, they type in an answer to a question, and if they get the answer correct, then it will unscramble pieces of the puzzle. If they get it wrong, it'll turn red, and so that they know that they've done something incorrect, which I love, because they don't work the whole worksheet or a series of problems with the same misconception. They immediately get to see if they're doing correct or not. And they love seeing the pictures, the art. It's really fun for them. You can kind of see what it looks like. So you can insert your own title, your directions. You can change the number of questions and include your answers there. So she does a whole class on this as well, but I love it. If you put a right answer, let's see if it'll do something here for us. It turned red if you got it wrong, and then if you get it correct, it'll move some of the pieces. So it makes a big flamingo on the beach when you're done. Other ways to have student engagement is games. You've heard of some of these today. Competition in middle school is one of the highest motivators for students. They get so competitive with one another, and the energy is so high in the classroom. It makes learning so fun. So you can do that with all of those. Sorry, my lights are going out. All of those different games, digital gamify your classroom, Kahoot, the Blue Kit that we talked about earlier, the Quizlet Live. I love all of those things. Blue Kit is definitely one that we're loving right now. It's something different. I think the students like seeing something new. Another way to engage students is movement in the classroom. Any type of movement, even if you just ask students, stand up if you agree, sit down if you disagree, just to get them up and moving. You know, their attention span is so small anyways. They really need any type of energy release that they can. I do that through stations, and I kind of explain my stations for you in the notes there. You can use breakout games where you hide clues around the room. You can play different sports themes. So we do math basketball a lot. Students love that. They actually shoot a little Nerf ball into the trash can, and they get really excited. Hungry Hippos. I tried to explain these for you all. If you have any questions about them, I'm happy to answer later. Another way to engage students is through your management and reward systems. I kid you not. I have middle schoolers that would move a mountain for me if they could earn a blue raspberry Jolly Rancher. They love those things. If they're ever out at Walmart, it's because I have bought them all to motivate my students. So I'm helping job security for all the dentists in the area. But students love them. So find whatever motivates your students. I listed a couple of other motivators and systems that I use in my classroom if you're interested in those. If you don't have one yet, I highly encourage it. They love stickers, they love magnets, I mean, anything for their lockers. They're very motivated to earn. So it's just however you want to use that. But a good management and reward system can go a long way to engage your students. Lastly, a great way to engage students is knowing what they're interested in. So if you notice through my slides today, I used the theme of friends. It didn't change anything about my content. It was simply just adding some clip art, making a fun slide. But it intrigues people to learn. It makes people excited to see what's coming up next, if they're comfortable with the show, or if they know the character, or they know the game. It's just going off of what you're interested in, just a way to make it a little bit more fun. You could use TikTok, memes, music, anything that students are about. That's what you want to bring into your classroom. So we're down to the last minute here. I know that was a lot of information, so I want to see what you guys are taking away. So if you would use the chat box for me, I want to know what your takeaway title is, and maybe this is something you can tweet out with the KYGoDigital handle in there as well. In true Friends fashion, so you guys started out with the one where, ... Come up with a title to share. What's your takeaway from today's session? And I gave you an example there. Maybe your takeaway is the one where I give students choice in the classroom. Thank you guys so much. It's been so fun to present. I hope you learned something new.
That was so fun. Thank you so much, Maggie.
I love it. Thank you, Maggie. You're awesome. So lots of people in the chat are just shouting out all the kudos to the, and then Pear Deck. I know, I wish it was free too, Kim. I wish, or and Jeanette, I wish it was free. Lots of awesome stuff there, and we appreciate you sharing. And like we've said all day, go on Twitter, put the handle on there, KYGoDigital.com, and let us know what you just learned from Maggie so that everybody else can learn as well, right alongside from you.
Are you ready for the quick t-shirt winner?
We are.
All right, here goes the spinner, the wheel of names. Here it is. And the winner is at C Run Library.
Woohoo!
At C Run. Oh, that is Kane Run.
Oh,
Kane Run
cool.
Elementary.
Awesome. We'll keep that up. And if you want to try to win one of the t-shirts, just go ahead and tweet out what you've learned today using the hashtag, and then make sure that you also tag in your district as well. That was one of the things. Yes. In your school, just your school. Okay, school and hashtag. What else? Is that it?
School. And also, don't forget, I know Matt, he encouraged us to take a selfie in a cup. I just want to shout out that this is a very, very special cup to me. So we look forward to seeing your pictures of yourself and your cups on Twitter.
Absolutely. So we have Tori. Hello, Tori. How are you today?
I'm fine.
Good. You are our second to last, and we cannot wait. We save all the best for last, right? That's always. But somebody's got to be last, right? But we're so excited to learn from you today, and I don't want to take any more of your time. So take it away. You have the stage.
I'm so sorry. Real quick, I did just want to introduce Tori because Tori is amazing. I know we talked about going down memory lane. This is not our first time presenting. Tori and we presented year 3 of KGD. So she is awesome. If you have not followed her on Twitter, please do so. And of course, my name is Danielle Washburn. I forgot to introduce myself and look forward to learning from Tori. Take it away.
Thank you. And yes, please follow me on Twitter. I love new Twitter friends because I can learn from you and I can share with you what's going on in my classroom. So I am the penultimate speaker today before we've got the guy with the big bow tie. And I want to just thank everybody for spending all of this time with me, with all of us today, listening to all this talking. And I'm going to be talking to you just a little bit more. Let me share my screen real quick. Okay. So I'm going to be sharing, I tell you, all day long, so many new ideas. My brain is about ready to explode. So just hang with me a little bit longer. I'm sorry that I'm going to be talking so much. I know, just like all the kids in our classroom, I want to make it as interactive as possible. And so I've got the chat up. So I'm going to try to keep an eye on the chat to answer any questions as you have them. But what I'm going to be talking about today is going to be maybe old hat to some of you guys. No new information. And so if you are already experts at what I'm talking about, I want you to continue to share that out in the chat and share your ideas with each other. I've been loving reading everybody's suggestions and ideas. And so if what I'm saying is nothing new to you, you just keep on sharing out. Okay, so no boxes, no problem. That's what I'm going to talk about today. Digital breakouts for engagement and assessment. And there's my Twitter hashtag or @ if there's bottom. So please follow me on Twitter. So just a little bit about me. I am a math teacher at the J. Graham Brown School, which is part of JCPS. I've got a lot of colleagues here with me today, and I have just completed my 8th year of teaching. I came to teaching a little bit later on in life, and you can see a picture there of my 2 boys. If you are a JCPS teacher, you might have had one of them somewhere along the lines. One just graduated last year, and then I've got a high schooler as well. But in my family, we love all things gaming. Video games, puzzles, crosswords, board games, you name it, we play it. But we especially love escape rooms. And we have done them all throughout the United States. Anytime we travel someplace, we try a new one. And in fact, my older son is an operator at one of the breakout rooms here in town. And so it's something that's a passion for us as a family. So in my classroom then, it is not surprising that we play tons of games. So these are just some pictures of my classroom, things that I've done. You can see that I really like a good shower curtain. I've used it in a variety of ways. I've got students that are playing Battleship there in the center with my big shower curtain. I've got a clue game that I do with them. I do life-size Tetris with my students as well. And I bring in the VR goggles and we do a whole exponential function. We go to Chernobyl and then we do QR codes. And then of course I have my breakout boxes there in the bottom. And I use those for multiple breakouts throughout the year. So why do I do this? Well, I mean, just look at those smiles right there. That really might be enough for me, just those smiles. But if that's not enough to convince you why you may want to bring some games, especially breakout rooms, into your classroom, and if Courtney's research wasn't enough, then here's a few little quotes. Life is more fun if you play games. And play gives children a chance to practice what they are learning. And that's really one of the main ways that I like to use it in my classroom, is that chance for students to practice and to reinforce some of those concepts that we've been learning in class. So I want you to ask yourself this. Do you want to increase student participation? Do you want to encourage your students to take those risks? Do you want to foster collaboration? And do you want to improve students' view about your subject? Then try an escape room. So when I started teaching, one of the things I really wanted to do was to change my students' relationship with math. By the time I get them in 8th grade, I don't know if you know this, but sometimes they're not exactly thrilled to be in a math classroom, and they don't like the subject. They feel like they're not good at it. And so I have always tried to infuse a sense of joy and wonder into my classroom and to make it fun, because I want them to want to be in the room with me. Now, that doesn't mean that every minute has to be a carnival. But I do want them at the end of the year to think back and be like, man, you know, it really was a fun place to be, and I learned a whole lot, and I can be a great math student. This comes, you know, because all students, maybe they don't really like English, or they don't like social studies. And so anything we can do to change their relationship with our subject is a win-win. So as you saw from some of those pictures, my games are very physical. They have all these big physical components. And a lot of, because I'm in a K through 12 school, a lot of the younger students will have seen the games. They'll be going by my room and they're like all excited to play them, knowing that they'll be in my classroom later on. But NTI threw kind of a wrench into that for me, because I no longer could use all those big physical elements that I had, and I needed to rethink the way that I did these games in my classroom. And I actually found that there really were some benefits to switching from a physical to a digital form, and I'm going to keep that as I go forward. So one thing is money, especially if you've never done these before. It's easier on the budget. As you saw, I have shower curtains and toolboxes and locks and ink pens and little flashlights. Now, I mean, the upside is I bought them once and I've been able to use them for years. But if you've never done this before, you don't have to spend any money. Everything that I'm showing you, none of it's going to cost you anything. There's no apps that you have to pay for. It's all going to be free. And so that makes it really easier on the budget. Space. So a lot of my big games that I do involve multiple rooms. I will take kids to spaces throughout the building, or they'd have to go off site to go grab pieces and bring it back. Now that really ups the wow factor, but if you are in a building that's not conducive to having kids, leave and come back, or if you're in a really tight room and it's hard for you to have like multiple groups of kids up and moving around the room all at the same time, then the digital one helps with that. It makes it your space management a little bit easier. It's also easier when you're staging multiple groups. One of the things is, especially if you're doing things like lock boxes, kids have to wait as they're waiting for somebody else to like open the lock, and then you have to close the lock, and kids can get frustrated and the locks get all messed up. And so having some of these things digital frees up the flow of the room. Time. It is much easier for students to stop and start these kinds of digital breakout activities. Now, one of the things I really want to emphasize is that it's really important that you give the time for students to complete these breakouts. And I think that's one of the hardest things is, we feel rushed in the classroom, but the accomplishment that they get reaps huge rewards. And so if you're not having to reset up and break things down, it's easier just to pick it up the next day if it's virtual. And it's also easier with groups. And so maybe you have a kid that day that isn't ready to be part of a group for whatever reason, then it's easier for them to run some of these solo. Or you have a kid that missed class or is homesick, so they can do these home on their own. It's also easier then for you to switch out what you are doing as far as problems. And so if you need to scaffold something up or down based upon the groups that you're having, nobody really needs to know. When I've done it physically, kids will be like in different color groups, and then they have to grab an envelope out of the box that matches, you know, the name of their group or the color group that they're in. And it's easy to kind of get those things messed up. And so the digital way streamlines that just a little bit. Okay. So how do I use these? I use these as an end of unit performance assessment. Students always know at the beginning of the unit that the major event is going to happen. And so I do a big build up. I'm a big showman about this. And so they know that at the end of it, we're going to do Battleship, we're going to do Tetris, we're going to do whatever it is. And so they know that they need to learn the rules to play the game. And so they're very invested in making sure that they're mastering the standards that they need to learn, because they want to be able to play these games at the end and win them. So if you're in JCPS, we use these as a backpack artifact. For those of you that are not within JCPS, they're just a digital portfolio that our students collect throughout the year, and then they do an oral defense at the end of 5th grade or 8th grade or 12th grade. And one of the markers within these portfolios is to be a productive collaborator. And so a lot of my students will use their breakouts as an example of being a productive collaborator. And in fact, at the end of any of these events, they actually do a reflection. They talk about what they did well, what they could have done better, how they functioned within their group. And so I always make sure that there is a reflection piece at the end of these. These are also ungraded. There's no grade associated with this. You know, the fun is the grade to get. But I always do these before a more formal summative assessment. And usually by the time they hit that summative assessment, after they've been through one of these big breakout experiences, the summative assessment is really easy for them. So where do you start with all of this? First, start with your standards and what's your depth of knowledge. You can have as a whole unit, or you can do something much smaller if you want. So I always start with my standards and depth of knowledge. And then I start with what kind of tasks and problems do I want? Because once I determine what the task and the problems are, that leads me to the third one, which is the theme. What kind of breakout do I want to do? And I'm going to show you several different themes that I've done. And then finally, what tools do I want to use to help create these? So the ones that I'm going to show you are pretty basic. It uses just Google Slides, Google Form, a Google Doc, a little hyperlinking, nothing too fancy, but these can get very, very fancy. And I've got some links at the end where you can incorporate jigsaw puzzles or magnifying glasses, but everything I'm showing you right now is going to be just a pretty basic thing that you can do with a Google Suite. So let's jump into this. I'm going to show you 4 different ones here. I'm checking my time. Okay. So this first one for you math people out there is based around translations. And this is always the first one that I do with my students. This is probably one of the more basic ones that I do with them. So all this is a Google slide that I have inserted a background into. I've used a little Bitmoji of myself, and then I've inserted a couple of images with it. I use something called Remove BG, which I actually learned from my elementary teacher friends at the Brown School, to remove these backgrounds, and I've got a link to that at the end on the resources. And then all I've done is I have hyperlinked different problems into here. And so this one I tell them very explicitly, each shape is a part of the puzzle. I start off pretty easy. There's no riddles with this one. They don't really have to do a lot of hunting around to figure out what it is they're gonna solve. And at the bottom, you can see here where I had jobs that they needed to do. And so we did this one, they were in different breakout rooms, and they had to decide themselves who was the recorder, timekeeper, that kind of thing. And I'm gonna click on one of these. Whoops. There we go. So this one popped out to, every time they clicked on a number, it popped out into a question. Now for this particular breakout, I told them at the beginning that there was just one problem in each of these, and they needed to each work on the problem and then talk to each other and compare their answers with each other. And I'm going to show you one where I do some other ones a little bit differently, but this is one where they all work on the problem and then compare answers. And so they had 4 different little answers here, different problems for them to do. And then in the end, they fill out this Google form once they've gotten all their answers. And I'm gonna hop over here to my Google form. And so I always have one person whose role it is to fill out the form, so I don't have 8,000 forms filled out. But one of the nice things about Google Forms, and I know that there was some presentation earlier that went in more detail about differentiation with Google Form, but I can give them hints. It's like, remember, go back in this one if they did something wrong. Make sure you're adding the coordinates. And then at the end, a message pops up and it says, winner, winner, chicken dinner. Go tell Mrs. M that you are the transformation masters. Okay. And I said I was going to be looking at the chat box and I haven't. Have I missed anything there, guys, that I need to answer?
No, just lots of love. Everybody is shouting you out. Really need to look into this year. And you really make math fun. And some people really struggle with math. And this is something that is a key. And we appreciate you sharing this key for sure.
Oh, well, thank you very much. So
I agree. I wish you were my teacher because I'm the one that struggles with math, and Danielle and Elaine are helping me constantly. So this is awesome.
And it's just everybody can be a great math person. They just need that teacher to get them to see that in themselves. So this one is pretty basic. It's just a hyperlink with some problems and then a Google form. Now I could have made this self-checking. I could have, the Google form is self-checking, but I could have done embedded conditional formatting sheets, things like that, where the kids could check their answers beforehand. But this one is a pretty basic. So then I'm gonna up the ante just a little bit. So I've got them kind of used to what a breakout is. And so then I do this one called Around the World one. So this is my big kind of spy one that I do with them. I take them to a secret location in the building. We have secret passwords and codes, and we snake around through the building till we get to our offsite location. Clearly, I couldn't do any of that when it was in TI. And so I turned it into, once again, this is a Google slide. I just inserted a background in there. This one has some more things embedded in it. I have a video, and I use Google Maps in this one. So I've got a little TV there. I'm gonna play this real quick.
Tori, that is awesome. We are seeing the video, we're just not hearing the video.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there it goes. Oh.
There, look how cute that is.
Nice.
We don't need to watch all of it.
But you are going out and going the extra mile, and that is huge, huge.
Well, it's funny because I do a lot of these little videos, and my husband has played detectives in them. My sons have played, have played starring roles in them. If you're in my family, you get in a video at some point in time. But so that's the launch event for them is the video, and then they click on these different links. And so this is one where I have a problem for each of them. So I had them in groups of 4. They each had a problem, and then they would check it with each other. Because you always want to try to make sure that kids are collaborating with each other, but you don't have just one person doing all of the work. And so each of these had 8 problems, and they each did 2 of them.
And then it went to a key at the bottom where it was the longitude and latitude for cities throughout the world. And so that's another nice thing about this one. I could have customized it to take place I could have partnered with my social studies teacher, and if they were doing like a particular, if they were doing Greece, it could have been everything in Greece, whatever it was. But this one was an around the world type thing. And for this one, I had them go to the main room when they thought they had solved it to tell me the cities. And so that's another thing you can do with these breakouts. A lot of mine involve conferencing where the teams will have to come talk to me at some point in time. And so I can have them tell me an answer, and it allows me a quick check to kind of see where they are. Are they understanding the material? And with this one, if they had a city wrong, I immediately knew kind of where they were at, and I could send them back in. And then I embedded in this one as well the map for them to use. And I also gave them directions about how they could access, how they were supposed to put it in. In the future, I actually probably would have made this one a video because so that they could watch a video about the example to make it a little bit clearer. And then at the end, I gave them a secret dossier. And so what they had to do then was to create their own problem. They had to pick a city somewhere in the world and create their own problems and to lead people there. And then I took the problems they made and gave them to the students. And so that's one of the things I want to point out is you're always going to have a group that goes faster than others. But it's very important that you let everybody get through this. And so you need to think about what are those groups that are done? What are they going to be doing? And so that was the extension is they made their own ones and they had a blast, leading people all throughout the world. So I'm looking at my time here. I've got a couple more. So this one was just based upon equations. So this one took them to Mathland Park. Now, at the beginning of the year, I have students give me photos of something that's important to them. It could be a place in their community. It could be a place in their home. It could be a friend or a family member or something that they love to do. And then I try to use those photos throughout the year. And this past year, I had a group of dog-loving students, and they gave me, I got so many photos of puppies, and so I put all of their puppies into Mathland Park, and they loved, seeing all their little animals there. And then they clicked on the boxes, and same kind of thing. So if they clicked on the letters, they got a problem. Now this one had riddles in it. So this one is even more kind of stepping up again. The riddles can really get to some of them. And so I'm very generous with my clues and help with them. But if you've got kids that love riddles, then they really like trying to figure those out. And so I do try to personalize these as much as I can. So that was actually, they thought that was funny. And at the end, they discovered that I did not kidnap all their dogs. I just took them to the puppy spa. And they thought that was very funny. And then our last one that I'm going to show you is my clue game. And so in this one, I gave them no directions. And I had one group who, about 15 minutes into it, they said, I just realized that is the coordinate plane on there. Clearly, I should be clicking on those little red dots because those are probably answers. And so this is one I usually have a big shower curtain coordinate plane that they use, but they have to find who, what, and where. So they click on the problem, the who, they solve it, and then they click on the little pieces and they find out who did it. Now in this one, I usually use a conditional formatting one. And so that's something where it's just a Google sheet. And so in this, I always have Dr. Angela, our principal, is the criminal. And when they type it in, it turns green. But you could have them do it a lot of different ways. You could have them come and tell you. You can use conditional formatting. You can use a Google form. All of those, didn't really matter, just kind of whatever thrills you the most. And then finally, things to keep in mind. So groupings. I use both pre-assigned, where I just tell them who they're going to be, but then I also allow them to select beforehand. And so I'll give them a Google form about a week in advance, and I'll tell them if there's somebody you really want to be in a group with, then let me know. And if you don't care, then I'll put you wherever I want. So I kind of do a mixture of those based upon, you know, what it is that I'm trying to achieve. A lot of times, especially for the big battleship one that I do, because they dress in their team colors and we make a big festivity out of it, they ask to be with certain, they want to pick their own groups. Reflection. I always ask them to reflect on their participation in the groups, and I ask them to give feedback on the game. I always have them help me make it better. And I've gotten some really great suggestions from kids. Things like keeping a separate list of all of the hyperlinks for kids that are having tech issues, so I can just give them send them a little Google Doc with all of the links, easier to access. And so kids are really great at helping me figure out how to make things better. And then timing. I cannot stress this enough. Everybody gets to finish. Now we do a big thing where we write our times on the board, and there's a big timer, but everybody gets to finish. Everybody gets their picture up on I have posters all around the room where it says we broke out, and I post their pictures and we put it up there, that everybody breaks out. And because it's that sense of accomplishment, I always say, I don't care, when you learn it, just that you do. And I don't care, how fast you got through it. I just care that you worked together and you eventually, broke out. And then to make sure that you've got a plan for your other teams that are already done. Now, the last thing before I will leave you, I just have a few resources. Remove BG removes backgrounds really easily. I've got a nice little article that if you're new to forms, and I've got another link with a whole bunch of these breakouts already pre-made. And Alice Keeler, if you ever have a question about anything with Google, that's kind of my one-stop shop to get something figured out. And then I've got other little things that you can explore on your own. And that's it.
Wow, that is amazing. When you get a chance, you can go back and look in the chat. There are several people that wish that you were their math teacher. And then there is a question in the chat about how long did it take you to curate it. So just thank you for sharing all of your awesome tools and your resources.
No problem. And I will say, these are fairly time intensive. I will say that. That being said, once I have it forever. And I just figured this stuff out myself. I just Google. I mean, I'm Google 2 certified, but that's just because I know how to type something into a Google chat, a Google bar. So I encourage you just to give it a try. Don't be afraid. And you can always reach out to me on Twitter or email, and I'm happy to help.
Hey, Tori, real quick, do you ever have students create one for you? Like have them create it so they can try to test each other?
I have had students create choose your own adventure stories with math. So yeah, we have components where they create their own things, and then I vet it first, and then I tell them if all the math makes sense, I will share it with the rest of my class. So absolutely.
I love it. Thank you so much. You are a gem, and we are so thankful to have you here in JCPS. You certainly are.
Thank you.
Kathleen, can you tell them about our keynote, our final closing keynote for us?
I sure can. I'm so excited to talk about him. And we do have one more shirt to give away. I already spun it. And that person is Graves County JAG, at Graves County JAG. I'll get that information to you. I just wanted to squeeze that in really fast there. So our next keynote, our closing keynote, is someone that you may know as Big Guy in a Bow Tie. And he is an amazing educator that I met actually, I don't even know how long ago, at KYGoDigital here in Louisville, Kentucky, at the KYGoDigital event in March. And so we are so excited to have him. He comes to us with a plethora of knowledge. You can call him coach, presenter, maker, programmer, and a host of other names. But we'd have to go way, way back to tell his story. In 2004, he was a history teacher. And then in 2007, he moved to Georgia. And from there, was teaching at Wheeler High School there. And after Wheeler's lack of technology, it really meant the change was on the horizon in 2011 when he moved to North Atlanta High School to get into their full MacBook carts. So that's exciting. And he had great administrators there. So without further ado, David, I'm going to just where you are.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here so much.
Absolutely. Let me make sure I'm sharing the right thing. And
we can see it. Yes.
Perfect. All right. So my name's David Lockhart. I'm big guy in a bow tie on Twitter. When you get me from my home office, no bow tie, unfortunately, but that's okay. And I always start my sessions off with a picture of me and my kids. And when you see me in person, I'm a large guy, so it always kind of softens my image just a bit with my kids, even though my kids are all super tall now. The middle daughter, she's almost 6 feet tall now. And my son, who's only going into 3rd grade, is about 5 feet tall already. So they can be a little imposing too. But I was a teacher for about 10 years or so. I finished my career in this building, actually, and this is North Atlanta High School in Atlanta. I'm based out of Atlanta. And this building is so fascinating because it's a repurposed IBM office building that they actually tore down one side and they built the gym and the theater and all that stuff. I taught on the 8th floor of this building. Now, when you look at kind of my background too, I did move into a tech coach role with a university outside of Atlanta after I was a teacher. And in that role, I got to even build a maker bus, which was incredible. And then when you talk about colleges too, and I talk to Kentucky teachers, I can't not mention that my bachelor's degree is actually from Morehead State. So I was a Morehead State football player back in the late 90s, early 2000s, and got my bachelor's degree in education from that university. But now what I do is I actually work for Tinker now. So I work for a coding platform and I don't do any of the sales or anything like that. I do our certifications and trainings at GoTinker, and you can it's just tinker.com/training if you're ever interested on that front. But really what we're here to talk about, my passion to talk about is about students creating in the classroom. And so why creation? So when you look at creation, I always found that student creation gave students a deeper understanding of content. They had a deeper understanding because they'd gone deeper in that content. It's just not a regurgitation of facts. But the benefit of student creation also is that you get some other pieces to this. So you get pieces like, we always talk about soft skills in schools, things like problem solving and analytical thinking and all of that. And that comes with creation naturally. And then really where I came to in a classroom too, is I looked at it and said, what is my job as a teacher? As a high school teacher, because I'm a former high school teacher, I used to hear all the time, and I imagine it's the same for you guys that are high school teachers. You hear this about UK and Louisville. I used to hear all the time that we're preparing kids to get them ready for the lecture halls at Georgia. That's not true. To me, we're preparing kids that's just a short period in their life for what is their future skill. And if I can actually marry my content with some future ready skill that they can learn to create, to me, that's magic in a classroom. And really the key though with this all is it adds complexity to a teacher, but it does not have to be that hard. And this session's all about lowering that complexity a little bit. So I'm going to give you some tips and tricks to kind of things that I have found really help as you go through and you plan, especially as you get ready for the new school year. Because really creation can happen in any class. It doesn't matter what grade level you're at. It doesn't matter what school you're at. It doesn't matter what content you have. And really, when you look at content, you look at creation happening in a place like social studies and ELA. To me, this is a natural place for it, although you don't see it a lot. And what I mean by that is that these are naturally storytelling classes. You can design all kinds of interesting scenarios around a story to tell in these classes and have kids create to that, and they're getting that deeper understanding. I think you can also have them create real items in here, things from stories, things from the time period, to really get a little bit more learning out of it. And then 2, creation can always be, in any class, can be around solving real world problems. Kids do some amazing things. I encourage you, if you've never seen them, to go watch some of the Google Science Fair videos. There's one girl, in some other sessions, I show this video where she creates the test for Ebola that doesn't have to be refrigerated. Kids do some amazing things. We should be able to give them that chance in the classroom. I think if you look at science, it's a natural kind of thing in a science classroom. Storytelling can happen in science. It can be a little bit more abstract. You can tell a story of a mineral, a story of an animal. You can do some creative research-based ones. I think one of the things that you can include in making is you can actually have kids make their own science tools now. There are lots of mini computers and things out there that'll allow you to do that. And again, that solving real-world problems is definitely there too. Now, if you look at the other core subject, it's the one that gets a little harder, because when you look at math class, math is such abstract thinking a lot of the time that creating in that math class becomes a little bit tougher. But you can do it there as well, because when you look at math, you can solve real world problems there. You can take data and go, and what's the solution we can come from that data? There's all kinds of data-based ways to add creation into your math class too. And I think one of the ways that I kind of advocate for, naturally, because I work in the kind of kids coding field, is coding. When you look at ways that students can create in math, if you're doing things like coordinate planes or angles, all of those things can be taught within a coding platform, and they can tell the story. They can tell a story through that. I think the biggest thing that I hear from teachers a lot when you talk about creation in the classroom is that struggle with time. Time makes creation a struggle, but really standards make content intro the focus a lot of times in the classroom. So a lot of times our standards, and I taught US history, I taught the entire history of the United States in a year, so I get it. Standards in a classroom, they can make that content intro the focus. There's not a lot of deeper understanding and meaning there. And a lot of times too, I'll hear that these projects take time. They take a lot of time. I think if you schedule it the right way and you kind of do some tips and tricks to kind of schedule it, you can make it happen though. And then the biggest one I hear a lot is that grading takes too much time. And trust me, I get that. I taught an IB history class, so grading essays was always not fun. But I think you can cut down some of the kind of burden of that too. So really, when I look at kind of what's the first step here? What's the first step to get this into my class? I think you got to schedule it. You got to schedule it in the right way. And so here's some scheduling tips that I found that work for me. I'm sure some of you have lots of other ones. I always found that creating a calendar of about 80 days was right. And the reason it was right is because when you looked at the calendar, number one, the thing that I always said is I've got to get my content in before the state test, because I feel like if I'm not covering something that the students are doing on the state test, then there's something not right there. So that was number one. And so this was a calendar that kind of bucked up against the state history test. Number two is I looked at it and said, you're going to have some built-in days where a pep rally or a field trip or something along those lines. So a calendar of about 80 days, give or take, it may be a little different for you. To me, it was always about right. When I had that calendar of 80 days, the idea was, okay, now what? Now I want to go through that 80-day calendar and I want to split those standards up. I want to split those standards up and kind of fill in the gaps of where I'm going to do those standards. Then the idea too, and this goes counterintuitive a little bit, is I wanted to limit tests a little bit to get more creative activity into my classroom. Creative activities are an assessment. And the reason I wanted to limit tests, and I know that some of you've seen this as well, is that when I had kids in a class where we were taking a test, that was pretty much a lost day. So pretty much they would take the assessment, and that was about all we could do to really kind of go through the class, because the kids are kind of done at that point. So I wanted to limit big unit tests. You can always do more assessments and quizzes to see where kids are, because that's an important piece too. But to me, limiting those tests gave me more creative activities in there. And I always thought of creation on a unit basis. And the reason that I did is because when you think about it on a lesson to lesson basis, then that time becomes a lot more compact. If you can think of it creation and have choice with creation, and we'll talk about choice in a second, you can kind of put it in a unit basis where kids can have a set of projects that they can choose from that unit to go deeper into some content area. And really the key, I think a big key of this too, was add choices, because not only does choice benefit the student, they can actually take ownership of their learning. But what it also does is it says, okay, if I have a student who is not doing well in a certain part of my content, I have a set of choices, and I'll show you some tips on how to kind of cut that work down to get there. If I have a set of choices that the kids I can go and say, this is the content, the creation project that fills that content need for that student, and I can give it to them on that basis as well. And so how do you make choice easy? How do you give kids projects and make choice really simple for them? I think if you're doing it without technology, then you're going to live in a copy room for the rest of your life, pretty much. And so a couple of places that I found to really be helpful to me is there's a tool called Symbaloo, and it's a very simple tool. It's been around for a long time. But one of the things that I figured out with Symbaloo is that you can actually embed Google Docs into it. So it's a great place to bookmark stuff, especially for young kids. But you can embed Google Docs into it. You can embed Google Sheets into it and slides. So what I kind of decided is that if I can take those Google Docs that are basically the project instructions, and I can put them into Symbaloo, I can build a digital choice board that's very kind of friendly user interface to the kids. What's also great there is I can actually embed that. So if I had a website, or I know Canvas, or as an example, does embedding now, then I can actually take that and put that on my website very easily. So it was a great avenue. If I could just kind of keep everything in the Google suite, it was a great avenue to kind of embed that choice. I think another thing, and we'll talk a lot about this in a second, is have a process that can be adjusted. And to make this kind of scheduling easier and to really make choice easier, you keep the same process when kids are creating. So when you build a project, kids do that they can do the STEM design process or a design thinking process. If you keep that same process for every project, you just have to change out the relevant content for whatever that content of the project is. They're still doing that first step of brainstorming or that second step of research. They're doing that every time, and it can cut down the work that you have to do to get that project ready. I think another key thing that I have seen a lot, and I think one of the biggest keys with creation, is you have to give students the right scenario. Bad creations can take the wind out of you wanting to create. And you see it a lot. You see things like if I went in my history class and I told kids, and I didn't give them much kind of context, and I said, just do a presentation of George Washington. What kind of stuff would I get? I would get some crazy things with pictures on the whole PowerPoint slide and pictures on the whole PowerPoint side with lots of text. There was not a lot that, sorry, my daughter walked in for a second. There's not a lot that I would want out of that. But if you give kids the right scenario and you design an audience for them, it can really change the context of what you're creating. So designing scenarios can really change kind of the want to do that project. And scenarios can be all kinds of different things. They could be solving real world problems. The UN to me is a great avenue to almost any core subject. Because when you think about it as a scenario, you can say, okay, the UN is politics, the UN is environmental, so it's science scenarios. They use data, so math. They go and they do lots of literacy projects, so you can use ELA there too. One of my favorite scenarios was putting kids in the mind of a figure. And this can be both historical, it could be literary, it could be even something more abstract like a mineral in science, because then the thinking is deeper. Rather than regurgitating facts on that character, what they're doing is they're actually having to think like that person. And so it's a deeper understanding of what kids can do. I also always love putting students in a time and place. To me, that's a place where they have to think like they're there. It's basically taking them out of the context of a figure and you're just somebody, and putting you in that time and place and doing it that way. And really anything that's designing for a specific audience is a great place to start with a scenario. I always think that that's better than just saying, let's do a project on this person or do a project on this event. A really good starting place, if you're looking for scenarios, is the UN Sustainable Development Goals. These are 17 goals that the United Nations lays out for the world by 2030. And really, as you look through this, notice kind of that this hits every subject area. There's something in here that every subject area could work with, and you can have kids design those real world problems. There's also design solutions to those real world problems. There's also a great teacher community. I think it's called Teach SDGs. It's actually run by a friend of mine that you really can give you a lot of support in creating and really finding that right scenario for your students. I think the other thing to remember with creation is that the process is the new product. And really where this comes into play, the process is what it takes to get to that final product. Is that I remember very distinctly a teacher back when I was coaching with the university, a teacher back who said, I've done creation projects before, I don't really like them, the products I get at the end are not very good. And that's okay to feel that way, but it's also when you go and you look at it and you say, okay, what's kind of the purpose here? The purpose is to actually the process that the kids are going through, because that's where the learning really occurs. It's where the research and design happens. And really, when you have that process that you can recreate, it can be anything. It can be things like design thinking. It could be SAMR. It could be the STEM design process. If you're like a social studies teacher like I was, there's a really easy way to be a STEM teacher. Take the STEM design process, which really applies to any creative process, any creative project, and use that as the process that your kids create too. Use that as the process that they go through to plan their projects out. Now, one of the ways that I truly love to plan projects, and it seems very simple, but it's actually can be very complex, is using what's called a hyperdoc. Now, hyperdocs, I like them in Google. You can do them in Microsoft. I think there's ways to do them. I think the coloring in Google to me is a little bit better, so that's why I like them in Google. But really simply, they're interactive documents. The idea is that you go and you build out a document, and you can see you can use tables as a way to really color code it, make it great looking, and you build out an interactive document that both has your content in it that you want the kids to cover, but it also has places for the kids to go and respond. It also has places for the kids to go and add content. And where these really stand out as a way to plan a project is they're highly shareable. So you can go and you can share it with you as a teacher. It makes assessment really easy. You can add comments to it. You can share it with other students. And so planning a project together, it can be very easy as well. Seems like a really simple idea, but I will tell you that when I started, I wrote most of Tinker's PD. And when I started planning Tinker's PD, our PD uses hyperdocs today. Because when I looked at it, I said, what's the easiest way for that to get back to us and share with us? And that was it. And if you really want to kind of get a better idea of hyperdocs, there's a great book by Lisa Highfield, Kelly Hilton, and Sarah Landis called The Hyperdoc Handbook that'll take you right through that design of what goes into a hyperdoc. I think the other piece that you have to look at with creation is how do you assess it? And this is the part that makes teachers pull their hair out, because it can be a little bit longer. And so there's all kinds of ways you could approach this. I kind of think of it as some tips that I found that worked for me but there's all kinds of different ways. And again, it's can you create a process that you can just recreate and use very easily? And so one of the process that I use is I used Google Forms to do this. Because number one, before you get to Google Forms, one way to assess is to actually use the commenting features in Google Docs. If you're using something like, or in Microsoft Word, if you're using something like Teams or Classroom, you can actually go through those pretty easily. And it'll make that process document easy to access. Now, when you look at a rubric, I always used a general rubric. And if I use a point system, it doesn't matter if the rubric has multiple categories that I don't use, because I can just say the point total is what the value of the categories I did use is. And so my thought was, can I use a rubric for can I use the same rubric for every creative project? And so just get a general one that covers each of the things that you're looking for. You can always add new categories too, because if you have a general rubric, you can pump that rubric into Google Forms, and it's as simple as grading those projects becomes as simple as filling out the form. And you can always, like I said, you can always exclude, if you use a point system, you can always exclude the categories that don't work. Or even if you use like a percentage system, you just do the value of the points that you actually had. Because you can always take those categories that don't work out. And if you use the Google Forms, use that drop-down question to make it a repeatable process. And then you can use something like Form Director to return that feedback back to the students. I think for me, this was always the biggest part of it. The form's the easy part. It's can you find that right add-on to actually give that feedback back to the students? And so I've got a few minutes left, before we kind of close out, I want to talk about two kind of main creative ideas. And one avenue that I think works with creation for anybody is video. And really think about it too, it's that future ready skill. Kids learning video production is something they can carry on with them forever. And so video can be a lot of things. If you start looking at it from a scenario standpoint, not only can you design a scenario that's related to the content, but you can also use the type of video that you're producing as a scenario as well. So you can do something like a news broadcast, where kids go in, they are at an event and they tell the story of that event. One of my favorite ones to do was do commercials. How do you know if a kid's really understands what they're doing and understands the content? Make them sell it to you. And you can get really creative with commercials in lots of different ways. I always loved videotaped interviews too, because think about it. When you look at a videotaped interview, a lot of times if you see it on TV, that's where personality comes out. So take one of your students, have them be the person or be the concept, and have another student video them and tell them to be creative with it. Then you can get a lot out of that as well. I always like you can do documentaries. It's a little bit longer form, so you would have to have a little bit more time, but you could do documentaries as well. Paper slide videos. So this is actually a really interesting idea. So if you don't have enough devices to really have kids record video, one of the things I've seen teachers do is they took paper and had the kids write out draw the slides, write out a script, and then all they had to do to finish it up was hit that one record button, and they could do it really quickly. The actual recording of the video wouldn't take much time at all. I think stop motion animation has become really easy, and because there are tools out there that you can do it with no problem and do it really easily, where basically the idea is you just take pictures in an app and the app will string it together. And now my favorite video tool, if you've seen me present before, you might have seen me cover this, is I really, really love TouchCast on the iPad. The reason I do is because it's got a couple of features that really make it stand out. Number one is that those new style graphics that are like the picture that are next to his head, you can drop almost anything in there as a new style graphic and people can touch it in order to interact with it. So if it's a website, they can actually touch it and go to it. I think for kids though, the biggest keys with this is that video editing is pretty easy in it. You can set it up in a way where you can kind of add those videos for next to nothing. and it has a teleprompter. To me, that is a huge part of this. It's an iPad only app, but I think it has value on the iPad because you have that camera there, so it makes it so easy to record video. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention another avenue for creation, coding. Now, coding sounds scary. It sounds like something that would, if you're like a social studies teacher, how do you put coding in a classroom? But really, as you kind of get into it, and if you give it to kids as a choice, it's not as hard as you think it can be. Because number one, animation, you can always do animations that tell a story. I remember one class I had where I had these two boys who did these amazing video projects. One was a commercial for Kansas during right before the Civil War during territorial expansion, and it was an Apple spoof. But in that same class, I had this young lady who I'd give her $100 bill and she wouldn't put herself on video. So if I can give her a tool where she can learn a future ready skill and tell that story together, to me, that's something I can't ignore. You also look at animations that tell a story. There's all animated simulations. That was the one before. Animated simulations. You can actually have kids build things like the solar system and the water cycle and do all of those things. They can build quizzes on class concepts. They can code their own presentations. So it's all kind of in that atmosphere of how can I get kids creating. And of course, my favorite tool here, and I won't spend much time on it, is Tinker, just because you get every kind of language you want in it and that K through 12 coding curriculum. And I think I'm going to finish almost right on time, because really two things before I kind of wrap up is that, number one, if you just want to learn more about coding as a whole, tinker.com/training or the GoTinker/training site. And then the other thing, if you want more of my resources, my presentations, bigguyinabowtie.com is there, and it actually, I've just done a complete revamp of it. So it's got lots of new content on it, and we'll have lots of new blogs and videos starting on August 1st. And
thank you so much, David. This was great. You have so many awesome comments in our YouTube chat. I hope you can go back and see some of those. And I'm glad to hear that you've updated and have new content. I can't wait to check that out as well. Hopefully we'll have an in-person event. Maybe we'll see you at KISTI this year. But thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it, guys. It's always good to come back with the nice folks from Kentucky.
Yes, absolutely. And I actually run the digital agility strategy here, and I'm going to contact you about a training that you shared. So thank you. We appreciate it.
All right, guys. Well, you guys have a great rest of your day.
Yes, you do the same. Thanks again.
Bye.
If it's okay, Elaine, I have one more shirt to give out.
Yes, of course.
Okay, last one. I know we are out of time, but everyone loves a free shirt. Thanks for staying around and listen to David. He really has some awesome tips. Okay, and the winner is Miss Broach LES. Miss Broach LES, if you could email me your information. If not, I'll try and find you and I'll get you a shirt.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you again, everybody. You have definitely, you're sharing the love in the chat, and that means the world to the presenters. I know that. I'll speak on behalf of them, as well as sharing on Twitter. I'm going to go ahead and show you this tweet beam is sharing all the awesome tweets that you guys are doing with the hashtag. And just because today is are coming to a close doesn't mean we can't continue to learn and create and share together. So make sure that you use that hashtag throughout the year as you have made things that you have questions about, or you have innovative ideas or something like that. So, and of course, use that YouTube channel as well. Is a hat panel, is anything, do I need to say anything else before I go to PD credit or ELA credit? Does anybody want to say anything? Okay, so I know a lot of you are just chomping at the bits, and this is understandably. Here is the link that you guys have been waiting for. and it is going to close within 24 hours. So I need you to finish this within 24 hours. It's going to close automatically by 4 o'clock tomorrow. Make sure that you fill this out and make sure your email is correct, please. Of course, we have the max amount of 6 hours of PD credit, and continue to share on that form as well as on Twitter what you learned, and so we can get that information to our presenters as well. I'm going to continue to put that link in the chat for everyone. It is here on the screen. It is a bit.ly, so it's just KGD shareback, all capital, and 21. It is case sensitive, so make sure that you are aware of that. And I'll continue to put that here in the chat for you. We are so glad that you decided to share and connect with us today, and we hope to learn from you as well. And together we're brilliant, and this is definitely a team sport for us to shatter these silos across Kentucky. So we are so excited that you have joined us today. Lots of thank yous. I love it. Everything is with the power of pause. So all you have to do is go back to the YouTube channel. Go ahead and click subscribe on that channel when you have a chance. You'll be able to see all of these great resources for you, and the on-demand and the recording for today. So don't worry, the chat is also going to be included. I won't take that off, and make sure that you use that power of pause as well. So go ahead and click that subscribe button once you get there, which means then you'll be able to get information when we upload new videos. And we hope to be back soon as school starts with some other creation. And I know there's tons of people out there that have lots of things to share. So on that form, it's going to ask you if you're interested in sharing, and we would love to hear from more of you as well. Once again, I'm going to put this back up, and here is that bit.ly. I'm seeing lots of love. It's so sweet on there. Wonderful, informative day. You're so welcome. We are so glad to learn alongside with everybody. Yes, go ahead and subscribe, and because you click that subscribe button, you will just get information in that logarithm when you go to YouTube, so you don't have to go search for that information. It just comes to you. It makes it easier. So thank you guys for all of your support, and of course we want to make sure that we still continue to connect and create and share with you. For now, I'm going to sign off, and everybody remember, 24 hours. This form is going to close. Make sure you do it. Don't just put it off. You may forget. It's not too long, but make sure you do that. And within 24 to 48 hours, if you don't automatically get your certificate, it will come. We just have a lot of people with the traffic, so we want to make sure that you will get the certificate within that amount of time. Have a great day. Bye, guys.